Other. Yeah.
Okay, and welcome to the SEC in Glasgow. I'm here with Norrie Hunter.
How you doing?
The Indy Pram Ray. And we'll get John Toms off camera. You can see we've just seen his little hand there.
How you doing, folks?
So,
I'll come into a camera without any problem.
So guys, have we heard any results yet?
Well, there's an exit poll, Kev, and it's an exit poll, nothing definite, but it's showing 55 seats for the SNP. Now, we shouldn't get excited at this because there's a lot of the night to come just yet, but on first view it looks very impressive. Lib Dems are down, way down, and Labour are taking a hit as well. The big winners are the SNP and the Tories, according to this exit poll.
And you were talking about queues at polling stations earlier.
I was indeed. Well, I was at Hamilton, and you had to queue to get in. And when you got to the booth, it was full up with votes. You had to push yours in, had to get in other boxes.
Wow.
I've never seen it so busy, Ray, as it had then. And one of the elderly gentleman that was with, who was a Tory, he says, that can't be Tories, that just can't be, because we don't have enough in this area.
Well, I was in East Dunbartonshire now all day today. I've been going around East Dunbartonshire with my car and a two-speaker PA system.
Guys, folks, I'm hearing a bit of echo on coming through for you guys. So what we'll do is we'll just put you back to the floor and we'll come back. Okay, we'll have another look at this.
Okay.
We'll just carry on where you left off.
Okay, we're back, folks. Hopefully we're not going to get... No, you don't need to send it to me, I've got one. It's Ray.
You get some, but we have to share.
Yeah, I think I've got the expensive lav.
It's because
and
these guys are separatists.
you don't. And that's your problem.
We were just talking, Kev, earlier about Indy Pram Ray in Dumbarton. East Dunbartonshire, sorry.
Basically, what I was doing is I've got a 60-watt two-speaker system, so I'm running around everywhere: Bearsden, Milgay, Torrance, Bishopbriggs, Kirkintilloch, Lenzie, blasting out the message for getting out the vote, because there's a lot of stress on getting out the vote and inspiring people that this is such a massive election, you've got to come out and vote. And to hear that figure, if that's right, that is phenomenal. But the reception when I was calling at polling stations to say hello, people were, coming out from the polling station, from SNP staff to say hello to me. They were saying the reaction and the feedback I'm reading about was so positive, which is, East Dunbartonshire is a tough nut to crack.
Yes, done it once.
And that was, of course, 2015.
And of course, Ray, it's Joe Swinson's seat.
Yeah. Well, this is it, because we were there.
Stop, guys.
What is it? He's pulled out a plug.
I've pulled it. I've had to pull out a plug.
Okay.
Right. Okay. You're back on.
We're
Back
live
on.
again. Right.
So it's Jo Swinson's possibility of losing her seat.
Well, this morning she turned up at Castle Hill Primary in Bursden. Face absolutely tripping her up.
Oh.
Wouldn't speak to the media, wouldn't speak to anyone, and disappeared within about 10 minutes.
Now, do you think that's fatigue? She's been a very busy woman.
I think yesterday there was a poll came out that initially at the start of the election she was at 6%. Yesterday the poll came out at 1%. So it was basically neck and neck in Eastern Bartonshire.
And you interviewed Amy Callaghan. How's she feeling right now?
I saw her today. She's really positive. Saw her with her mum and dad up at the Kirkentilla Club, which is the office for Eastern Bartonshire, and she was really positive. In fact, saw her then I went out doing work on the car and driving around Bishopriggs. Who did I see? Chap in the door getting the vote out? But Amy Callaghan. So she was working right to the end.
Not just that, Ray, but on social media, Amy Callaghan's been everywhere. I mean, she's even had her portrait painted. She's had a really successful Facebook, Twitter campaign because everybody knows about her now.
Well, I think what people have been endeared to is the fact that she's come clean, should we say. Not that she hid the fact, but she's come clean on the fact that she suffered cancer and recovered from cancer twice. And she is a Trojan for that. And also in the fact of cancer for younger people and the implication, the mental issues that young cancer sufferers, and I think that has caused a lot of appeal. A lot of people have really appreciated her honesty, her openness rather, because we don't get that from Jo Swinson.
No, don't get anything from Jo Swinson.
No.
I'd just like to ask, we've seen, I don't know what it was like in Dumbarton, but certainly in Hamilton, I
don't know about Dumbarton. I don't know if
it's Eastern Barton or whatever.
Eastern Barton.
Sorry. It's a funny title for the boundaries because
Dumbarton is in West
Dumbartonshire. Your area. In Hamilton, we got leaflets from the Conservatives that had Nicola Sturgeon's face on them, and it's now backfired.
Yep. Well, this is it. For us anyway, for anyone who thought that the Liberal Democrat Party was green, they're not. The amount of paperwork that we got through our letterbox was absolutely ridiculous. But I've seen similar stories from all over Scotland that they have gone absolutely ballistic using Royal Mail because they haven't got the activists, the SNP, and the amount of the membership, and even non-members, people from Labour have even understood there was a Tory helping out. So, and I'm ex-Lib Dem myself. I voted for Jo Swinson twice before I became.
Wow.
Yeah, because before I become politically interested, it was just a protest vote because I wouldn't vote for Tories and I wouldn't vote for Labour. So I was entitled to a vote, and I honestly admit I hadn't looked at the SNP for all the years. 40 odd years I'd lived in Scotland up until 2013. That's when I looked at the SNP, and that's when I joined.
Well, we're glad to have you along, Ray. A lot of people actually came along in 2013-14 once the potential for what Scotland could be was unveiled to them. But I'd like to ask, what do you think of the Labour vote in Scotland as well? I mean, we don't know what the final results will be, but they've been hammered as well, haven't they?
I think they've been hammered, and I think there's been I think what you're finding is that the hardcore Labour vote is probably stayed there, but it's lost completely because they're still fighting for the fact that Jeremy Corbyn probably addresses all the things that they're interested in, and they're fighting for that very left-wing anti-Blair type of Labour Party.
Absolutely.
Whereas the majority of the population are far more, shall we say, centralist than that, and they don't want a hard left party.
That's right.
I must admit I was really disappointed with I felt he was unfairly treated as far as the media treatment of the racist side of things. I think they've tried to do the same with SNP insofar as anything that they can grab hold of that they think that will turn the public against them, they will bring it out. And I think this is it's worked against Labour this time, but it hasn't worked against the SNP, because if you remember there was only one SNP candidate who was then suspended for a racial comment. It was something he shared. It wasn't something he posted initially. It was something he shared, and all the media, despite Tory, Labour and Lib Dems being suspended for posting racial comments, who did the media go after? The one SNP.
Well, we've been well used to that in Scotland because we don't have our own media. I mean, we're surrounded here by, there's Channel 4's over there, right behind us, Sky Television, Radio Clyde are just here. But they're going down to a British audience. Their audience is seen it through a British prism. We're doing it for Scotland. This is only going to us, we're probably going abroad to a lot of countries as well, for a lot of people interested. But it's going to be cataclysmic for the unionist parties now, isn't it? Because that was a vote on independence as much as it was Brexit.
Well, I've said all along, Laurie, that after 2017, the mistake that SNP made wasn't fighting on an independence issue. They did this time, or at least on not being heard, and we are entitled to that manifesto, to that mandate, being honoured. Now, we've turned it around completely this time, so we've given a reason for people to come out and vote.
Exactly.
That's the difference.
I think as well, Ray, once bitten, twice shy. In 2017, there was a lot of, a lot of folk thought the SNP vote stayed at home. It was in the bag because of the previous election of 57 seats.
A lot of people probably thought we don't need to go out. They do every time there's an election now, because what I was going to say was every election going forward until Scotland becomes independent, every single election will be independence. That's what we're fighting against. So it doesn't matter what's in the manifesto, what's great for the country. As far as I'm concerned, it's going to be, the people are going to be looking for independence. So we're always going to have this SNP Green versus Tory, Lib Dem and Labour, or any other party that comes about.
I'll bring John in. John, do you think Labour in Scotland will need to change their stance now?
There's two issues Labour have got. I mean, in effect, the leaflets that have been getting put through the door for Labour are almost a carbon copy of some of the ones that the Conservatives are putting through. And actually, if I go back to 2014, and I was heavily involved in the media side of the campaign, the two things that were wrong, Dr. David Patrick and at the time Professor John Robertson pointed out the bias. And what we got was, everybody will cast their memory back, we got the Daily Record and all of the, what we would call the unionist press. There's actually been less of that at this election against the Scottish electorate, right? But that'll come.
If I can just say, this is terrible. The Daily Record endorsed an independence vote today, first time, but they've said also that they are not for a constitutional separation. But today they wanted to destroy Boris. Did that help, Jim?
Yeah, I think one of the aims they had was that the Daily Record's caught in this awkwardness of being a pro-Labour paper, so it can't possibly promote Boris. It then realises that the Labour Party in Scotland, and I don't call it Scottish Labour, it's the Labour Party in Scotland, are effectively a non-party now. The infighting is off the scale. I know from people who are involved in the media team at Scottish Labour that there really is a mess. An example of that for anybody that's listening is that they share the same floor as Business for Scotland, which I'm a member of, and their press team are all pro-yes. So you've got a press team that's pro-yes trying to support a party led by Richard Leonard who's pro-no. And that's not going to go well, and it actually explains why their social media is so appalling.
I've just got another question, if I can get the mic. Richard Leonard has been a poor performer.
He needs to go.
Do you reckon?
He needs to go.
If he has got to go, Ray, who's going to take over?
Oh my goodness
Monica
me.
Lennon. Monica Lennon.
Monica Lennon.
Monica Lennon. Yeah. Monica Lennon will take over. Guaranteed.
That is the best of a bad lot.
Yep.
John, Monica Lennon is...
Monica and I have got long-standing disagreements, and she knows it. But she's the best of the bad bunch, in inverted commas. What you've also got, though, frankly, and I'm going to be controversially accurate, is that Corbyn is the weakest leader of a Labour Party against the worst Tory party in existence. And John McDonnell, whilst I've got some time for the two of them in terms of their socialist principles, it needs to be a Keir Starmer-led Labour Party. Those two need to go. This is a sign of how weak the opposition have become, to the point where an 86 majority, if that's what we have by the Tories, is actually only made 86 by the strength of the SNP.
Yes.
If you think about it, if the SNP had dropped 15 votes, which some people were predicting, you add 15 onto the 86, you're very soon getting 100 plus. And I think it's appalling really that the Labour Party in Scotland have been allowing themselves to meet with Jeremy Corbyn with a tartan scarf and a can of iron brew and all this kind of nonsense. It really is ridiculing and for patronising. And for anybody listening, I've got 4 I would call teetering on the edge voters, Labour members that are friends of mine, who, when I sent them the picture of Jeremy Corbyn, said, yeah, we're absolutely disgusted because it's very, it's almost like, why don't you go to Ireland and wear a green hat or something? It's just ridiculous. So what he's doing is he's actually, every time he comes up, he alienates Scottish Labour voters, which is bizarre.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Ray, about John McDonnell was up during the Edinburgh Festival, and he said in the chair, in the comfort of away from the political scene, he said, yes, we'll give Scotland a Section 30 order. Why wouldn't we go against the will of the people? In the House of Commons, he went back on that. Do you think this has hurt them in Scotland?
I would think so, because it's a case that they've been on the fence all the time, whether it's Brexit or whether it's Scottish independence mandate for a referendum.
I think you've nailed it there. It's sitting on the fence all the time, isn't it?
It's in that indecisiveness people cannot stand. They want to have a clear picture, whether they come to the referendum or Europe.
One of the reasons why Labour are in such a mess is because this concept of, and I'm talking about London Labour here, who are effectively Labour, are you voting for Brexit or not, Mr Corbyn? Well, it's quite clear he is. I mean, Labour Leave throughout Wales were actually helping to campaign with UKIP and Tories, so, there's no illusion here. So you then get to this thing of saying, would you vote for or against Brexit? Well, it's quite obvious. Actually, what happens here is that John McDonnell is against Brexit. Corbyn's pro-Brexit. Keir Starmer's very against Brexit. This infighting, in my view, Corbyn absolutely has to go, because as we continue with austerity, whether we're talking about 130,000 deaths or more, categorically continue with NHS privatisation, started, I might say, by Labour, 2009 Hinchinbrook. But what I would say is that if Corbyn continues to be this weak opposition leader, the country, and I don't class the UK as a country, but let's pretend it's a country, is decimated. It will become a privatised NHS. There's no doubt whatsoever. And incidentally, when you start to look at, people talk about let's get Brexit done. Actually, any economist, any trade agreements are taking between 4 and 6 years.
7 years.
And and the interesting thing about that is we've got another general election 5 years from now, which will effectively be the only, in my view, the only way that Labour can rearm themselves is get a strong leader now and start to push for a proper vote 5 years from now.
John, what's your thoughts now regarding Rise after what they did over the last couple of days? The radical independence movement, it's going to be a shock to the independence, to the Yes movement, the fact that they turned round and voted Labour, when the only real door to independence is the SNP.
The disappointment, incidentally, is that having met Cat Boyd a lot, and we have, she was always the person that stood in the podium and talked about the trucks going through Dumbartonshire with the nuclear loads, and how Trident was a direct threat to the Scottish people in so many ways, not only from explosion but also for the point of view of austerity, feeding the bombs. And so it's quite alarming to me that she puts out a tweet suggesting that people vote for Scottish Labour. And not only are we
still get independence.
Yeah, this concept that you can vote for Scottish Labour and achieve independence is frankly mind-numbing. It's just not feasible whatsoever. And I think actually the good thing now is that I would argue that Scottish electorate is the most politically switched on there is on the planet. And they can see through this nonsense. Vote for Labour for this, vote for Tory. They know it's nonsense. The person that's standing up here, and whilst Independence Live are non-party, the person that's standing up here is the strong leader with principles, accuracy and honesty, is Nicola Sturgeon. Quite simple.
Of course, when you're talking about the young people getting switched on, I've got an 11-year-old daughter, knows all about politics, does it at school, watches Newsround on telly. But the rest of the kids, they've got a view, and they know all about the environment, they know all about litter, they know all about what's the causes of it. And you lose them, you lose your vote.
Right.
Because they influence their parents and their grandparents.
Well, that's an interesting point, Norrie, for the simple reason I think the Greens have made a massive mistake, personally, and I'm waiting to see the results come through, because I did actually speak to Ross Greer, and I said to him, I says, I feel you've made a mistake. I says, he said, no, we can't wait. It says, the climate can't wait. I says, I'm sorry. It says independence has to come first, and then we'll deal with the issue as a big fish in a small bowl, rather than being a small fish in an ignored fish in a big bowl.
Huge bowl.
And I told Ross, I says, if you find that any SNP candidates don't get elected, and the majority that they lost by equates to more than what the Green candidates, the 22 Green candidates, get, I says, it won't be the SNP that's going to be fighting back against Green.
Exactly.
It'll be the Yes movement.
And the thing is, well, Ray, they're going to lose deposits here.
Yeah.
That for a Green Party who haven't sufficient funds to keep them going, that's going to be a big, huge hit to them.
Norrie, one thing I said to Ross, I says, listen, I agree with so much that your party has to offer. You're cutting your own throat because so many people in Scotland back what you're calling for as far as the environment and climate change. We're completely with you. Why do you do that?
Is it not the case, though, Ray, that Andy Whiteman on land reform stalwart? You've got John Finney came out with the smacking ban. You've got Alison Pearce. Alison, I can't remember her second name. Oh no, I can't mind. Anyway, the woman in the Green Party. She's come out with radical ideas about the environment as well. You can cherry pick a lot of their stuff. It's really good.
Yeah.
So why on earth do they commit harry-carry at a general election they have no chance of getting a seat at, and try and take seats off the SNP?
Well, I think the way things are going to work out, and I'm going to mention the name I wasn't going to mention, but I'll mention it. Wings Over Scotland have triggered an idea, which I think had been in the melting pot. Leslie Riddick has followed through on that again, and what I said to Ross Greer, I says, well, if what I fear could happen does happen, what you are actually inviting is within 18 months is the adequate time for a completely new, credible, independence-only party being formed to stand in the list seat only.
Now, it's important to stress it's a list seat, because that's where the Tories and the Lib Dems pick up their seats. So it'll be instead of this anachrony of the D'Hondt system, you can actually say, well, we'll use the D'Hondt system to our advantage. If we put more independent candidates within the SNP, are never going to get the second or third seat, but the independence movement can. It's got to be win-win, isn't it?
Correct. We've got to use the system was designed against ever having a majority. It's only ever been achieved once in, was it 2011?
Yep.
So that allowed us to have the 2014 independence.
Ray, based on these results tonight, if they're true, how could that replicate itself in the Scottish Parliament?
Yeah.
You know, there won't be a list. Even without wings, even without that.
No. But if you have a credible alternative vote for, so rather than two votes, both votes SNP, if you have a credible, because I'm saying Greens, if they have knocked any
sense into them,
if they've made the mistake this time, and it'll bite them in the bum. What will happen is, and I'm not going to mention names because I have got a few ideas floating about in my head, but I think there will be a leadership around that people will jump on board for the formation of a credible alternative, whether it's called the Scottish Independence Party or the Independence Party of Scotland, doesn't matter.
But you get a
it will only stand
in those seats,
in the list seats, and it will only stand on a manifesto of Scotland independence. So all they'll do is support the SNP at every corner.
Absolutely.
And what will happen in Holyrood is you will find 90, probably about 85, between 85, we'll say
it's hung by his own policies. It's two different countries, isn't it? Scotland is a very different country.
Totally different. And it's been good during this election noticing just how many people have listened and watched Nicola Sturgeon and have come back on comments on social media saying, oh, I wish I was in Scotland, or I wish we had a politician like Nicola Sturgeon. down there to vote for makes so much sense. It speaks, answers questions completely and honestly.
John, what do you think? Do you think the televised debates made a big difference in this election?
Actually, controversially, they have, and the way that they have is that as we've just been saying, the English electorate have suddenly seen Nicola Sturgeon different from what the press have been portraying for effectively. I mean, for Alex Salmond, it was 28 years of press hounding, and anything he could do. If that man had cured cancer, they would have found a way to blame him for the downturn in deaths. You know, the coffin companies are going out of business, and you know that's literally what you're up against here. And having interviewed Alex a year after the vote, I was the only person that interviewed him live. One of the things we talked about off camera was that from his point of view, he felt that a year down the line it was good that the diversion of the press was off of him, the demon character. And he says, watch it, John, now they're going to build it up for Nicola. And of course they have. And what we've had is 4 years plus of build-up. The problem is for the press when Nicola's live on TV. So in other words, they can snapshot things that aren't live. They can take things out of context in the narrative and persuasionary lexicon and create a different story. They're buggered when it's live. Because when she's live and she's talking, as you've just said, the social media feedback on all of these, and I collate it all of the social media stuff through a very specific Hootsuite account. I read most of it, 2,000 plus notifications a day, and it's all pro Nicola, and it's from England. And, wow. and the interesting thing is there was a former Tory councillor put a tweet out which I can find at some point saying that I'm going to say something here that I never thought I'd say, is that the SNP leader is the most credible of the lot, and that was at some of these live debates. So I think in answer to your question, the live debates have been good. The pity of it is that Nicola's not standing as Prime Minister, because I think if she was, she would be getting into that election in a much more intensive way. Incidentally, I was just going to say that the social media feed just now on Scottish Labour is really quite bad. I've been basically putting in a spotlight search under Scottish Labour. There's an awful lot of annoyance. They don't feel that they've... I never got a single Labour leaflet through my door. I got one Lib Dem. I got 4 SNP. Yeah. I got 1 Conservative and also got a Conservative canvasser, but I missed him.
I got mine.
Yeah, I was drawing up to the drive and he saw me, and I think he knows that I'm not likely to be a voter.
I had an Independence Yes sticker in my window and he still came to my door.
I've got none of that, but I think he maybe just recognised my face and thought, the game's up, cheerio. But yeah, he kind of knows the story. But I don't know if the tattoo on my forehead that says yes maybe changed his mind. But anyway, these things happen. But just in the point of social media, that Scottish Labour, an awful lot of the people are saying that not only did they not really put up much of a, and I really would agree with this, where was Richard Leonard in these debates? Mm-hmm. Think about it, he was nowhere. I can't remember a single thing he said during this campaign.
Well, the thing is, John, if I just get... Yep. It's all very well going on about austerity, and it's all very well going on about the causes of austerity, but you really must come up with solutions to it. Yep. And if you don't come up with solutions, you're seen as a fraud.
His solution, in fact, Labour's entire solution to austerity, and this is Corbyn's words, is that it's Tories and it's been helped by the SNP, which is complete nonsense. And this has actually turned people against him, because they know it's not correct. You could be the most hardened Labour voter on earth in Scotland and you will not believe that statement, because it's just patently untrue. But the interesting thing, as I say, I'm just snapshot of
we'll keep in touch.
Labour lead was coming up earlier on, which is a ridiculous concept now when you see the exit polls, but also Labour win, which is a hashtag. When you read that and you read the replies to Labour, it's basically saying to Corbyn, you did not fight this properly. He's a weak leader against a terrible Tory party, and he's not put up a great fight.
I want to get onto the polls then. The polls that we've had, tight squeeze between Tories and SNP. Failure of the polls.
Yeah. Well, I was more interested in, obviously, in East Dunbartonshire, where it was, and this was always the case. For example, back in 2017, we were given the orders to fight the case for East Dunbartonshire against the Tories, and we said no, it's Lib Dems. Yeah. So this year we fought against the Lib Dems, and the polls at the start of the campaign she won by a majority, 5,300 odd in 2017. She was 6% ahead of Amy Callaghan at the beginning of the campaign.
Yes.
Yesterday came out 1%.
Yeah.
So
we haven't seen that result come in yet.
I know.
So it might be what that might be.
yeah,
She might have held it. I don't know.
talking about people coming to the door, I only had the Lib Dem come to the door, a young lad, and I said, no, I'm sorry, but you won't be getting my vote, and I explained why. And I said, I'd like one day, I look forward to shaking your hand as a new MSP in Holyrood in an independent Scotland. And his face started off with a smile and then
That's cruel. Well, I had a young Tory lad, and I honestly felt sorry for him because he had a campaign leaflet that had Nicola Sturgeon on it.
Yeah.
And I says, what are your policies, my friend? He goes, well, I'm going to stop Nicola Sturgeon.
That's not a policy.
Exactly, that's not a policy. I mean, what are you going to do on our hospitals? How are you going to put more money at the hospitals? Where are you going to get that money from? And what are you going to do in crime? Once we get Brexit sorted, there'll be much more money coming into the economy, and we can do all those things. I says, no, mate, that doesn't answer anything. If you're expecting votes from that, you better go back and polish up a bit, mate. And he says, well, why wouldn't you vote for Conservative? I says, I haven't got all day, mate. I really haven't got all day. But I kept him there. I said, one last thing. This whole constituency voted to remain in Europe. Your candidate is going along with Boris Johnson and leaving. So she's going right against the constituents. Why do you really think the constituents are going to buy that? And he went, yes, because you have to take it from the leader. You have to take it from the party. So the people don't matter.
Yeah.
The people just don't matter. Yeah. Now, there's another couple of things that happened. I can't remember. I think maybe Nadine Dorris said those that are on disability shouldn't get universal credit. Should be getting jobs. Then she retracted that by saying because jobs make them happier. Boris Johnson's past came back to haunt him during that campaign as well.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to have done him any harm.
No. This is this echoes what you found out in your trip down south. Is the people demanding Brexit, and I just cannot understand the sense of it.
Well, can I add just one thing onto that, Ray? There was a lot of people down there who voted Remain, but now we're on the side where just let's get it done.
Which is crazy. You know how? Listen, there's a hanging. Okay, just get it done. I voted against it, but you voted for it. Yeah. Let's just get hung. I know. You know, it's crazy.
But they're so fed up with it. One of the places I went to in Chichester, it'll be interesting to see how that one comes out.
Yeah.
You had Brexit pubs,
yeah.
And you had animosity in cafes. When I mentioned this word Brexit, the Remain people suddenly spurned horns and started talking me down. And it got to the point where I was a Scotsman, what did I know? Really belittling me for my accent and nothing more than that.
Yeah.
And I just thought this is a really dangerous place to stay. I would not like to be here.
Yeah.
And the one thing I'd add to that was I think it was a Greek florist.
Yeah. And
she'd been there for 40 years.
Uh-huh.
In the last 5 years, she's been getting death threats.
Really?
How can you live with that?
You can't. This is. I had a discussion with a friend a couple of days ago, and I said, listen, Scotland is different, because he was highlighting a situation from England, because you get all these reports from people who've made the UK, should we say, their home, and how they're being treated further south. This is, Scotland is totally different. Isn't it phenomenal that we're so different?
No, it's amazing.
Yeah.
But we've had the 2014 referendum, and I think that sharpened us up about what the issues were.
Yeah.
And the chickens are coming home to roost if these figures are true.
Yeah. Because what I can't believe, the independence referendum was a wake-up call for the Scottish nation. So many more people have become interested, not maybe politicised, but they've got interest in finding out facts, making up their decisions, and that obviously gradually things are coming up with those who are in favour of independence. Indeed. Or what,
yeah,
or at least see the value in the democracy of being able to have a vote, even if they vote against it, there is still feeling that there's a democratic principle here to stick by. Whereas I felt, or I imagined, Brexit would have been a wake-up call for the people in England and Wales, Northern Ireland. especially when it was shown that the information that they were given to make that decision was so lacking.
Indeed.
That I thought, well, with all the information that has become available now, surely many people would have realised, God, we were really sold the wrong thing there, and it would have gone the other way. But it hasn't. They've gone more entrenched into a pro-Brexit mood.
Well, there's a couple of issues in that, and what I found was that there was this animosity towards immigration. The dentist waiting list, the doctors waiting list, the opticians, they were all telling me you couldn't get a visit to any of those because of immigrants. And I just thought, where does that come from? That's come from propaganda. That's come from Farage, 36 times on Question Time spouting his hate. Yeah. He's been on every news station that's been, Channel 4 like him, Sky love him. He gets a platform to spill out his vile. You also get this, when I went down to Chichester, it was a different kind of Brexit, if I can put it like this. They were looking at an old worldy, an age that time had forgotten. Before you had immigration, it was leather on willow, cricket. You had warm beer, sunny days, thatched cottages, and now you've got people, dare say, you've got immigrants buying their thatched cottages. Yeah. And they don't like it, but it's touched a nerve. Yeah. And the Tory parties, you've got to give them credit. If these figures are to be believed, the Tory party have tapped into that nerve, tapped into that psyche, and went for it.
Yeah, because when you consider how Boris Johnson has behaved during this, since the time he became Prime Minister, unlawful activities, what has begun, the situations that have arisen regarding his past, and his racial comments, etc. And then you look at the way he's treated the media, and performed. Yeah. And
it doesn't seem to. He's like a telephone.
I like the picture that was saw on Facebook of Andrew Neil interviewing a fridge. So he's treated the public and the media with complete and utter disrespect. And yet, look at those exit poll figures.
And let's not forget, Rees-Mogg went in hiding after that dreadful Grenfell utterance he came away with. Yeah. They can't read. If they could, they would get out of that. Yeah. Are you having a laugh, mate? And he knew he had done something really to upset, so he went undercover. Yeah. Get him. The Tory party says get him. He's been lying on the benches. He's now said that about Grenfell. Yeah. He's now become a liability.
And even Lib Dems were thinking, we're going to get that seat. Was it North East Somerset or something?
Yeah.
Even Lib Dems were rubbing their hands with glee with all their fake figures and the Lib Dems are the biggest challenge. I love that when they were 2% at one previous win, and they said the biggest challenge. But that's I'm looking forward to seeing. This is actually really exciting, this general election.
Yeah,
I think it's been so critical for Scotland, so important. We've had our own message. Yeah, it's funny that why does Boris Johnson come up here to launch a Tory manifesto for Scotland?
I know.
And Jeremy Corbyn comes up to Scotland to launch a Tory manifesto for Scotland. What? What the heck is going on? It's the United Kingdom. You are the London-based parties. It's your manifesto that we have to live by. All you're doing is shouting against the independence.
But he said there'll be no need for a Scottish independence referendum when Labour get into power, because we'll transform Scotland. Hey mate, I've been waiting all my life for that. I've seen Labour Prime Ministers come and go and they've done nothing because they love the powers of Westminster. And you make me think that you're just the same.
Because one thing that this election has also highlighted is, in fact, the amount of hard work that the SNP MPs actually do day to day. And I think a lot of people now in Scotland are waking up to the fact that, okay, I haven't maybe voted SNP in the past, but I've observed so much more of what they've actually done of being good constituency members of Parliament for their constituents. And that's always rewarded. And I wouldn't be surprised, for example, if Ian Murray, he always gets a very good feedback for being a very good constituency. If that's the case, he's entitled to win.
I've no quibble about that. If he's a good man for the constituents, indeed.
That's his job.
Yeah, but when you've got people like Kirsten here,
Didn't know how to vote in Brexit. Didn't know how to vote in Brexit. She said it was too confusing. Sorry, Kirsten. It's either we stay or we go. And the second thing is, she then campaigned saying that it was a detrimental effect on soft fruit farmers and vegetable growers, such as her father. But one of the things I've just noticed, I've just been wondering about the hall. Just make sure I'm not going to trip. We don't want a trip hazard. One of the things I've just noticed wandering about the hall is that as you go round, it's probably, without exaggerating, as you go round, easily 60-70% SNP candidates and assistants all the way round.
Aye.
The two Labour chaps that were standing at the door have just left, have just walked out the door. The Lib Dem contingency, I say contingency, there was 4 of them. They are actually on the other side of the curtain. Outside at the entrance part. So there's 2 things about that. First could be that they don't want to be overheard because they're all on their phones. It's quite awkward seeing 4 people standing together, each on a phone. But the second part of it could be that they're having to make, to somebody, don't know who, explanations as to why it's gone so badly. And I don't see their faces with any form of exhilaration or happiness when they're on those phones.
No, it's a tsunami.
It's a tsunami.
I'm looking at the pictures on the screen. There's a big screen in front of us, folks. We'll turn the cameras later when we get a chance. But even the people in there, you can tell the parties that have lost heavily or are fearing the worst once the votes come in.
I'll tell you who's lost the most heavily today is impoverished children, those requiring food banks, OAPs, and actually anybody who's got less than £1 million in the bank has suffered today. And
let's not forget foreign European nationals.
European nationals who can't vote. I think there's 2 things going to come out of this election, and they'll come out pretty quickly, is that the Tories' austerity measures will actually increase. They'll turn the screw significantly. The second thing being that you will definitely see 3 areas of England where the NHS is, quote, unsustainable. And this goes back to Tory manifesto and policies decades old.
And you know, just one bit of feedback from the chat room. Steve Callaghan said that I will not go into the family arrangement of known, but Rise wasn't voting for Labour. Just Boyd thinks Cat Boyd is a fake. But Jonathan Shafi was voting SNP.
He was,
I think Cat Boyd would seem to be a lone wolf there.
Indeed. Jonathan Shafi, I've had issues with him. He's been a big Corbynite on Twitter.
Yep.
But today he just came out and says, no, today I'll be voting SNP.
But it's much the same as most political movements in Scotland on the pro-yes side have said, look, lend your vote. The Hope Over Fear campaign and the team there, lend your vote to the SNP. All of the yes groups, which are non-party political, lend your vote to the SNP.
Correct.
The bit that was bizarre was Cat Boyd, who's often seen as the leader of Rise, which, I'm actually not sure who is leading Rise now. It's not exactly pushing itself, but there's 2 things about Rise again. One is that they are definitely a danger in terms of splitting the vote. Not a danger in real terms, but they're also, frankly, pro-Labour. And anybody that wants to deny that, I'm happy to debate.
No, I'm totally with you on that. From what I'm reading on Cat Boyd's Twitter feed, it's total. Corbyn.
Yeah.
I mean, she's got a loving with the guy.
Yeah. A lot of the likes, I think I counted about 30 odd likes of the Labour material that was going out. I had a look through her account last night. An awful lot of likes, not as many retweets to be fair, but most of it was likes of Labour Party stuff that's going out.
We've just got Hamza Yousaf's come in. He's doing a bit to camera.
All right, we'll try and see if we can get Hamza for a chat and other people. We'll see if we can get him over.
But he's with STV just now. We'll try and get him over for you guys.
I'll get him over for a second. We'll go and see if he's up for a chat.
If John goes over, I'll keep the thing going. It's incredibly busy. We've got all the cameras around us. It's just a hive of activity. There's a lot of sad faces, and the SNP seem to be jubilant. We're quite distant from the main arena. We're right at the back of the media section. and we're just getting interrupted by Sky behind us, big corporations. God, get lost. But it's very exciting, and of course, this is an election not just for a normal general election. We're coming up to Christmas, and this was a Brexit election. More than that, in Scotland, it was an independence referendum election as well. And by all accounts, if this stays the way it is, if these numbers are to be believed, man, it seems it's all systems go. It's going to be all change in Scotland. But we'll have to wait and see how that develops. We're trying to get John's going to try and go over and get Hamza Yusuf over for a chat, but he's a bit busy just now. But we might get him over in a minute or two. I wish I could just turn it. I'm wired up completely, but if I can turn the camera around, I can maybe show you what's happening. I can do it. 2 seconds.
Back.
Have a look at your screen.
Okay, I'm
we're
back. Nori.
Yeah, Kev.
I couldn't actually interrupt you earlier on, but I actually noticed a problem.
Right.
And I was down to go, guys, could you stop for a second? I need
We're
to
in
fix
full
them."
flow. We couldn't. It was.
I know, I didn't want
We're still bamboozled by these numbers, Kev. Of course, it's just an exit poll, but they look very strong.
Yeah.
Independence movement. I was going to try and get Hamza over in a minute.
Hamza Yusuf, yeah.
If he wants to.
Okay. All right. So if I do a 1 2 test, Nori, and you do a wee 1 2 1 2 test.
1 2 test. 1 2 test.
You're a bit low.
Is that any better?
No.
Oh,
That's better. Okay.
because I'm looking down on it.
Yeah. So if you look at me, say a few sweet
Kev,
things.
let's be going. It looks a very busy place.
Okay. Another few words, Nori.
We're just looking at the exit polls again. They haven't moved at all. We're getting less of. She's on. I think it's STV.
She's got a big happy smiley face.
Sorry folks, we're just doing a little test here in the audio, but you're still sounding pretty low.
Pretty low.
Why?
It's falling off,
It's falling off. Nori didn't notice his mic.
It's fallen
It's
off.
falling off. Right, I'll tell you what, I'll do
I'll
it.
just hold it. I'll hold it.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it.
You always nip me.
Okay. Oops. This is giving feedback.
I know. I'll do it.
That's not good. Okay, folks, we've got a dodgy. Right, try that again.
Okay, how's that, Kev? That seems to be a lot better in my earphones.
Yeah, I think that.
Okay, we'll stick with that.
I think that other mic's gubbed,
Kaput.
as they say in the trade.
Right, I'm going to put this up
Gubbed
here
mic.
somewhere.
Okay.
Right, that's us.
Right, that's a bit better.
I'll keep an eye on my mic. My
Right.
mic. There's a bit of delay
Right.
on it, isn't there?
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Right.
So, yeah. Sounds as if you were having a good conversation.
Well, we're just looking at the exit polls again, and they're mulling over them everywhere. It's a pity we couldn't pan the camera around so you could see everything, but we'll maybe do that later on.
You get your mic too far down.
But we told it up there, Kev.
I don't know. Nice look.
I've got a deeper voice than you.
Alright, okay. But I'm looking at that.
Aye, but mine's look
Yeah.
at my eye levels. Look.
I'll put you up a bit. Okay, on you go. Say something.
Right. We're looking at the busybodies all around the arena. It's looking as if
Keep talking. I am listening.
the boxes are coming in thick and fast. They're moving really quick. We could get a shout out quite soon, actually.
Well, we've
Got
got
the piles of boxes and setting up.
we've got an audio feed, folks. Right. So when they start announcing from the stage,
Yeah,
we can take it the audio feed straight from it, and
Pull straight back in.
we'll zoom in.
It's very difficult to give a running commentary on it because things are happening all over the place. We can only go at this point with these exit polls, which look very strong, and I'm sure you'll be watching them on the BBC if you get a chance. But stick with us because this is at the count action going to you live, and you can't get it better than this. This could be one of those historic days, Kev. Where was it on this day? You'll be saying in 10 years' time. It looks like it could be one of those nights.
Do you know? Still getting echo, Nori.
I know, that's why I took my earphones off.
I see you have a spare point. May I borrow it for an hour?
Plug.
For your
Crawl under your feet.
Oh, the socket?
It's okay, aye.
Aye.
Yeah, just go round
Fill
the,
your boots, man.
round the other side, pal.
Thank you very much.
See if you go round here. Take your stuff right round here. We'll give you a.
Thank you. Here we go.
This is just
Hold on, there we go.
giving a nice person some power.
Thank you very much.
So there we go.
Okay.
Oh, we've got Hamza Yusuf walking about. We might catch him in a minute. There's other SNP candidates walking about. Alison Thulis is going to be here. Chris Stevens is in the area as well.
I'll tell you what. Let's see what the BBC's got going, and it's RSS feed. I've got to take these headphones off. It's just
I know,
so
they're
distracting.
killing me.
Let's see if the BBC have got anything happening. And
What's it saying on that screen, Kev? BBC.
okay, let me zoom in and we'll check it out.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to zoom into the big screen, folks.
To see what these results really are.
Still broadcasting.
Yeah, Kev's just doing a bit to camera. He'll be coming off soon. We're taking the headphones off. They give us too much feedback.
Yeah.
Oh, what's it say? Glasses.
So that's exit polls.
That's the exit polls we saw.
Jeez,
Farage, we've taken Labour votes in North and Midlands.
that's a shit. It really is.
Where's my glasses? Who's got them?
You got a microphone there?
I've got it on. Just looking for my glasses, or I'll lose
I was
them.
going to read some comments. Okay, looking at the comments here, Karen Kelly says BBC have just said Joanna Cherry is in trouble. Hope that is wrong. Jane Carlton must have been from an earlier comment. Whoa, we're getting some feedback here.
Yeah,
right.
keep the mic away from the...
Nicola Sturgeon is up front and doesn't avoid questions, let's face it. She's the only politician I've ever heard speaking that answers what she is asked and means what she says. She's a fighter. And a trust in the SNP. Karen Kelly, Jo Swinson predicted to lose her seat to the SNP. I certainly hope so. Get rid of her from my seat. And then Sandra Culbus. Hi Sandra. Sandra agrees. Hope so too. Hope we've got sound back now, Francisco. We can hear it. Okay, Dave. I hope we've got sound. Welcome to Scotland. This is from Sharon Burns, but this again reinforces how different both countries are. Let England keep their Tory government time to break the unicorn's chain. Fully agreed. Karen Kelly, good news. Hanvey looks set to be elected. So that's was that Hanvey's? Is it not? That's Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy, isn't it?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
The guy that got
Orkney could be a surprise. Now Orkney could be surprised. Now that's just what we were talking about before with Shetland as well.
Have you seen some of these exit polls?
Sandra said
Predictions.
bloody BBC saying no indie ref as Boris said no. Same old. And Michelle Boyd, hope this poll is correct. And June Rooney Johnson, let's hope that Nicola now goes for the jugular right away. Well, she certainly said that she would be calling for the mandate before the end of the year, so you can expect that to be coming very quickly. It needs to be demanded, and once it's rejected, then we can start taking the other course of action, which I feel they've been keeping the cards close to the chest, and we really need to keep the faith, for the simple reason there are so many different things that we can do because of our own constitution, which obviously goes back to the Declaration of Arbroath, the claim of right. There are so many things that we've got lined up, and when the right time comes, we'll put those ducks into the right place. I'm chatting away. There's a mic. There's a mic down on the deck there. Don't know if that's... Oh, right. You're looking for spectacles?
Yeah.
Borrow mine a second, see if they're any good.
No, I need one.
Right, Norrie's busy searching around for his specs, and we're all looking around here. Anyway, this is what it is about live stream radio. I hope you're enjoying it. I was just outside for a quick break, and I spoke to a girl who was here for the media. She's in media training at uni, and delighted to hear about what we were doing, and we'll come over and maybe have a chat with us of what we're doing here, and would like the students to be involved as well.
Speaking with her as well.
Kevin was speaking with her as well. Really interesting.
Yeah, she's it's okay. I've got one.
All right.
So she's at, I think it's Cardonald College, Glasgow, something like that. And so she'll be up with our teacher to see us and some people to talk to us. That'd be really interesting, if get some involvement from some of those students.
Because sometimes we're flying by the seats of our pants, and
yeah, that's for sure.
Good fun.
It's we just need so much, more people to get involved. Don't we?
Yeah,
it's so tough.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Excuse me, there's stuff coming through.
There's an announcement from the stage.
Okay, with that.
The count.
Okay, I think that might have been a false start.
Yeah. I thought that's far too early. Surely. Okay. There's nothing from the TV that's been shown anyway. Sorry, we just got excited a moment. I thought that there was going to be a count, because I'm busy looking across the hall here, the ginormous hall in the Scottish Exhibition Centre.
It is weird having an election at this time of year, isn't it?
Yeah. It
Santa
was
hats.
To be honest, it was. Oh, I know. Well, I was driving around with a Santa hat in the car, blasting the message out. But I must admit, I didn't enjoy it because, the weather, leafleting, and chap indoors talking to people in a cold winter night. It's really hard work, and I usually enjoy leafleting, but I couldn't wait for my leaflets. The last letterboxes, please hurry up. I want to get back in the warmth. But everyone's out there and putting the effort in to get the message out.
Good. I mean, that's what it takes ultimately, is hard work down the streets.
Yeah.
We did speak earlier about television interviews and television debates, but ultimately it's that contact you get with them, the people who get their say to you. And it's that's what works, and that's what I think the other parties have failed on.
Oh, aye.
Because I have never, apart from the Tories in my area, I haven't seen anyone. And SNP have been round twice.
Yeah.
And Hamilton, Larkhall, it's a big area to cover.
Yeah.
And fingers crossed for it.
And even today, someone came to our door to check that, because we're down as actually voters, to come out. Had we been out to vote? So Sandra said but we also got a phone call. So not only did someone come to the door, someone actually phoned. Wow. So that's how you get the vote out and make sure someone. And because if anyone hadn't been out and they've got maybe a disability or a problem, then they would have got a lift. Someone would have been called upon to give them a lift to the polling station.
Well, we got a chap come round today, and he says, and he had SNP big yellow cagoule on. I says, how are you doing, mate? He says, look, I've got you down as a possible SNP vote. Do you need a lift? He says, no, mate, I was down at 9 o'clock. He goes, brilliant. She started chatting to me. I said, look, don't chat to me in the doors, go round everybody.
Yeah.
I can tell you, round the street, it's really, really chocker SNP, and it's quite a leafy part of Hamilton. And away he trotted, and I seen him coming back down with an old wifey all the way around. But I did hear a story.
An announcement.
Oh, we've got an announcement coming.
Down in Heiston in Sunderland.
Oh, it's in Sunderland.
Sunderland. Oh, Brexit territory.
Bridget Phillipson elected majority. Who's that?
Can't read that. I wish I had my specs.
Labour. Is that Labour? Unfortunately, our camera isn't, so...
Sorry?
We don't have a camera up to see the big
We don't
screen.
get the RSS feed going through.
It's... I'll get the BBC feed up. It might tell us something.
So that looks like Labour has won or held on to Sunderland South, Horton and Sunderland South. Obviously really looking forward to the first Scottish results coming through.
The first Scottish one indeed.
Yeah. But as we look at, we're in the one of the main halls in the Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre, and looking around it is just chock-a-block with people doing the counts, doing the counting, but also you get invigilators, representative branches. I don't know if anyone's not been to a count before, but if they haven't been, what basically happens is you get members of different parties standing around watching the counters. The counters are usually shifting the papers and turning them over very quickly indeed, but what you're trying to do is you get a sheet of paper and knock off a block of maybe every time you see a vote for a party, you do a wee tick and then make it in lists of usually 5 or 10. What's this?
Labour have got 2 seats.
In England.
Yeah.
I've just noticed, Ray, they're still emptying the postal votes on this side.
Yeah, there's still postal votes are being emptied out over here.
Still a long way to go in this one.
Geez, Labour are down 18%.
So we went through a little briefing before the start of the event from the press officer, and he was saying that back until I think it was Monday or Tuesday, Glasgow found that there were about 5,000 postal votes short from what had gone out. So that's when they put out social media calls. If anyone had a postal vote and they hadn't used it, then to just go to a polling station and put your vote in there. So he said it seems to have worked. There was also one report from Glasgow Central of someone done for impersonation, and 2 possible other reports from elsewhere. I can't understand why someone would try that.
But they got caught anyway.
They got caught. So that was from the press briefing that we had earlier on. Nice to see a few well-known faces from the mainstream media there and around us, behind us.
To the right.
Yeah.
Sky, where were
Yeah, where's Sky gone? No, they're still there. They're still there with the camera, but
maybe they're
moving around and having a few interviews. I was actually along here today tonight to get content for the IndyPram podcast for next week. So I'm hoping to collar a few people and have a chat and get their thoughts, especially once the results start coming out for Scotland, and that will be for you to listen to next Monday at 10 o'clock and Wednesday at 7 o'clock for the IndyPram podcast.
And I've got, I'm going to try and get some paper. Believe it or not, I've got about 10 notepads in the house, and I didn't take any of them with me today. So I'm going to try and borrow some paper to take some notes, because I've got an article going in for next month, and it'll be on this election. So I'm really want to take notes while I'm here. It's just the drama of it all. It's
there's a result through Blythe Valley, and it's Tories. It's 5.
Oh, look at the Labour drop.
Swing to them. Labour have dropped 15% in that one.
Wow. Is there a Brexit party?
From Labour, so that's a gain from Labour.
Are the Brexit party are competing in that one? Did they take votes off them?
Let's see, Brexit plus 8.3%.
Brexit. Wow. Brexit party doing well.
Yeah. 0.7%. Green 0.
They've hemorrhaged. That vote is hemorrhaged.
It's been interesting, the fact that it's actually probably been favourable for Eastern Barnshire. The fact that Joe Swinson has been seen so much on television, that the reports from down south, the more people see of her, they've gone off her.
But
so
Ray,
I think Joe Swinson's lost
the
Lib Dems their vote, and hopefully they lost their seat.
Now, Ray, she was. You didn't know what accent she was using half the time when she was speaking to people. She had this convoluted Scottish, West Country, then it was a London accent all mixed into one. Would the real Joe Swinson please stand up?
Aye. I know.
Do you think she does that for the English audience? They couldn't understand her Scottish accent?
I think she's trying to maybe make herself clearly understood, but obviously she's been living down south for years now. She lived in Bath, in Avon, for many years. She now lives in Wiltshire.
She doesn't live in Eastern Barnshire.
Well, she's got a house in there's a house she's rented in Bearsden.
It's Houghton in Sunderland South.
But Labour are losing a lot of stuff.
Labour are hemorrhaging in the traditional heartlands. The mines and the steelworks gone.
Yeah.
Tory taken over.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter. This is what we were talking about before, about where I felt Brexit would be a turning point for the political interest in England, that they would actually wake up and smell the roses. They have gone completely the opposite direction, where they can actually cut your own throat. When the industries, even your local industries, your local businesses, are floundering left, right and centre, or going to the wall. Because I can tell you one thing that'll go for sure with Brexit. You can kiss goodbye to Nissan at Sunderland.
I know.
They'll shift to the Europe.
Shifted as well. They're just a bit gone.
Yeah.
Honda's left from Swindon.
Yeah. So, the writing has been on the wall, and it should have been a wake-up call, even for the people in Sunderland. You're going to lose your jobs if you vote for a Brexit supporting party.
Do you know the problem, I think, Ray, with the countries in the north of England? When you get to Scotland, we've got Edinburgh, Holyrood to look at. They've got a long way to look at for Westminster. And Westminster does nothing for them. But they don't see that, and they've got to blame somebody. Because when you go through the north of England, it's decimated council houses, broken windows, kids running about. It's like something from the 1950s. Mm-hmm. Seriously.
I know.
It's. We used to say Beirut was a bad place to be. Beirut would be ultimately better than Sunderland, parts of Sunderland. But they want to have somebody to blame. Unemployment's sky high.
Yeah.
Austerities.
Europe.
Yeah, and we've seen the Ken Loach film, exactly how he portrayed it, and he just skimmed the top of the system there. There's worse happenings in that out in real life than there is in a Ken Loach film.
I wonder how long it'll take before Jeremy Corbyn resigns. Do you think how many? Do you think
He'll be forced out. He'll be forced out.
It'll be on this morning.
He'll be forced out. He'll be forced out.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, he was in borrowed time before this election,
yeah.
And Jeremy Corbyn. That era's gone. That is.
All those folks singing at Glastonbury, I bet they weren't singing it now.
No, I'm telling you. But if you can't make your mind up on a big issue like Brexit, you're between a rock and a hard place.
Especially when he turned around and said he would be neutral. And yet he's a Brexit supporter. Everyone knows he's a Brexit supporter, and he turned around and said he'd be neutral.
Yes.
That indecisiveness is not what you want in a leader.
No,
you want
But equally, having said all that, you don't want a leader who hides away from an interview. What's he going to be like when he's getting challenged by the European partners to get a good deal for Brexit? Yeah. He's going to run into a fridge, is he?
Do you actually think Johnson getting elected will be good for Scottish independence? Because it's actually going to move things a lot quicker. Because this is what Nicola said, that this election was about stopping Brexit for Scotland and getting our voice heard, and us taking action. And I think if it had been a case of Corbyn, it would have even stretched out even longer, because then you've got new withdrawal agreements to go in. Johnson is going to come in with this one, which is really bad for Scotland. Well, any Brexit deal, any Brexit, soft or hard, was going to be bad for Scotland. But the fact now we're going to have a border down the Irish Sea, the effects for Northern Ireland to that, because there was a poll a couple of weeks ago showed more than 50% in Northern Ireland across the board were in favour of unification.
Listen,
if he thinks this is he's won tonight, this is just the start of Boris Johnson's problems, effectively. He'll have a Scottish question to deal with, and there's no point in saying, well, once in a generation, that will not wash anymore. That's just a soundbite, and soundbites are good for the English electorate, but the Scottish electorate are much more educated.
He is going to have to face reality.
The second thing is, Scotland has never liked the fact that a Tory, somebody of high power, who thinks he's got a right to govern you. That just rubs us up the wrong way. It doesn't seem to, in England, they seem to have a sense of deference to people who go to Eton and Oxford and Cambridge. In Scotland, we see it as a I don't know, we just don't see it as something that we're all part of. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's an elite,
Yeah.
and we know he's an elite.
Well, it's different. This is where I feel different myself, because I've lived in Scotland now for over 40 years, but I'm still English, but an English Scot. And
you've not done a Joe Swinson trying to imitate an accent.
No, it's a Scouse. Well, in fact, it's actually a softened off Scouse, because I also lived in Worcestershire for 7 years.
No, it's not. It's not softened. It's a Scouse accent.
And then I lived in I lived in Tory area in Tor Bay for a short time. My family moved there, and then I lived in South Wales before I moved to Scotland. I think, in fact, South Wales was the lesson for me, because in South Wales there was poverty, there was the coal industry dying on its feet, there was a steel industry dying on its feet, and what were all these folk doing? They were voting Labour. And I moved up to Scotland because I met Sandra, and I came up to Scotland and I saw the same thing happening. Coal industry is decimated, steel industry is decimated, shipbuilding industry decimated, and folk were still voting Labour. I thought, for crying out, Scotland, I'm English, so I cannot have, it's impossible for me to have the Scottish cringe. I thought, why are these people continuing to vote for a party that is just taking them for a ride?
Well, two things have happened. The Assembly's taken root, and we've had the Scottish Parliament. Adam Price has come on a big chunk on these debates. He's really put out the message for Welsh independence, and he's got good ideas as well. He's a very good speaker, very articulate, and I'm wondering, there's nothing up on the screen about Wales as yet. Plaid aren't up there, but I just wonder how much of an inroad they've made.
It'd be really good. It would be phenomenal to see Plaid getting more than, I think it's 4 seats that they've got at the present time.
But the thing is, Ray, they made an alliance with the Liberals and the Greens. I cannot. Do you think that was a bad mistake?
I would think that was a terrible mistake. I think it was a shocking mistake. I could see the point why they were doing it, but the motive was completely wrong, because they should have just forced on their own platform. If
you fall by that, at least you try.
Yeah, because for example, now we've got another general election.
Aye.
So, why did they stand by in that by-election?
Well, it may have been because they're a bit like the Green Party. They'll fight for the Assembly more because they've got more. They haven't got as much money as the bigger parties. I mean, to campaign on that scale against Labour and the Tories, who can put loads of people in. But for the Welsh Assembly, on local issues, they've got a great chance, just like the Greens, and because of the proportional system as well, they've got a better chance. The first past the post system really hampers them, doesn't it?
Yeah, but also you've got to take into account South Wales is the engine room of Wales, whereas North Wales is more tourism and local industries, farming in Mid Wales, West Wales, whereas the actual driven anchor of industry is in South Wales, or should we say South East Wales. Now, what's going to be in South Wales? There is a lot of English who move there.
Yeah, I know.
I know all about that.
Yeah.
Well, so that's the difficulty that Plaid is going to have, is conversing English Welsh.
Yeah,
correct.
To actually.
But one of the things I was really impressed with, John, from Adam Price was he says he's going to build a railway that doesn't zigzag through another country to get to the top, and he's going to go right through. Perhaps he'll make a backbone, a spine for Wales, so that the top and the bottom can know what they're doing.
Well, they could do that up from Swansea up to Aberystwyth, and then straight up towards.
The problem is if you go to the coastal areas of Wales, Aberystwyth, Pennell, McCuncliffe, all these areas. My parents live there. There's an awful lot of people moved there who have bought holiday houses for really cheap money. They don't live there, and then they're renting them out through Airbnb type schemes. But they've got a double vote going on, and that came about during the Brexit vote. There's an awful lot of hard right wing. I don't know how it came about. People who live on the border area of Wales, but also in the coastal area. And I think there needs to be a realisation that whether people think electoral fraud is happening or not, I'll make the statement now it's happening. And you've got idiots like Jackson Carlo is on Twitter today, not only showing his postal vote going through the post on the 24th of November, but showing his actual vote walking in the door. Now, it might be a publicity stunt,
it might be.
But for an elected official, it's a really ridiculous stunt.
Nicola tweeted, "Oh dear."
The other thing I was just going to mention is an awful lot of talk from Labour people about, the best traditions of Labour. What was Scottish Labour set up for Donald Dewar? These are going on now, and why they're mentioning it, I'm going to make a guess, is that Richard Leonard is not exactly a strong advocate for the Scottish Parliament. He's an advocate for UK Labour. And bringing Jeremy Corbyn up to help with the Scottish vote, to me, demonstrates a weakness in Scottish Labour.
Well, it showed. If I can just get there, just because I can't hear me at home, it showed just how much of a branch manager he really is. When they came to just outside Cambus Lang, and Jeremy Corbyn was in front of him, and the cameras all covered around Jeremy Corbyn. Richard Leonard couldn't get in.
I remember being in a fantastic bar in Glasgow. I won't do any advertising generally, but it's called West. And I got a phone call from a friend to say, "Did you know what's going on outside?" This is about a year ago. Jeremy Corbyn's arrived in Glasgow Green, and it was like, okay, I can't see him. Now the problem with Glasgow Green is it's a big area. But he was apparently down to the right hand side near the main road, near the Clyde I suppose, and there were 10 people there. And the campaign manager guy who was meant to be there building it up was actually at the fort doing some shopping, and got a phone call to say, "Where are you and why aren't you here?" And his reply was, "Well, I didn't know what time he'd be arriving at, you never told me what was happening." And the reply to him was, "Well, you're the campaign manager." So I think it's probably accurate to say that whether you talk about Scottish Labour or Labour generally, they are an ineffective mess. And your vote for Labour today, if you voted for them, I'm actually going to be really controversial and say whether you voted down south for them or up here for them, waste of time. And I've got a lot of time for the Jeremy Corbyn socialist principles and John McDonnell, and in theory a lot of them are quite good. Some of them are questionable on the numbers in some ways, but let's be honest. Let's be honest. You'd vote for the devil before you'd vote for Tories. So, if I was down south, how would I vote? It's a tough gig. It really is. And I'll tell you what, I'm glad to be in Scotland. And anybody that wants to come here, and I don't care where you're from, we're all going the same direction. We can all vote the same way.
From Sandra Culbert, the police have opened a ballot box in Paisley, taken away a ballot paper for forensic testing. Seems someone turned up to vote and they were told they'd already voted. Well, that actually happened to the secretary, the wife of the secretary. She's the secretary now of my branch. In the last election, she turned up and was told, "Oh, you've already voted." And her husband was actually on outside officiating, doing the meet and greet. When she turned up to go to vote, she was told she'd already voted. That was in 2017.
Unbelievable.
So that's happened in Paisley.
Wow. There's quite a few coming in, isn't there?
Yeah. Nick Eardley, Edinburgh South, which was Labour's safest seat. Oh, why? That's Ian
Murray.
Is tight at the moment.
Oh. Who's against him? Do we know? It's kind of an unknown quantity for the SNP. It was a kind of paper candidate almost. He's very popular.
Well, there's a few people that have appeared that people didn't know before because some haven't stood that previously. Others have. For example, in Eastern Bartonshire, it's Amy Callaghan.
Yeah, we didn't know her before this.
Yeah.
But we do now, don't we?
We do now, yeah. Nessie apparently is called the PDSA. Her lock is just about to be polluted by Ruth. Thank you, Ellie. Nice one.
There's going to be all kinds of Nessie jokes, isn't there, if this vote holds out?
Yeah. We've got James saying watch the echo and feedback, so I think we've sorted that. We had a pair of headphones sitting there. Sorry about that.
Kev, they're complaining again.
Peston this is from Karen Kelly. Peston looks as though the SNP share of the vote in Scotland could be around 50%.
Wow,
that is a genuine landslide territory, and means Nicola Sturgeon will insist she has a clear mandate for a second independence referendum. 50%. My God, they were talking about just over 40%.
Yes,
40 was it 42%?
And that would get you a lot more seats, but 50% almost clears the boards.
Correct.
If that is the case, those figures are not far off.
Yeah. Anyway, keep your comments all coming in.
Yeah, sure. And I'm still going to try and find my glasses.
Right.
I think Ray's got them in his pocket somewhere. I'm not sure.
No, I haven't. Oh, here they are. For goodness sake, I was joking. I put my hand. I do apologise. Obviously,
this is a Boris Johnson thing. Put the phone in the boy's pocket. Puts it in his pocket.
Obviously, when I was popping outside, I picked yours up instead of mine.
Just check where they are.
Yeah.
No, these are.
Oh.
Are they?
Oh no, that's yours. That's yours. That's mine. No,
you've been mine.
No, I've been. See, if you put them on, when I said try mine, you would have said, yeah, these are as good as mine.
Bit of chumps. Oh man, if it can, I got to laugh. Sorry about this, folks. It's just a pair of glasses gone missing.
I can see you now. I'm straining. I'm using yours. I'm straining to read the figures when the results come through. I'm thinking I can't read that.
I can't do this live stuff, man. Right, you hold on to that. I want to stop laughing.
Anyway, the next thing we're going to look forward to, maybe. I know, trying to bring some professionalism back. The next thing we're going to look at is the strong potential for most social media in Scotland to be asking Ruth, when's the big swim?
So we can not watch it.
So we can not watch it. Actually, we were up in Loch Ness some time ago, beautiful as you know, really picturesque. I don't know if I'd swim in it, it's pretty cold, but I think if you're going to say you're going to do something,
you've got to do it, man.
You've got to do it. I said I'd come here and eat fruit and talk nonsense, and I've fulfilled all of those promises.
But John, she never resigned when
she's taken a back seat from politics by trying to be the leader of the Conservatives. That's what's come out. Yeah. Take a back seat.
She said she would come back after the child.
Exit polls are suggesting the Lib Dems will lose all their seats
in Scotland,
including Orkney.
Really? Exit polls reporting the loss of all the seats. Wow!
This is a tsunami.
That is phenomenal. My goodness me. No wonder Jo Swinson was looking miserable as sin this morning.
She'll resign. She's got to go.
Yeah.
That party's in turmoil, isn't it?
Yeah. Poor Chukwuemeka.
He's a curse, isn't he?
Oh dear me.
He jumped from one sinking ship to another sinking ship.
Yeah.
But it's all about remaining in power, remaining in politics in some way. And everybody tried to gather around the right thing to do. This is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Actually, the people had a different idea to you. And it's unbelievable. I still can't quite believe how England's gone.
I'm so grateful I live in Scotland.
Well, I think John says it. We've got a choice. We've got a better choice.
A legitimate choice.
A
false choice. Which
exactly.
Unfortunately, what you've got with Labour is a false choice.
A false choice, indeed.
It's really quite poor.
Yeah.
And there's Douglas Alexander chewing his top lip. Oh, he doesn't look happy, does he? He's trying to talk his way out of it.
Was he standing again?
No. He'd be against Mary Black.
Yeah, no.
He wouldn't dare.
He wouldn't take it.
He wouldn't dare.
No.
Jim Murphy wouldn't come back either. I don't think.
No.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
I spoke to him once. I was going to a rally at George Square, and I had my English Scots for yes poster. So he's there at a wee stand by Buchanan Steps. So that's what really counts us as Jim. So he just laughed. And
did he?
Yeah.
Coming back from IndyLive Studios, I nearly got ran over on the not the Swinky Bridge, but the other bridge. You know, it's got the triangles going through it.
Yeah.
Patrick Harvey on a bike nearly ran me over.
Really?
And I thought, "Oh, Patrick," and he goes, "Sorry." I thought, "Well, at least you're on a bike. You know, you're a green and you're on a bike. So fair play to him, you know." But close call with a politician, that one.
Yeah.
The one I'm looking forward to out of this lot is Alison Thulis.
Yeah.
Only because I went to university with Alison.
Oh, right.
At Aberdeen University.
Yeah.
And she was always destined to be an SNP, MP or MSP.
Yeah.
She was just so into the party, into the politics, and she's got a heart of gold. She's got a forensic mind, and she deserves all she gets.
Yeah.
She really does. And she's a great constituency MP.
And she's superb in Westminster
And
as
she
well.
is.
Yeah.
And, you know, if it wasn't for her, the rape clause would never been identified. But she looked through all the papers and found out that, wait a minute, what if? And it stuck. The rape clause stuck.
Yeah.
And they tried to say, oh, it's not a rape clause, it's not this, but it's stuck.
Yeah.
And that's a good politician when you can get that to stick.
Yeah.
And get people to listen to you.
I thought I saw Laura Koonsberg for a moment.
Oh, she won't be here. No. Actually, it
was a look-alike.
Whoa, are we off, Kev?
Double take there.
So we're not on.
We're not on. Right, I'm going to have a fag.
I'm going to have a read. My glasses. Oh, there's Ross Greer. What's he saying?
Oh, there's Ross. He's at the BBC today, and then he's going to the Count in Bishopbriggs.
Oh, of course, aye.
Bishop put a leaflet through my door, so I went to the door, opened it. Ross, get in! Come on in! And I gave him a bloody 1-2 about them standing. He lives 2 roads away from me.
Oh, does he?
He's going to do a podcast with me.
Oh, brilliant! He's a good lad to. I like him. He's wanted to be a Church of Scotland minister.
Oh, I did that podcast from the Church, the Justice Group. Did you not listen to it?
I've not listened to them all, but
the Justice Group, Justice and Peace Group. It's 3 churches in Bearsden got together, had a meeting. Jam-packed. Sandra Lewis is a community magazine. So I went down and I said to them, "Could I record it?" And Ross turned around and said, "Yeah, that's fine." Well, Tory hung himself. He was talking away. He said, "Put your hand." It was Maurice Curry.
Oh yeah, he was in the Flamingo.
Put your hand up if you support the armed forces. There must be more. Come on, there must be more than that. So I copied and pasted that.
Brilliant.
There must be more twice. So it comes over in the podcast.
Good work, good work, man.
There must be more than that. There must be more than that.
Oh, look at Tony, look at her face. Look, Mrs. Tony. That's lovely, isn't it? She's a lovely story as well. She really is.
Why have you lost the stream?
Stream's still going.
Oh, it's still going.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, I never stopped. You're still live with the audio.
For goodness sake,
so what's your P's and Q's?
I forgot to say, I said there's loads of stories. I think I'll have another bit of fruit. I've got my glasses back, that's a bonus. What do you think, Kev?
Alright, go for it.
What do you think?
So far with this?
You can tell by the faces, there's a lot of disappointment in the faces, isn't there? It's
I mean, it's
and the count's not been done yet. It's not finished.
the exit polls, how much to go on them, but if it was to be replicated, it's a pretty bleak night for Labour.
It's a bleak, for Britain actually, it's a bleak night, because we've got Boris Johnson returned with a thumping majority. Thumping majority.
Is that the right one?
Is that, I don't know. Thumping majority.
That's the right one.
And so we're really worried what's going to happen next with Boris Johnson. First thing, Kev, Kev, we have to be aware is that it could quite easily close Holyrood at a stroke.
Well, this is true, yeah.
That's still in the cards, remember. Yeah. There's a hub being built in Edinburgh.
That's right, for the British state.
For the British state to rule over Scotland. Yeah. And, this is worrying times. If we don't get our act together...
There's Michelle Thompson.
She's on. This is a BBC feed we're watching now.
Yeah.
She looks...
BBC feed where cameras pointed at that big screen.
I thought you had RSS.
No, that's it there. We've got.
It's pretty poor though.
From the hall, but that will only kick in when they've actually got announcements.
Right. There's no SNP seats been declared yet. Labour have got 4. Greens have got 1, have they?
Greens have got none.
Yeah, I wonder if that's Lucas. And Plaid Cymru have got. Oh, they've got none.
I'll check.
We're just going to check all the results coming in.
Only Labour have got 2, Tories.
Early days, of course, but Labour have got Labour behind as yet.
So you're enjoying your night out, Norrie?
Oh, me and you, Kev. Usually it's a beer we've got, but tonight it's just water. Water and a lot of. We'll remember this night, Kev, if the result goes our way.
This is true.
I'll be absolutely amazed if it does go through 55. They'll be dancing in the streets of everywhere.
55. Oh, it's so tight though.
But who do you think is going to lose their seats? What SNP? What ones are going to?
I don't know. I've got no idea.
They're saying Orkney's going to
Orkney,
SNP.
That'll be a big shot. That'll be a big shot.
Alistair Jack, Secretary of State for Scotland.
Yeah.
Will he get back in? Don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But Ian Murray looks like his.
Finally.
Well, no, his seat's on a knife edge.
Right.
We haven't got that yet. But we'll play it by ear. It's a busy place. I think I'm not sure when the first count will be. Maybe give it half an hour.
What time is it? 12:30. Really?
12:30. So we'll just wait and see. It'll be declared, and once it gets declared, we'll tell you. It's a pity we didn't have a bit of music to play.
I know. It's probably over on IndyLive.Radio. It's probably the boys are probably some good tunes.
I know, banging out some cracking tunes.
Good.
But tomorrow will be a fantastic day, I think.
Yeah.
And Kev, it makes it imperative, if there's 55, it makes it imperative, does it not, that local radio, internet radio, grassroots media has to get started in earnest.
Well, the great thing about IndyRef was that it's motivated and empowered a lot of people to get involved in doing different things.
Me?
And me definitely. Yeah. It's like, so that has got to be a good thing. People come out with a lot more different kind of skills and.
Aye. I've got I'm writing for a journal on the SNP magazine. I never thought I'd got them skills in my locker. But doing a radio show, you pick up so much information, you get a lot of feedback, good and bad, and you take it on board and you've got a bank full of knowledge.
Yeah, it's the people you meet, it's networking and
Absolutely, it is. And I wonder if we can get Patrick Grady, old friend of the station.
Yes.
He came in for an interview, remember? Yeah. I wonder if you'll come and speak to us after the count. It's going to be a busy night fighting for interviews, but we'll see what we can get.
Well, I like that. There's somebody with a cracking hat. I think we're going to have to zoom in on this hat. Give me a second.
Whereabouts? Where have you seen this hat?
Wait till you see this.
Is that a Santa hat? The Santa hat. He's going to try and zoom into a Santa hat, that's all it is. There you go.
Look at that hat.
That's on one of the cameras. She must be fair warm with that hat on.
Absolutely. How's that?
Bang on. She's just popped out of view.
Oh, she's gone.
She sat down.
Oh, she's back. There you go.
There she is.
That's the best hat we've seen tonight.
It is. There's people wearing their coats, there's people in t-shirts. Oh we're going to get a count.
Okay.
So
There's some
The
more
votes have
here.
been counted. We just got the declaration. I think they're going to check. This might be the first one in Scotland. It's a long night with these counts. You just have to be patient and wait for the people to do their jobs. Meanwhile, Kev should really crack a couple of jokes at this point to keep us all amused, but I think he's empty.
I'm so focused in and doing this stuff on top of carrying all that gear. Right, felt like about a mile to get up here. You know, from the SEC. The back entrance. I know. All the way up. To go all the way up the top of this massive big hall, to come all the way back up to the end of the hall.
Do you know what you should invest in? A wee barra.
Yeah.
A wee barra.
I totally agree.
Yeah, and then it can fold down and you can keep it in the IndyLive studio with all the other junk.
So much. What's going on here? Anything interesting?
No, but I heard a shout there.
Yes, it's done.
Where did the candidates stand? Where did they go?
Up the top of the hall.
So can we get a mobile camera and go down?
We don't need it because we're getting a feed from the camera. We're actually getting the BBC feed.
I know.
It's a BBC camera.
I know. We're jumping on top of this.
Apparently the BBC didn't want to use the SEC's box, right? So they put their box forward and everybody's getting a feed from their camera. Fine.
Don't know if that's them trying to flex their muscles, their media muscles.
They were just
you'll get ours
about the gear here, apparently.
Yeah, because we had a problem with the internet, but the Wi-Fi was problematic to begin with.
Yeah.
But because we were plugging in and not going Wi-Fi,
we got away with it, didn't we?
Yeah.
It did fail at one point. Actually, I noticed it.
Yeah, I know it dropped.
It dropped, but it came back on. Let's see. Anything else interesting happening?
I can't believe Ray put my glasses in his own pocket.
That's
Boris Johnson-esque, isn't it?
Keystone Cop stuff going on there. I was wondering why I couldn't see the screen. Your spits.
Don't start. It's Laurel and Hardy stuff, isn't it? It's just crazy.
So 4 seats have been declared.
I wonder what the actual turnout was today in Scotland. Must be huge.
See, the stories that I'm getting is that there's been a big turnout.
Aye. It wasn't Hamilton. Queues. Where did you vote, Kev?
Shawlands.
In Shawlands.
Yeah.
Who's your
Stuart McDonald.
All right.
So let's have a look.
That's the first time I've had to queue to get into a polling station.
That's something, isn't it? So Labour have got 3 at the moment.
Labour are still struggling.
Yeah.
But it's early days.
It's early days.
We'll find out.
I remember it was at the count. I was at the count in the velodrome, IndyRef, and Jonathan Shaffey, right, come up to me after the first, right. So Dr. Mark McNaught was there.
All right.
A lot of young activists were there, and
not so young now, are they?
no, but they're all doing political stuff. It's quite interesting.
It is. It's amazing.
But Jonathan come up to me. Right, he goes, "Click Manager's come in." Right, this is the first one, right? And he goes, "That's it. We've lost."
Aye.
The first one. And I was just laughing, going, "You gotta be kidding, man! You gotta be kidding! You know, it's the first announcement, first result."
But that was a banker.
Well, the thing was, the Radical Independence Campaign did a lot of door chapping and research into it, and that was supposed to be.
Well, you know, it's one of those things. Inverness, where I was at the time, they'd gone through the schemes, the places people don't vote, and got them all interested. And then we thought it's got to be a
there's got to be an Inverness yes. And they called it Inverness yes. When the votes came in, out the line areas in Dingwall and all the richer places said no, we're all right. And to be honest, Kev, at the time, a lot of the foreign nationals voted no as well for fear of getting chucked out of Europe. We now know how folly that was. Yeah. But we live and learn, don't we?
Absolutely.
What would you do if it was your family?
I would absolutely vote for the country where I stayed for their independence. No, that's what I would do, right? Without a doubt, if I lived in another country, right, and I had a family or not a family, and they were looking for independence, I'd sure as hell find out a bit of the politics, and I would vote for that country to be independent. That's what I would do, man.
But you're radical, Kev. You are radical.
That's what I would do. But apparently not everybody thinks that way.
No, it's past anyway. It's gone. It's happened.
No, in my head it's not, man. I'll always remember that. That's for sure.
Kev, it's past. Move on.
No. It's
because
listen, it's peace and love, right? But I'm not going to forget it. This is exciting. Absolutely.
So we're carrying on the battle.
After that really disappointing defeat, right? When we were there that night, we were watching Labour, like councillors, get out and putting their arms around orange unionists with the flag and all that.
I saw it.
We Del Boy was up in George Square. He was live streaming stuff from there and all that, man.
I know.
We had the violence, right? The violence was perpetuated by those hardcore unionists in George Square, reported by the BBC as a skirmish between yes and no. These people are the worst of the worst, right?
Aye.
And I'm quite, I agree they don't represent unionism, but they're the worst elements. And
they do.
They attacked yes supporters, and the BBC called it as a skirmish between yes and no.
We just seen the BBC are over there somewhere. I know. Kirsty Work's wandering about. She looks old and haggard. She's got a face like thunder.
Oh,
good.
We need to get close up.
We need to get
I could get a close up actually if you see her.
I know. Well, there's. Yeah.
She's got happy. How sad the face is.
I know. Well, she's all worn out. Anyway, did you hear about the bomb scare in North Lanark, Kev? This morning?
I haven't, but Labour have now got 4 seats.
Well, in Lanark there was a bomb scare and it's blocked the roads into the polling station.
Really?
And the police said, look, we'll try and get this cleared, but because they had to do that, they had to move the polling stations. But still, there was a blooming big turnout. In fact, it made I think it made people even more determined to vote, because that won't stop you.
That's good.
Ian Blackford's on the telly just now.
Oh yeah, I know.
See if we can get a stream in that. There we go.
Punt him over. We'll get ready the ticker.
I wonder what he's saying. Can you hear him?
I can't. Unfortunately, can't. We don't get that audio feed. No, let's put it through. Let's just quickly check, see what's going through it. Maybe they're putting it through. No.
Ian Blackford's laughing his head off at something. I don't know what it is. We can't lip read.
No, they're not giving us audio on that.
No, there's no audio on our BBC.
Good point. I know, short. Okay, so it's 12:13 a.m. Laurie, how are you feeling?
Feeling brilliant. I tell you what, I feel really bad if it was, well, I'm feeling quite bad because the Labour Party have taken a hammering, and I really thought we'd see a resurgence with Boris Johnson this time, but it hasn't turned out that way.
In another lifetime, right, I'd have been incredibly happy to see, Jeremy Corbyn, right, incredibly happy. But what he said about, Scotland is just done with him.
Yeah,
he's just talks. He's lying.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I think that was his downfall in Scotland, coupled with Richard Leonard. I don't think Richard Leonard played anywhere near as good as Nicola Sturgeon, for example, on the TV debates. And I think he lost it that way too. It's a tragedy because if he got his head screwed on and told the people and read the people and understood the people, instead of giving sound bites and glib statements about how Scotland, in patronising terms, he's now lost Scotland.
Well, he has, you know, and how much is that to do with, you know, Richard Leonard?
Yeah.
And you know, the Scottish branch of the Labour Party.
I think it's a lot, Kev. I think Richard Leonard's been a poor performer. It's all very well saying how bad things are, but if you can't come up with solutions to how you're going to sort those, what budget cuts you're going to make to make the improvements you want to make, if you haven't even got a draft budget, how do you know? How do you expect people to believe a word you say?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's you know,
I think these are the questions that they'll be asking themselves, and I think there's going to be a huge inquest tomorrow morning.
But listen, don't count your chickens and all that, right? These are exit polls that are giving these crazy numbers.
But look, there's Paul McNeill for Labour, and look at this guy for SNP. Look at the body language. Look at them.
Yeah.
Look at Murdo Fraser. Murdo Fraser. So I shouldn't laugh, but Murdo Fraser's just come on the screen and he looks like he's just seen a ghost.
Oh dear.
He's been in a car crash. I think Paulie McNeill's
not happy,
floundering as well. Just to curl the fruit back to us.
Serious
Ace.
fruit. Do you know what?
So I've got my glasses and I've got more fruit. This is great.
That's what I need. I need energy intake. Yeah,
Aye.
I'm a fading.
Vitamin C. There you go.
Vitamin C.
The oranges are great.
No, that's just going to create all sort of messy messes.
It does. I've still got sticky fingers because of these oranges, but never mind. Oh look, nearly greeting. The Tory woman's nearly, she's in tears.
Oh dear.
She's all red. And look at Murdo Fraser, look at him.
Oh.
He's looking to the sky, he's rolling his eyes, he didn't know what to say.
I was trying to get an RSS feed that would come through with the results. I've tried everywhere. I'm not getting an up-to-date RSS feed. Do you know what? We'll whack the National back on. Take that back, Fiona. We'll try the National, right? I don't even know if they're doing live updates to their RSS feed. Don't know. Let's try. Right, okay, there's stuff through for the National. Little danger of Labour winning Kilmarnock and Loudon. It's just the headlines we're getting.
And at this stage it's only speculation, of course.
Of course.
We don't know what's going on yet. Once the counts start coming in, we'll get a broader picture, of course. But exciting times if these exit polls are to be believed.
And if you want to send us some messages, right, you can go to our chat box, which is independencelive.net, or in fact IndyLive.Radio. The chat box for Independence Live is on both sites. You just look at the chat menu and you'll see it. Come and say hello. Look at us, we're fading. We need some fun. We need some jokes.
Give us a joke. Wait a minute. Hold on, Kev.
Keep us going.
Here they are.
Oh, I can't read that. I need your spec. Give me your spec.
That's Indy Pram Race.
Indy Pram Race. Let's see.
I'm calling somebody by a pram, Kev. That's no.
Indy, I know. All right. Okay. So I think these were from earlier. We'll get Fiona McGregor.
Oh, Joe Swinson is exit polled to be comprehensively defeated by the SNP's Amy Callaghan.
That's Karen, good friend Karen Kelly.
Right, and Fiona's saying Clickmannanshire is like a mini Scotland. We'll likely be first next time as well, so we're working hard to get a different result.
Fiona, please, I can't. You know, if you're covering IndyRef 2, right, and Clickmannanshire comes up first again, I can't have the same results. We need people out there. See, if I was for Clickmannanshire, and that, tell you what, man, that is like a curse. I've been cursed. Cursed. Imagine I'm not hanging over. We were the first to declare. No.
But, you know, there's Murdo Fraser, he's charging away. He's probably going on about
Sorry, I can't see anything.
but it's
out
Scottish
with my
or something.
hand. They're good. These are good, by the way. You know, but it all goes bad over
Yeah,
there.
mine's for. I'm short-sighted.
Oh, yeah. Clack's one for Indy, absolute gems. Do the podcasts, everything else, brilliant. Absolutely
Shout out
brilliant.
for the Clacks.
Yeah, Clack's one for Indy.
Clacks with.
Gold, they are gold. Right, so send us some messages whenever you're watching the live stream.
I hope you're not going to your beds, by the way.
Yeah, don't
this
get
is too
your bed. You've got to
exciting.
stay.
Get the munchies out. There's another one coming.
What's this?
Get the
What's
munchies out. Get the beer or the juice, whatever, cup of tea.
Don't know
Sit
that.
and watch these. I've got to read it.
Is that yours, is it?
No, it's Indie Pram.
It's Indy Prams, we're going through Indy Pram's phone.
Clacks. They're on the case. Clacks WFI are on the case.
Good stuff.
Well done, Fiona. Just try to see if there's any other ones. Sandra Colbert is watching. Is that Neil Slorence live cartooning in the background? Get some coverage of that, he's great. Who's that, Kev?
Hi, Sandra. Wait a minute. Are you telling me I'm not live streaming to Facebook? What? Right, okay, so the
Anne Cunningham's watching from the USA, so big hello to you. Anne.
Right, I'm not live streaming, that's right. Okay, I'm not using Restream to live stream to Facebook. It's livestream.com, it's doing the Restream. I couldn't get it to work with Restream. Yeah.
James
Is the audio
Smith.
okay? I don't know. Sorry, but
Too late.
Sorry.
James Smith, he's watching and he says, I'm listening to the patter.
Good.
Colin McDonald, law.
Oh, Colin, how are you, man?
Sandra Colbert was replying to me when I was talking about the Scottish Parliament being shut down. She's saying he will shut the Parliament down if we don't get out of this union now.
Well, there's nothing stopping them doing it.
That's true.
You know, and by the way, right, Nicola Sturgeon has said, you know, Indy Ref, Section 30, will be asked this year. Can you remember the details of that? What she said on a bit.
The Section 30 order.
It's Section
I should
30.
be putting in a request for it if it
That's
gets.
next week.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, no, the referendum bill's going through the Scottish Parliament.
Right.
That'll be finalised, I think, in January. Once that's through, Scots law says the Scottish Parliament can now set a date for a referendum because that's what they voted on.
Right.
So Boris Johnson's got to come against that. He's got not only has got the Scottish Parliament to come across, but he's got Scottish law to tackle. He'd be a fool if he tried.
Ooh.
He'd be a fool. And I think he'll settle for Brexit England. I think he'll settle for that.
Yeah, I think so
I
too.
think he will.
And remember, right, if you took Scotland out of the EU referendum, right? We weren't there. You know, England would have voted pretty comprehensively.
Exactly.
You know, for Brexit, and we are stopping them doing it. But I feel bad because I've been lied to, and you know, all these places, especially the places that used to vote Labour, they're in for a big shock.
Well,
You know,
indeed.
and who are they going to blame then?
I don't know, Kev.
You can't blame us because hopefully we'll be off.
Hopefully.
You know, who are they going to blame?
Now the police have just arrived. What's all this, Kev?
Oh, should I zoom in on something for a laugh?
This banana's been stolen. I can't speak because I've got a banana. You
Right, okay, I'll keep. Oh, I'm starving, can I?
Oh, look at us.
Look, I'll tell you what, I could switch off these mics and folk won't hear us eating.
Yeah.
Folk, we're going to switch off the mics till we eat something.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay.
Right,
1,
Kev,
2.
we're just going to check some of the top chats. C. McG says, hi, Kev. McBud goes, cheers for the stream, guys. Robert T. Come on, people, have faith that true Scots are seen through the lies and misinformation put forward by the biased BBC and their colonialist Tory, Lib Dum and Labour helpers. Don't sit in the fence there. Who's this? Swerving Creations. Hopefully exit polls are accurate. SNP need to hold Scotland. Wayne's said red and blue Tories out. We can still see and hear you guys. Thanks for that, Wayne. Always good to know. Jaws enough. There's no independence within the EU. Well, a lot would beg to differ.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
She's right. I can't remember what that was about. EU law takes presidency over any Scots law. I'm not sure if it does. Not if we're out of Europe, it doesn't. Which we will soon be unless we do something different. Ian McLaren, South Lanarkshire Council, the verification total percentage turnout, Rutherglen and Hamilton West constituency is total electorate 80,918 and total number of casts vote was 53.919%, 66.6% turnout.
Very good.
Pretty good, thanks for that, Ian McLaren. That's
What's that?
just for South Lanarkshire Council verification total. If you get any more of these totals, let us know and we can read them out. What's on Facebook? Let's have a look. What have we got, Kev? Let's go right up.
Let me see. Okay, I'm going to take control of this just now.
It's got we're sharing a mouse. Something's wrong with it.
It's having a bit of fun.
Kev,
It's having a bit of a moment. Right, okay.
now, if Ray's lost his glasses,
Oh, no,
we know where they are.
Away from Ray.
They're over here. Ray. Have you got your glasses? Are they your?
Oh, I've got your. Very handy.
He was using them.
I was using them.
He says they were great.
What a treat.
Oh,
Wow.
Costco. There you go. No advertising in this station, but Costco glasses.
I'm trying to find where this live stream on Facebook disappeared to.
Try. What's up here?
Let's have a look. There we are. Okay.
I don't know what you've got here, Kev. This is just.
Right. There you go.
Another another count's come in.
Is that? Oh, Conservative win majority 86.
Where's that exactly? Swindon North. Just coming in. We don't know the results of that one yet, but it looks like the Tories got it. He looks quite pleased with himself.
Majority 86.
Wow. 86, is that all?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's the same as earlier, that's not changed.
That's a tight win. But 86 all counts. That'll be one that Labour will be regretting.
Let's have a look at ABC.
So you were out and about, did you see anything spectacular? Piles of SNP?
It's very quiet out there, really, eerily quiet. So I've engaged with, spoken to some of the Conservative people. They say they're quietly optimistic about taking some votes off the Greens of all people. Yep.
Is that the extent of their ambition?
Yep. The Lib Dem chap that I spoke to, his face was very glum, and he said to me that if you'd asked him a week ago, he'd have said that Joe Swinson was, in his opinion, don't laugh, the most popular politician in Scotland. And I was looking at him. I was looking at him with complete disbelief. I've not got his name. I'll get his name. I was trying to see. I was trying to see if he'd come up for a chat. Hamza Youssef and Sandra White have said they're coming up.
Excellent.
So the next thing is, I says to him, well, it's not looking on social media like she's kept her seat. And he said, yeah, that's the concern.
Oh. So they are concerned.
But there's one other thing down the bottom. Labour chaps were looking as if they were celebrating. We don't know what area it is, but we're talking about a majority in voting terms of less than 10 people. Now that's really tight. This is really, really
I wonder
tight.
if that's Anne McLaughlin's seat.
Well, not sure. It could be, but it's really, really tight. The one thing that's coming through from the Labour people, I spoke to 4 of them, and as Scottish Labour you have to badge that,
Yes.
is that they believe that Corbyn is not a popular leader in Scotland when they go to the doors to canvass. That's their feeling. And I can't comment on that because I've not been at the doors canvassing for Labour, and I never will.
No, but we'll take it as read if they say that.
They're taking the view that he's an unpopular. And look at this, look at that.
I know.
That tells you everything.
A drop of 8.6%
In Labour.
in
An
Swindon North.
Yep, increase in 5.5.
Tories.
Some of these areas are working class areas for decades that always voted Labour. That's a huge drop.
That is massive. And that's a Brexit vote.
Yep.
That's a Brexit vote.
And that's the thing, is that if Labour would just come out and say, frankly for me it needs to be a Keir Starmer leadership. They need to be firm about their intentions and not...
Just really
it's just this very weak...
It is. It really is.
The worst Tory government with the weakest Labour opposition.
Yep. If you couldn't put Theresa May out, you should have resigned.
Yeah.
If you couldn't land a glove on her, you are not up for it, mate. And you should have, at that point, said, Jeremy Corbyn, move aside, mate.
Yep.
Get somebody else in for this general election that is inevitably was coming. But no, they didn't. They stuck with him. And, well, you can see the cost of that.
Yeah.
But that is really worrying if Labour get a seat in Glasgow again. But they might have worked really hard for it.
There's another huge negative for Labour. This is Middlesbrough, minus 12.12%. Down 12.2%. Incredible. And you've got an independent vote there for an independent candidate who we don't know who he or she is, but whoever that candidate is has absolutely thrashed Labour.
Yeah.
In an area, Middlesbrough, Cleveland, Teesside, these are all Labour heartlands. Have been for decades. No more.
No more.
Brexit's polarised how these people are voting. They're not voting for a party, they're voting for an outcome for the country.
Correct.
As they see it.
Absolutely. And this was always going to be a Brexit election. Let's make no bones about it. And Corbyn didn't take any side.
Yep.
And we're just looking at this one. This is a Swindon one coming.
James Smith listening in saying Joe Swinson the most popular. Haha. Yeah, it is ridiculous.
I know, it's pathetic.
The unfortunate thing is that some of these people who are they're deluded, they're very involved in their party. They don't see the picture beyond their party.
Yeah, they're
and so
cocoons.
they're in this thing where they're going to party conferences, party events. But it's this party triangle they're in that they can't get out of. And if they could step back and see that Swinson is actually one of the most unpopular people in the UK political scene, that would be it.
Well, we said earlier on, John, we don't know what language she's speaking in, what kind of is she putting in an accent?
She's multicultural. She's multicultural. She's able to put on all sorts of...
I thought I heard the Australian coming out of her.
You did, yeah. Well, I'm thinking she should go for some sort of talk show host job, or guess what accent today. We could come up with a game show, guess the accent, and Joe Swinson.
Here's Joe
Swinson at the helm.
Welcome down, Joe. Who are you going to be today? And the one thing she can't get is Scottish.
Just Karen Kelly there. Thanks, Karen. Rutherglen West declaration still on for 1 a.m. I think you'll find there's an awful lot about to be declared. There's quite a crowd at some of the areas here at the Count in Glasgow, and it is looking... incidentally, Labour have held Middlesbrough and Sunderland despite the drop. Huge drops, but they've kept them.
Just and no more.
Conservative win. Here we are. Yeah.
But these are the seats
same as 1 hour ago.
To have.
Yeah.
They would expect to get those seats.
The exit polls are showing, if this outcome continues, that they are spot on, accurate.
It's getting more accurate as we go on through the night, isn't it? This is exciting times. And I don't know if you noticed, John, but Scotland is pretty much, apart from Nicola Sturgeon going on these TV debates, we weren't really talking much about, were we? There wasn't much said about.
In actual fact, today, and I said this to you earlier, the BBC News, when I was drawing up to the Independence Live studio today, literally I was drawing up at 8 o'clock, so I caught the 8 o'clock news, and what it said was voters throughout England, Wales and Northern Ireland have been going to the polling booths today to vote, and I'm like, I wish I'd recorded it, and if someone's got a recording of it, it'd be great to hear it and we'll play it back. But essentially, Scotland's being excluded from even the national news. Now, I'm going to tell you something strange about me. I actually celebrate that fact, because I would like that to be the BBC News, that we are not voting in a UK general election. How great an outcome would that be?
Yeah, and I was getting a bit worried there, but I can see your logic. It's tragic when you go to the Faroes and they've got a better devolved system of broadcast than we have.
Yep.
But
remember, we're an equal nation, we're a union of equals, and we've all got the same say, and I don't know how I can say that with a straight face.
You can't. It's a disgrace though, isn't it, that broadcasting isn't devolved, because on BBC we get Celtic Rangers, Rangers Celtic, Celtic Rangers. We don't get any women's football. If I was to ask you what's the best women's hockey team in the world?
Scotland.
Yeah.
Yep.
But who's the second best men's?
Scotland.
Yes.
Yep.
But you don't know about it. Well,
anything you ask me, I'm just going to say Scotland.
Can I jump in here?
Yep.
I just seen my old mucker James Smith.
I've just mentioned him.
I went to college with him, Paisley Tech, before it turned into a university. I
back in the good old days.
All my records, all my goth stuff.
Well done, James. He's a good man for all this.
James, we're glad you took that goth stuff, because Kevin's sorted himself out. He's still into a Southern Death cult and a bit of Mission and stuff.
Oh, lovely. I'll play next.
The
Mission.
I'm raging, this is off topic, but I'm raging that the
Sisters of Mercy played.
Yeah, that's right. Faith No More sold out in 2 minutes. I'm a huge Faith No More fan, massive Mike Payton fan. Can't get a ticket, but I'm going to have to get a ticket somehow. By the way, exchanging hands are £55 price ticket, exchanging hands for £1,000. And the reason for it, apart from Payton's got another 9 or 10 bands, is that they reckon this is the last time. But they are astonishing live. Incredible. Anyway, you're actually listening to Independence Live here at the Glasgow Count at the SEC. Apologies that we're filled that time. There's 2 things you should know about our table, apart from all the fruit that we've got.
It's covered in cables.
Covered in cables. So we've got laptops, fruit, cables, phones. We've got glasses, water. We've got crisps. Just waiting for Kevin to pass out the biscuits, but it's not happening.
I'm absolutely starving.
I'll go and get you a coffee in a minute. It's only £9.60 for a black coffee. You get milk for another £2.
I know. It's shocking in here. It's outrageous.
Sugar's £3.80.
Is it okay if I go for a little break?
And you know what, John? See, the BBC, they just put that in their expenses.
Yeah, I know.
Kev, expenses.
Yeah, I know. Have you got the expenses sheet, actually? Have you got the complaint form as well?
Seats are not comfy enough.
If I was to hand you something called sterling,
would you take it?
Would you take sterling and bring back stuff? Cakes? It is literally £3.50 for a wee cake.
No.
I know. Don't stab yourself in the leg, you've got to carry these boxes. We're needing help with these boxes at the end.
I wonder how that count's going with the Labour jumping for joy if it's 10 votes in it.
Well, the position, folks, I don't know if you're watching this on your screens, but the Glasgow Count, quite simply, has got sort of 2 factions. If you look down the middle here, you've got this big crowd in the bottom left, quite a big crowd in the bottom right.
And at the back here is the media.
Back here's the media, which is next to us. The media's quite quiet. In fact, I've heard Sandra White
now.
Really, Sandra White earlier said to me it's the quietest she's seen a general election count in Glasgow. And I think there's almost a finality to it in terms of the Lib Dems and Labour.
Yeah, there is, isn't there?
It's almost, they're leaving. They've effectively left. I can't see any Lib Dem person now. The last chap,
they've gone.
The guy I spoke to kind of took on board what I said about Joe Swinson possibly being a Marmite character.
Yeah, and they've gone. Well, Kev's come back.
Just in case you're not away, they do an announcement.
Aye.
I'm quite sure what to do.
Kevin's going to take some cash off of me for coffee here, somehow.
Just be
right.
Desperate to get to the toilet. So I'm going to
I've got the mouse.
Just a bit of instructions here, right? That mouse will
We've got a coffee spilling event here, folks, so apologies.
Can you not swap them over? Oh, you got 2 mice.
Right.
Where'd you get the other one from?
Alright.
Kelly, that's incredible. Karen Kelly, my apologies. 80.3% turnout. That's huge. That's a decision against Joe Swinson. Think about it.
81% in Eastern Berkshire, Joe Swinson's territory.
The vote turnout was 80%,
That's colossal.
80.3, yep.
That's people coming out not to vote for it.
James,
She hasn't got that amount of support there.
Can I just point out that James has made a very accurate statement here. Some people like Marmite, and they do. We don't know who they are. I mean, they're
don't know-
the far edges of society.
They are.
We'll find them sometime. They
In the Liberal
often
Party.
in the Liberal Party, but we'll find them for you, James.
I'm going to give these guys instructions here because I
Okay.
need a toilet break.
Right, go on.
Okay,
Right, so
Kevin, the toilet's right behind you. By the way, it's only 10 yards away.
It's over there.
Yeah, really.
okay,
So nip
Right.
in there and come back. Wash your hands. Remember, always
Quick
wash
play,
your
quick
hands.
play.
all you do is
James, who went to
it says
college
cut,
with you, remembers those days.
cut,
Aye,
you click cut,
aye.
Right.
Then what?
number 2 gets pressed on,
Right.
and that'll let the audio through for you. That switches your mics off.
If you're
On, right.
listening,
So
folks,
it's
we are at the
cut
count
to
in
2.
Glasgow at the SEC.
That's
It is pretty quiet here,
I'll
quite
do that.
unusually.
So
Look it up,
But
because I know it will happen now.
I would say that the majority of the hall
Cut
in
to-
the surrounding corners are SNP people. When you wander about, you'll see that. Toilet over there,
Toilet
Kevin.
over there, Kev.
Coffee
It's
machine
just
down there.
Oh, it's a fag he's after. It's
Cigarettes. Cigarettes are not allowed.
I know,
on
no
election
smoking
day.
here.
Kevin, do you want to get some stuff? Stuff meaning coffee and stuff. Do you want to get
Kev,
it later?
get a coffee and I'll pay you back later.
We'll get it later.
You
So-
should have.
I think we're reducing our fruit
Intake.
situation
I've
here.
had my
there might
5
be
a day
there
already.
might be more. They might have put more out. Earlier on, I really thought they should have brought out some fresh mango and pineapple. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Having to stick to bananas and apples.
Aye, and plums.
Do I get me
some plums?
is a small gingerbread coffee thing? I don't. It's a gingerbread latte. It's for odd folk like me. The separatist coffee, just ask her for it. And there's a Kevin. There's a wee
If you
cake
get me a
thing.
black coffee, Kev, I'll kiss you.
There's again. There's a gingerbread.
No, it actually-
It's got cream in the top as well. It's a bit dodgy looking, but there's cake things. Get some cake things.
Cake
But
things.
they're expensive, so you'll not be. I've given you £100 note. You'll only get 2 cakes for that.
Aye, what change?
Yeah, I know.
£100, John. That's great, man.
So I think we're in that zone.
It's a finality. It's eerily quiet, and I think I've seen a few Labour people going past. SNP are everywhere. You can just tell. The yellow rosettes. They're all smiling at their tables.
Yep. I'm just making a very short video for somebody who's asking me to give them a call. I can't call anybody because the press box is right behind me with BBC people, STV people, Channel 4 people all around here.
there's Kieran,
people
the
being interviewed.
Scottish guy,
You're not allowed
Scottish
phone calls in
correspondent.
here unless you walk outside, and we can't walk outside because we're live on a
Indeed.
radio. So
Yeah, we're
or
tied to
maybe
these mics, but you can just put that one down.
well, could, but I kind of like it, so I'll stick with it. I'll catch up with you soon.
Kind of like it. You like
do.
talking.
Oh, well, not really. I prefer to eat, but there you
Well,
go.
even talking are two good things, not at the same time.
No, possibly not particularly attractive to look at.
It's just coming around that time. Everybody's vamoosed out for drinks and sustenance.
Yes,
There's people walking out to get their, just like Kev's done, maybe going for a quick break.
yes.
There seems to be more boxes coming in, so we haven't finished the count yet here in Glasgow, but we're interested in the results coming through.
What I will say is that when I was speaking to Sandra White and Humza earlier on down the bottom, they were very obviously quite happy, and that was only half an hour ago, which is well after the exit polls had predicted the 55. I spoke to the Tory people and I did ask them politely if they thought it was possible that Ruth might go swimming in Loch Ness.
What did you say?
They smiled, and the girl says, I think at the end of the day, it was a kind of off-the-cuff comment.
Oh, like
I
once in a generation
Yes,
thing,
I
you know?
was going to respond to that, but I forgot. I think it's my ageing years. Ian Murray appears favourite to retain his seat. You're quite right, Karen. I think
Yeah, he does.
Ian actually, despite his leanings, which is the best thing I can say about somebody who's non-yes, Ian Murray is allegedly a very good local politician.
Yes.
He gets quite good. He gets quite good. I don't know, feedback. I think from his constituents.
He does indeed. Turnout in Lanark and Hamilton East, 68.5%.
These are big numbers.
That was a dogfight between the SNP and the Conservatives.
Yes.
That looks good for the SNP.
I think the
think we've got the vote out.
worrying thing just now that we don't know about in totality is and I'm talking UK wide, I'm not talking Scotland here, is the extent to which unopened postal votes will show the true picture. And they're probably open by now. This is Boris Johnson. I'm quite keen to find out if he's retained his seat, because there was a real push to get him unseated.
He's just speaking. I don't think he's at his count yet, is he? No.
Let's just find out. Uxbridge. Let's have a look at the spotlight on Uxbridge. Yep, okay. Uxbridge poll. Quite right, Sandra Culbert everywhere is reporting high turnouts.
Thanks for that, Sandra. If it's like Glasgow, it's a huge turnout. The turnouts are big here as well. This was a big we're getting
exit poll is that Boris Johnson's lost his seat. Now this is a wee while ago.
This is a while ago.
Let's see how accurate this is.
Indeed. We'll just have a look at this. We're not sure.
There's so much conflict. I mean, how can we go from a record turnout, youth vote momentum, late poll surge, genuine concern about Johnson losing Uxbridge to worst Labour defeat in 35 years, all in under an hour? Hashtag general election 2019. I think the reality is that this has been one of the most chaotic in voting terms, but as we sit here, it's anything but chaotic.
Well,
it's very calm.
It's incredibly calm.
Calmly voting SNP.
Yes, indeed. Honestly, the yellow rosettes are walking about. People with yellow cards. I can't see any Liberal Democrats. I can't see any Greens. I can see Humza Yousaf.
Humza's about. Bob Doris is about. Sandra's about. They're all about.
Alison will be about somewhere. There's a few young SNPers down the front as well. A lot of young people from the SNP. That's what I've noticed in recent times. Here,
putting in an awful lot of leafleting and canvassing, putting in an awful lot of effort.
But I always think the young people have got so much to live for, and they can see a future.
We've got these coffees to live for, and maybe if we're
lucky,
maybe if we're lucky, we'll get a cake. You never know your luck.
I get a cake.
£3.60 each or something.
No, I'm not having that.
John McNally, SNP arrived at Falkirk Count to smiles and applause. That's good news.
Yes, indeed.
Thanks for that, Karen. Gary Mulvaney's joined us. Hello to you, Gary.
Oh, it's Jerry Mulvaney.
Is it Jerry? My apologies.
Yes, Jerry. Friend of the old station.
Couldn't actually see it just with the.
You don't my glasses, John?
No, you're okay. I'll stick to these binoculars. My eyes are okay. Here's Richard Leonard on. We can't hear what he's saying, but he doesn't look particularly happy. My view, and it's not controversial, is that he's a pointless person. If he believes UK Labour, why is he even bothering with a Scottish
seat? The thing is,
seat?
John, he doesn't know what's devolved and what's reserved.
I know.
He gets really confused in that one. I think you should have to do a test before you become an MSP. You have to do a written test, what's devolved and what's reserved. So that would eliminate Richard Leonard and Annie Wells from the, and a good few others, but them two I'd want to see gone.
Controversially, I think that
is that Joe Swinson with a bow and arrow?
Is it?
Oh, look at this too. Look at the Muppets coming. What was that all about?
It's quite worrying, isn't it?
John, can you explain that?
Just to try and put you in the picture, there's an awful lot of, I don't know, fun scenes, political fun scenes going on the screen. You'll probably see it in some of the major news coverage, but I've still not fathomed why politicians do these silly things of dancing around,
skipping,
playing football, talking to kids.
On a Harry Potter broom.
And the thing is, you see the genuine people who are genuinely drawn to someone. You know, I'll never forget years ago seeing, I think it was Neil Kinnock walking up to a crowd, and there was a kid, and the kid grabbed his mum and basically wouldn't let go. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see what you mean. And here's Jo Swinson with a pair of boxing gloves on.
And she shows those big teeth. I mean, she looks pretty. She's not an ugly girl, but when she starts smiling, puts them teeth out, by Jing, she takes on a new persona. Just one that I like.
Just some news flowing through from the mainstream channels, which we don't generally quote, and we won't. But in essence, what they're suggesting is what we already know, the majority for the Tories. That Scotland's election is counting underway and is really looking like
landslide.
55, so a gain of 20 for the SNP on 2017.
Just regarding the seats they lost
Yep.
at
But
that one.
here's the most important thing: of Scotland's 59 constituencies, 46 have majorities of under 10%. Now this would ring true with the numbers being added up,
Tallied here as well, yeah, it would.
Early predictions: Lib Dem will lose their seat. This is Joe Swinson.
Early predictions, we knew it was close, it could be close.
And the final prediction here is pretty accurate. The only Labour seat in Scotland retained would be Ian Murray. And Ian
or
Murray,
this one, the one down here.
possibly, but Ian Murray, frankly, I think Ian Murray should go as an independent.
I think so too, John. I really do.
Should.
He's he was going to be deselected by the unions, and they failed to deselect him because he was anti-Corbyn.
Yep.
But he might come through as a leader of the Labour Party.
Aye. I'm just looking at Nick Robinson's comments on mainstream media about, everybody here is simply waiting to see when the Labour leader arrives. He doesn't mention Corbyn in the whole thing. It mentions John McDonnell. I mean, literally at the bottom we're seeing a battle of blame already. Do you blame Brexit for Labour's woes, or do you blame Mr Corbyn?
I'm getting told here for commenting on Joe Swinson's teeth.
Yep.
I just said, for all this pretty girl next door image you try to portray, when you see her with a pair of boxing gloves on, you see a different persona to her. And by the way, anyone that can vote through the bedroom tax and all the austerity programmes when she was in government with the Tories deserves a bit of a wee bit back.
Aye, I think so.
So I'll not say sorry.
I think if Joe Swinson loses her seat,
Paul Masterton, East Renfrewshire is in trouble.
Good, very good. That would be
says Tory sources.
An incredible outcome. Absolutely incredible outcome. I would.
That's
really, and that's an area I grew up in. I grew up in Giffnock. I look at the area. I think that you've got a mishmash of areas. You've got Newton Mearns, Eaglesham, Clarkston, Giffnock. You've also got Thornley Bank, which is quite an impoverished area. An awful lot of poverty around there. And for a Tory to be in charge of an area that level of poverty just doesn't work.
Is that one of the highest Jewish communities as well?
It is, Giffnock especially. So we've got counts going on for Glasgow North. Hopefully we'll get that shortly.
See this?
So let me just read this out. This has just come in. This could be as tight as a 1% differential in East Renfrewshire. 1%.
Wow.
And this is, quite he's in trouble, Paul Masterson.
That's good if he's in trouble.
I'd love to see the guy getting voted out. Of course I would.
Yeah, this is the guy who was speaking about Edinburgh Castle, how the SNP have taken it back from
Just ridiculous.
Britain.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Total.
East Renfrewshire, by the way, the area we're talking about, it's a 76.88% turnout, and actually in 2017 was also 76.8.
Wow.
So very high turnout.
Indeed.
Got to remember in that area an awful lot of retired folk, an awful lot of business folk who are quite politically switched on, and it tends to be with much regret that I have to tell you that it's some of the poorer areas in the whole of Britain that are voting for pro-Brexit Tories.
I know.
And there definitely are chickens, or turkeys should I say, going for Christmas roast.
But here's the thing, John, they were saying that the weather might put a lot of people off. It's done the exact opposite. The highest turnouts we've had for a long, long time. Very important elections.
It looks like Kirsten Oswald might take this. We're just waiting to hear.
It's Kirsten Oswald, that's right.
It looks like she might. She's obviously, she'll be, I would imagine she'll be here at some point, but she might well be sitting it out. It's so tight that, it would be, it's not particularly nerve-wracking. It's not a particularly pleasant night out there. It's quite cold. I think it's going to start biting with ice. So
it is.
I don't know if it was me, I'd probably put my onesie on and I'd maybe have Netflix on one bit of the screen and maybe the politics on my phone or something. I don't know. Yep, word for the floor of the Stirling count. The SNP are confident that's right. Thanks for that, James. It kind of is looking like that. Earlier on, maybe an hour ago, I did a bit of a walk round and speaking to some of the SNP activists. They're feeling really confident about quite a few areas, which the exit polls are proving that.
Indeed. They're still counting away furiously in the front here.
Yeah. Fair amount of boxes sitting there.
I'll tell you what, John, I've been to counts and they've been very, very busy on lower percentages.
Yep.
But look at them. This is like there's only one party turning up.
Definitely. Well, it's only SNP that's here now. I mean, the Greens that were down there earlier on, I walked past maybe 20 minutes ago. The Greens, I didn't see them. Maybe they're hiding, maybe they're having a coffee or in the toilet.
Indeed.
But there was only about 4 of them, and it looks as if they've gone. And I have to say, I think the Greens could have maybe thought this one through a wee bit differently.
Aye.
I really do.
But they're going to be the big losers, because if they lose deposits all over the place, you know, they're going to lose a lot of hard-earned income that they can't afford to lose.
Just a quick thing from Mandy Rhodes on Twitter, quite a relevant point, literally 3 minutes ago. Mandy of Holyrood magazine, saying that the Tories are sticking to this line now that this vote will be all about the percentage share of the vote the SNP get on a mandate for independence. Now, the general election vote, just remind ourselves of this, but what she's saying is that Dean Lockhart, the MSP for Tories in the Fife region, he's saying it would need to be more than 50%. So sorry, Brexit, 52. Previous yes/no votes. So
unbelievable.
So essentially, he's not applying that same percentage vote calculation as to whether Boris Johnson has a mandate for Brexit. So what does more than 50% mean? Does it mean 51? In which case, it's the same as what anybody would say.
Well, that's right.
If it was 50-50, we're split. 51-49, it's a win.
Exactly.
Frankly, I would take one vote as being...
Me too. 50
we're over the line.
On 9%. But you might get a Brexit thing, people wanting a rerun of it and all that kind of stuff. A 62% referendum victory would do me.
Yeah. Yeah, you're quite right, James. Non-mainstream parties have an expensive night. I totally agree. Some of the Green candidates quite clearly losing their deposit. Kind of a harsh,
shooting themselves in the foot.
Harsh outcome, but maybe they should be questioning their leader.
Indeed.
His strategy was
poor.
Poor and maybe different from what I thought it should have been. Quite pleased that the Brexit Party, according to what I've read, have got 0, but we'll wait and see. But
the share of the vote has gone up.
Yeah,
so
it will.
But so far, no seats for them. But I think the Hartlepool seats, the one they're after. Mark Tice, he was the candidate who was on telly.
Oh, Richard Tice, the leader, yeah.
He's, but they're mired in controversy, so we'll wait and see.
Interestingly, Karen Kelly, thanks for that. You're quite right. The EU question, specific to Scotland's decision to go independent, but putting that aside, Scotland's desire to be in the EU needs to be re-questioned. And collateral damage, James, you're quite right, in the Brexit tug of war. I mean,
Sandra Colbert saying SNP confident that they have taken back Rutherglen and Hamilton West.
Well, I'll tell you, Margaret and I got on like a house on fire. She's a fantastic campaigner. She is at every single yes and pro-yes event. Quite literally, I went to 3 events one day on a Saturday about a year ago or so.
And she was at everyone?
With everyone. Geordie MacArthur, actually, from Independence Live, was with me at the time. And just an incredible hard worker. I think she's probably the only person that if you look on almost every campaign, her picture's there.
Aye, she's always somewhere in it, isn't
always. She? Up north, Inverness, Aberdeen, she's there.
And she pays for all her own transport and stuff, doesn't she?
Yeah, gets all about. I mean, what you could say is that she's one of these people a bit like possibly us. She's quite committed to the yes outcome. So that's a good thing.
It is a good thing.
And if she does get that seat, I'll be the first to congratulate her. Just a thing about Keir Starmer, James Melville, a Scottish businessman, of course, James Melville in Cornwall with 144,000 followers now. He's beating my 60,000. I'm quite concerned. But what he's saying is that if Labour want the British electorate to take them seriously, and he is putting British, because it's a British Brexit vote, they must elect Keir Starmer as the next leader.
Sean Sims says SNP confident they have taken over the Aberdeen area. So that would mean Ross Thompson out.
Ross Thompson wasn't standing anyway.
But the candidate that went in for him. But this is good because I think Stephen Flynn is the candidate there.
The good thing about that, apart from nobody really knows this, and I won't go into it because it's possibly going to be the subject of an ongoing legal case, is that his decision to step down, apart from not being supported by the local party, there were allegations flying about that if he did stand, the local party would release that information to the press.
Well.
So, but I think we already know that. I mean, if
There's
Ross is,
stuff out there.
if he's
I
feeling
know.
unsteady in his feet, you know what it's like. You're going to fall over. What do?
I know.
Let's not go there.
I know, no.
You grab something that's illogical to grab.
Margaret Ferrier never stops, says Sandra Colbert.
Yep. She's constant. She's met my sister and everything. She's absolutely on fire. Really incredible. Margaret's one of these people that I think if you were a constituent of her and went to her with a problem, you feel she would fix it.
Yeah.
She's got that concern.
Actually, the one I'm waiting for is Angela Crawley, Hamilton Arcall. I hope she gets it. It was supposed to be neck and neck with the Tory, and the Tory came round with no policies, nothing anti-independence. That was a lot, and I hope Angela gets back in.
I'm just going to break away for a second. It's possible that we've got some people walking in, so I'll come back in 2 seconds.
Aye. Oh, we have got some people walking in. Loads of people coming in. It could be a count coming up. Oh, there's more boxes even. Everybody's really, really busy. Flurry of activity going on, people walking about, but I'm not sure it's going to be amounting to much. As on the big screen ahead of us, it's the BBC, and we've got, I don't know who the candidates are up there, but one from each of the parties. Ross Greer has just come on. Now we haven't got any audio feed, so we don't know what he's saying. And I can't wait for Kev to come back with the coffee. Wherever he is.
Please do not get excited. This is just a microphone test. We're checking that the microphones are working for the broadcasters at the back of the hall, and hopefully somebody is about to shout in my ear to tell me that everything's A-OK. Everything's A-OK. Thank you.
So that's Shetland, Orkney, North East Fife, and Eastern Berkshire.
It's a catastrophe.
Didn't see Kevin anything? No, I've been interviewing him. I was going to go for a back. I've been interviewing him. He's away for coffee. I reckon half an hour before this. We're not interviewing anyone here. Go into a full review. Unless you want to meet us. I know it's nice. Is that still my phone over there? The messages are coming in. Is any messages?
Ladies and gentlemen, Glasgow South West is now proceeding to count.
Seven seems to be the clear here. Most of them, I would say, the S&P certainly are confident in the sixth they already, and the seventh which they're challenging for, which is Paul Sweeney from Labour in Glasgow East seat. I'm told that one at this point in time is already finished, and that is the one certainly here are most interested to see how that goes, because that could be a clean sweep for the S&P in Glasgow. What's most staggering, John, is the fact that in 2015, if you were to cast your mind back to the third election in 4 years, Labour lost 40 of their 41 MPs across Scotland in that election, and they really have lost some serious ground. Even chatting to, for example, Anna Sarwar, who's Labour MSP, he's here supporting his colleagues, and I asked him, I said, what's been the issue, what's happened? And he said it's because he believes his party has failed to take a stand. They've sat to the fence, his party, on both Brexit and the Scottish independence referendum, secondly, which and that's why he believes there's been a disconnect between the party and voters, but he refused to talk about whether that is Jeremy Corbyn's fault or Labour's fault. It's just too early to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, Glasgow North West is now proceeding to count. Ladies and gentlemen, Glasgow East is now proceeding to count.
headphones on, I think. Oh, yes. Kev's just returned. Just been going for a wee wander down the hall. A lot of Labour politicians gathering around this. What have you got? No, I don't want cake. I just want coffee.
Fiona's got it.
Oh, Fiona's got the coffee. Just something to keep us awake. Thanks, Fiona. Good on you, pal. I don't know where John's got to, or IndyPram Ray.
T-shirt. John is down there. I've been speaking to Ivan McKee.
Oh, aye. Alison Thulis is down there. Anyway, one or two Liberal Democrats still hanging about. What for, I do not know. I think they've been washed out tonight. But the Labour Party are hopeful they've got one seat here. Could be a tight one in maybe Glasgow East. We don't know yet. But they're hovering around like vultures. But Joanna Lamb, she was looking very sour, looking very upset as she went out the door.
How you going on there, Nori? Are you fading fast?
No, I just got back, went to the toilet, and I got back, and nobody here.
Tell you what.
So,
do you want a break?
No, I'm fine. IndyPram Ray was here a second ago, and now he's gone. He's like a big kid when he sees a politician. He's immediately over for a request to go on his IndyPram podcast.
I seen him interviewing someone.
Who was it? He had loads of they're all coming now, these results came, but I can't see where they are. There's South Lanarkshire. Who's this? What's South Lanarkshire?
We'll get it on the screen.
Get it on the screen. Please tell me Angela Crawley's got in. Please. Oh no, it's Margaret Ferrier. Looks like an SNP hold anyway. She's back in. She doesn't look too happy though, does she? Maybe she's not got back in. Watching a live feed. South Lanarkshire's coming through. This looks tight, isn't it? Okay, what's happening here?
Ladies and gentlemen, Glasgow Central is now proceeding to count.
Oh, is that Margaret Ferrier getting? So that's a gain for Margaret Ferrier in Hamilton South. She was shaking everybody's hand. She looks pretty happy now. She's bounced into life. She's a wee lass, isn't she? Yeah. Can't reach the mic. And of course the hall here went mad with the SNP.
Ladies and gentlemen, Glasgow North East will now proceed to count.
What we're looking for?
T-shirts this time.
I haven't seen them yet. Two. You gave one to IndyPram and you gave one to...
Oh yeah.
John. John's got them. Who's watching them?
Sure.
What's wrong with that one? Oh, right.
Somehow she
There was a coffee incident.
Oh,
coffee
see.
over herself.
I didn't, somebody else did, behind me. Right.
Fiona's looking for a new IndyLive t-shirt because somebody's got coffee.
Emergency.
Emergency.
Oh yeah.
This is the messiest. Now this is how messy it does get in IndyLive.
It sure does.
couple of computers, a couple of cameras, a couple of what else have we got, Kev? A couple of iPads, and that's it.
But what I'm completely confused at the moment, and I'm a bit tired here, Nori, is the mic that you're holding there is actually switched off.
Well, do you know what somebody phoned me about?
There you go.
They said the microphones are lying here. We were over there. I got a phone call saying we can still hear you.
Wow, that's sensitivity for you, isn't it?
We thought these were on. So it must have been one of them was on.
Yeah. Well,
is this one back on again?
That's the correct one.
That super duper mic you've got would have picked me up anyway. Wouldn't it?
Yeah. There's another mic kicking about that was switched on.
Aye, there is another one there, look.
They're all off apart from the one you've got.
Is that better? Yeah, that's better. Right.
Do you want to take that one back? And I'll take one, right?
Aye, this is all tangled up like.
You sort that out. So let's there's still
just give a wee mention out to Callum Adams listening up in Inverness.
No, wait. Try now.
Just a wee shout out to Callum Adams. He's up in Inverness. Should be watching this. If he's not, I'll have words with him. Somebody said there's no presenters, but it's still better than the BBC.
Quality. There you go. We're back on the screen.
Did you hear that shout that went up down the front?
Yeah.
That's in Margaret Ferry. I've got declared as the winning candidate in Hamilton South.
So did she gain it from Labour?
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder what the numbers were.
They just flew up.
Yeah, so
we'll get the whole shakedown tomorrow when it's finished.
So if you want to send us messages, you can go to our chat box, and you can find that at either off IndyLive.radio or independencelive.net. Okay. There's chat menus at both, and you can choose to go into the Independence Live chat or the IndyLive.Radio chat. We are monitoring the Independence Live chat, okay? Also, if you're watching the streams, it's going out to Facebook, Periscope, Twitter.
Periscope, Twitter.
YouTube.
What's Periscope?
What else? Livestream.com, of course.
They're all going yes on the screen for.
There you go. Rutherglen in Hamilton West.
SNP
up
gained 7.2%. Labour dropped
3.
And look at the Tories.
Tories as well have dropped.
Wow,
that was something.
You might recall, Kevin, that even people like Michael Heseltine was saying don't vote Tory. Ken Clark was saying don't vote Tory.
That's right.
And I think that might have resonated in Hamilton, Rutherglen.
Indy Pramray is back. He's back.
He's back.
So I was talking to Ivan McKay, reminiscing.
What was he saying? Is he happy? Or is he cautious?
Cautious. You've got to be cautious here. Really.
Is that what he said?
You've
got to be cautious. They're only exit polls. They're not the real thing. Remember the last election, votes were there's 20 votes. I think it was Pete Wishart, 10 or something.
Yeah.
There's one in Fife. It was down to 2.
That could easily happen again.
Could swing one way or the other. Yeah. Absolutely.
I've just been looking at the count for Glasgow.
Do you want to whack your?
Oh God.
There's another mic kicking about the floor. We do like to look after our tech.
There it is. I think it's coming out of. Well, it could be coming out of this one. So
now, one of these may or may not have a dodgy connection.
I bet you have got the dodgy connection.
Yeah, a bit of unfankling going on here with the cables. It's a horror to watch, actually.
Guys, can you hear me okay?
Okay, with that.
Right. I've just been looking at the counts, and Glasgow East, I think it's going to be a knife edge, because to be honest, I've been looking at a lot of Labour votes in Glasgow East.
Is that Paul Sweeney?
Paul Sweeney, Labour. Paul Sweeney, Labour. Glasgow East.
Glasgow East. You can't be talking about this. Can't be talking about stuff that you've
Glasgow North East.
Right.
At all.
Right.
We're just
Anyway, that was a very good result for Margaret Ferrier.
It was indeed.
Yeah.
Her share of the vote went up. The Labour vote went down, so did the Tory vote.
Uh-huh.
So that's unusual. And I wonder why that was, but I was saying to Kev, maybe it's because the Tories, even for some of the Tories in that area, Boris Johnson was too much to stomach and they couldn't vote for him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. We don't know, but that's an SNP gain on that one. Yeah, it does seem to be the Labour Party getting quite excited down there, aren't they?
Certainly are.
And you can just tell there's a cafe down there, and all the SNP guys seem to be in it, and they're all, I don't know, quietly cautious, I would say, but not overly.
Correct. Yeah. I was just having a chat there with Patrick Harvey for the podcast for next week, and also sorry.
I saw you.
Yeah, and also Carol Monaghan.
Monaghan.
Had a good chat with her. So she's tired. It's been she was basically saying it's been a quick general election. Obviously, campaigning at this time of the year.
Yeah, of course.
She says, "Thank goodness it was December and not January." Would have been even worse. But no, for the activists that have got out, it's been one hell of an exercise because it's totally different doing campaigning in the summer. But
dark and cold, miserable,
damp, wet. So I knew exactly what she was talking about, and
absolutely.
But that's where you get the enthusiasm and to come and get the vote out, to try and talk to people and convince people. And I think something I greatly believe in, and it's not done enough, is that having someone meet and greet at the polling station. And
I
know certainly for my constituency there was no other party at all but SNP,
which makes a hell of a difference.
Yeah, because I saw some tweets.
Most people, they say, make up their minds long before they get to the
some don't,
but some don't. And we're talking earlier about 10 votes splitting the decision.
Yeah.
If you can change somebody right before they go in, wow, that is big, because that's one away from them and one to you, so that means two.
Yeah.
It's well worth it.
Can I make a relevant point here that I don't think Andy's made, if it's possible? This is a very relevant point that we're going to probably agree on this, right? We are kind of in agreement with most things at this table, but the coffee's phenomenal, isn't it?
Actually, it really is. It's keeping us.
It's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
See, at this time of night, we drink anything.
Well, within reason, but this is just astonishing.
What's the name of that coffee you got again?
It's for people like us, Kevin. It's called a gingerbread latte, I think.
A gingerbread latte.
Crucially with cream and with what's those other things? It's got marshmallows.
One of them.
It's quite incredible. I mean, they're only £18.
They're only £18.
You get a free cake with it though, so it's kind of worth it.
£2.80
and you get free fruit.
£2.80 for a large Americano. £2.60 for a small. I thought, for goodness
sake. If you bring your own cup, you save like 30p.
That's the thing. We missed a trick.
Really?
See, we've messed up. That's why, separatists, will never learn. Bring your own cup to a coffee shop. You don't expect a coffee shop to actually have cups.
That's true.
I see you got a muffin there, Kevin.
Yes, it's low fat.
2 muffins.
Two muffins.
Do you want it?
No, I'll get one myself later, but tasty.
It's a low fat muffin.
Do you recommend it?
Damn tasty, actually.
A high fat but very tasty muffin.
So that's a food review from the SEC.
Yes.
We don't want to do politics.
If you're listening live, go into independence-live/foodanalysis.co.uk. Anyway, I'll hand the mic back.
Can I get the mic up, please?
Certainly. So, as you can imagine, we're all sitting here waiting for the next results coming through.
That's Colin McDonald's.
How's the picture from down south, Kevin? Have you been looking?
I'll get totally distracted with reviewing food for the SEC there.
Coffee took over.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of Labour people speaking, a lot of Up on the screen you can see the scores coming in.
So, at the moment, right, given the fact I've not got specs on, and I could be giving out fake numbers here.
No, these are mine.
Let me try these. Alright, okay.
I was going to say, do you want to try mine?
Are they better or worse than Ray's?
Oh, I think they're a bit better, right.
Been at the optician.
Oh, you already tried mine, have you?
So, yes.
We're now back to a full complement of spectacles.
That's what you get.
And
when
the coffee
you
is
leave your
good.
specs on the table.
And a full complement of presenters as well.
Always a big lottery, isn't it?
So the Conservatives have got 8 seats so far, Labour 11,
Labour 11.
SNP 1,
That's
Liberal Democrat 0.
What's this for?
Total count so far.
Can't even read that, that's just a mess.
That's a UK count.
It's a UK count.
Letters.
I was interested in looking at the screen when I was walking by, and he was saying the Lib Dems expected to lose all the seats in Scotland.
Yeah, I mean,
because that is the momentum change I've been waiting for.
Aye, that would be
Shetland
to crumble.
Okay, I wanted it personally for Eastern Bartonshire. That's not mine.
You know that, I don't know if you remember earlier I'd said that the girl over there, the Lib Dem girl, was saying that Joe, this is about 2 years ago,
yes,
telling me
best performer.
best performer, best leader in Britain. Anyway, I've just passed her and spoken to her, and I said to her, what are you thinking now, how's it looking? She goes, well, it's not looking good, is it? I said, can I be upfront with you? I think that Jo Swinson made a catastrophic error of judgment when she took the money from the fracking business.
Aye.
They went berserk, they weren't happy with me and said it's not a fracking business, it's an energy business. Well, yeah, it is, but the guy got the 14th licence he's put through
I know.
very early on the basis of fracking.
Aye.
And to me, that's a fracking proposal. And that's,
Sure
not
is.
that's not a swear word, by the way.
No,
It's
no,
a
it's not.
fracking proposal. And so, in any event, if you're an elected politician, you should be tracing where that money's coming from.
Exactly.
And if there's a sniff of it being from fracking and you're anti-fracking, you don't accept it. Quite simple.
And then they took on this funding from, was it puberty blocking pills? And they had this thing about, being an open church for everybody.
Yep.
Why having links with those companies then for kids that aren't don't know their sexuality?
4 years ago, the Lib Dems had a conference and they still had Sir Cyril Smith's picture on one of the hoardings.
Wow.
Now, I know a lot about this guy.
I know.
Done a lot of research into him with some other people, Sir Peter Thompson and various other lunatics, who, frankly, hopefully that's politics of the past.
Indeed.
But quite why they would. I mean, Jo Swinson to me had an open goal, going in fresh, female leader, Lib Dems. Let's wipe the slate clean. Let's apologise for things that you did that you kind of regret, but still takes fracking money.
I know.
I don't get that.
And the thing about Jo Swinson as well was she was in a Tory coalition government, and she voted more times for austerity than any other, like Michael Gove and people like that.
She voted for more Tory policies than 72 Tory MPs.
Yep.
That's how bad.
But she made a mistake.
It was actually
she's learned from her mistake.
I can't remember her second name, Heidi something. She'd made a comment that some of the Tory policies being discussed she couldn't stomach, so she left the Tory party.
Aye.
These are policies that Jo Swinson voted for. She couldn't stomach voting for them as a Tory, and it's like, okay, so you feel so strongly about it that you don't vote for it and you leave the party. Jo Swinson feels so strongly about it that she votes for it, and she's not even a Tory.
And she's not even a Tory. It shows you how you can get caught up with these politics, isn't it? When you get that sniff of power, and you're doing to hold on to it, and you think whatever policy decision you make will confirm it, but it came back to bite her.
Yeah.
We don't know yet, but
well, it's when you look at some of the reports that look at her background, and she went to Douglas Academy in Milngavie. You never hear the students talking about her. You only have the odd one or two teachers, but those locally who know of her.
Yes.
And the word on the street is she was a bully, and she would also sell her granny to get ahead. That's how she came across as a schoolgirl and then a student.
And she's carried that into politics. But her performances on the TV debates has been pretty woeful. She's got herself flustered and flapping about the most basic things, and when she's been accused of something, she really
almost looks annoyed that you have the temerity to ask her those questions.
It's a bit of breaking news. So some of the Yes platforms that I'm involved in running on social media, we're creating what's Yes.Scot has created a poll, and it's quite simply said it's time for independence. This is on the back of this vote. So it's out about 2 hours ago on the basis of the exit poll, not the actual outcome, but I think on the basis of the exit poll it was looking favourable for us. So if you see it, folks, it's called Sign It and Pass It On. It's time for independence. Yes.Scot. Do yourself a favour, download it, just click on it, sign it, send it on, share it, comment, like it, transfer it onto an email, get it onto Twitter, Facebook, spread it all over your social media platforms. And I think we need to start building this community of people that believe in an independent country, which is kind of what's normal anyway.
Yeah, and I think the number of Labour voters after this election, I'd be interested to see how much more Labour voters come over towards independence and start and abandon the English-based Labour.
First of all, mate, I think the politicians have got to reappraise and think, well, wait a minute, the tidal tsunami that's happening, we either get swept away with it or we join it. And if they join it, you might see the Labour Party popularity rise. But if they're too blind to see that, then they're going to be absolutely swept away. And it's one of those things. And the independence campaign, Kev, you get your mic on?
We've not seen that before.
Because we were talking, I remember Angus Brendan McNeill came in and he says, look, if there's a majority on this election or next general election, it's a plebiscite for independence straight away, just make arrangements. We called it as Plan B. I wonder if that will be taken out again and revisited on the back of this tonight.
Yeah, if it's really positive for the SNP, then they should go for it. They should go for it. We've got the wind behind us with this, and I think as Ray mentioned there, right, it'd be really interesting to see the attitudes of some Labour supporters if they'll now see Scottish independence as the real deal.
And we've got who's that? That's Anas Sarwar. Anas Sarwar, is it? Getting interviewed in this building somewhere. It'd be interesting to see what he's got to say.
Yeah. There's quite a few MSPs here as well.
He took on Richard Downer for the Scottish Leaders.
Yep.
And he lost. I wonder if he'll come back again.
I've lost.
But yeah, Kev, there's a couple of factors at play with the SNP now. It seems that the stars are alighting, because if you get this kind of result here on this general election in Scotland, and you've got Boris Johnson as Prime Minister of England, the SNP couldn't have wished for a better result, could they, really?
Absolutely.
To get people on board.
What more could you really ask for?
Aye.
You know what I mean?
And I know, behind the scenes, Nicola Sturgeon says we want to lock Boris out, keep Boris out.
There's no chance with that majority. If he gets that majority,
there was no chance. But we stopped. We stopped the Tories in Scotland, but we didn't stop them in England. It was futile.
And again, right, if every SNP was turned into Labour, it still wouldn't have mattered at all.
I know.
It wouldn't have mattered.
I know.
Right? That old myth.
Yeah. And do you think Labour, another old chestnut they trotted out, vote Labour to keep the Tories out? Wait a minute, we've tried that for the last, 40 years.
It doesn't make sense anyway.
I know.
Right?
It just doesn't make sense, but that's what they were coming away with.
Yeah.
Richard Leonard. I've lampooned them on the IndyLive.Radio stuff, but I still come back to that. If you can't tell the difference between the devolved power and the reserve power, no chance.
Oh, right, okay.
We're all starting to count now, so
getting my headphones ready.
They're just starting to count.
They're just starting to count.
That's all.
Headphones are getting back.
Fiona Hislop's gone mad in the telly. There she's.
That's that woman with the brilliant hat on.
Somebody said in the Twitter board that she was giving them laldy. She looks to be in fine form up there, doesn't she?
Who's that?
Fiona Hislop.
Let's have a little look at that.
I still wish he would do a little bit more towards a Scottish film studio. We're still talking about Scottish films.
I've heard another opinion about that, right? And it's like, what's the point of a Scottish film studio? Because it's not done like that now. I'm not saying I agree with it, right? Because I don't get it, right? But it'd be interesting. What's your opinion?
It's basically what we need is a studio which is separate from Outlander. Obviously, Outlander could be used. The Outlander site at Ward Park at Cumbernauld.
Aye.
But what you definitely need is a separate studio and soundstage facilities and production facilities, because at the moment so much of that work is just transferred down south.
Or to Ireland.
Where it could be done here. And there's so many people, see what gets my goat is, there are so many people who go through film training,
media
editing,
studies and
auditing, editing, and then there's nowhere to go but down south. Because they're shipping the jobs up here and then do all the background work elsewhere.
If we could get them to do all the work here, what an economy you could
and then that drives a route for the education that's going on up here.
So why don't the Scottish Government just do that?
Why?
How much? To build a studio, really?
There was talk at Pentland. Was it Pentland it's called? The one off the bypass. Pentland Studios.
Aye.
I think it was
if this thing's going to make money, right? They're talking about it as if it can make money, right?
Yeah.
Then why isn't a private company doing it?
Well, we don't want a private company here.
Well, but I'm just saying, right? If it's, I'd like to know the.
Because Ireland...
Is it a bit of a gamble?
Kevin, it's not necessarily the government doing it, but government supporting it.
Right.
That's what you're needing. Because the government has to be involved somehow to make sure that there's a route for any finance that the production companies are using Scotland-based trained personnel.
Yeah, it's got to be joined up.
Yeah, but do you know why Ireland gets all the gigs? Ireland gets all the film work is because of their taxing system. We're not in charge of the tax system here in Scotland. So how do you think Westminster would let us have a film studio to promote all the variations of Scottishness? No, they wouldn't.
Can I just say something, right? Isn't the Irish tax system a bit cutthroat, how they're doing it? Right, yeah, but other countries, right, they're basically allowing major corporations avoiding tax.
Well, they're not.
It's not a very good way to... Ireland seems to be reliant on that quite a bit. It brings in a lot of money, like all the big... And you're like, why, it's like Luxembourg and offshore tax.
Coming in.
Oh, right, okay, I'm good on that. Maybe other people could let us know about this if you've got comments on it.
Aye, it's just Aberdeen's... no, it's Angus, is it?
Right there.
Kirsten here, I'm sure it is.
Oh, right there. Get my camera up.
She looks happy. Kirsten here looks happy. This looks... Oh no, I don't like the look of this. Ooh. Look at that smile.
Conservatives +6, Labour -7.
We'll get this one in a minute.
+1.
This is for Angus. We'll just wait for the result of this one. Oh, he's got it. She's out. It's SNP.
Super.
They're all going mad here in the SEC.
Super.
Oh, he's going mad. Oh, look at Kirsten here. Oh, you wee... Oh, she's gone.
That's a lovely scalp.
That's a scalp. That's another one back.
Super.
For the SNP.
So who was that?
Angus.
And of course that's big for
Stirling estimates what's
for
that?
Scotland, the brand, for all the Ruth Watson.
Oh yeah,
and Scotland, the brand.
Our Broth SNP win. It's just come through. Stirling estimates a 9,000 majority. 9,000 majority in Stirling.
Wow.
That's Alan Smith. That's Alan Smith.
This is getting exciting, folks. Oh, I see Brian Taylor there. Wonder what Brian Taylor's saying.
Yeah. But I wonder what the tallies were there in terms of percentages. We didn't get those.
No.
That might have been a tighter one than we think. John McDonnell blames Brexit for the forecasted Labour defeat. You don't say.
Well, that's because they were sitting on the fence.
Northdown, we don't know. Labour holding Wansbeck and Lavery. This is all England, of course.
Look at that, 80.3% turnout for East Dunbartonshire.
Oh, is the score up?
Sorry, what was that?
We got 81% for East Dunbartonshire.
8.3%.
That's big.
It's huge. Took it from Labour, took it back. Excellent. Only 35 seats declared out, a total of 650.
I know. And then they'll all come flooding in.
It's usually we'll get the Western Isles and the Northern Isles tomorrow. We get the ferries and...
Yeah. Are you volunteering to stay for that?
I would. If they'd let me stay here for the night.
I wouldn't.
What time is it due?
Could always...
1 o'clock.
Could always
1 o'clock?
Get a big blanket whack over us and just stay really quiet. It's feasible. Let's do it. Can you read that, Nori? Because I can't.
Conservatives have got 15 seats so far. Labour have got 18. That's the line where they're supposed to get 326. But SNP have got 1 and the rest have got none. Well, SNP have now got 2 because they got Angus, didn't they?
Yeah, it's not been updated, that page.
The BBC are slow. IndyLive.Radio for all your latest results.
I don't know if, well, you must have noticed. In the live stream, we've got over to the side, there's actually a chat box thing going on.
I know.
But it's so small we can't read it. I don't even know if it's worthwhile putting it up.
But the chat box?
You need to close the...
Oh no, you would, aye. There it is.
Is it readable? Is it even readable?
Nasty wee woman she is, just another selfish git.
Alright, so you can read it?
I'm not sure who that is. Alex would go for it tomorrow morning. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe he was replying to things we've already said.
Oh, it could be.
That's in reply to what the lads were talking about.
See the icon, it tells you where they've been posted, right? So it picks it up for Facebook, Twitter and stuff, right?
Right.
So that's our YouTube live stream.
Could you check
that one?
Yeah, so if you look at your YouTube, see the tab?
Oh, aye.
Right, so wait a minute, I'll do it.
You got the...
I've got the giz.
I've got my finger.
The mouse is gone.
Oh, you're kidding.
There it's back. There you go.
All right.
Any more
all right.
Let's see if you can remember the last ones.
Go down. Done them. YT pick. They're talking to each other. Sandra Patterson says, we're out Jock Thompson's bairns. Salutations. My weird YouTube recommendations for today: making toilet paper moonshine. That is weird, isn't it?
It is.
We don't need that. Fracking is a no-no in Scotland. Indeed it is, Sandra. We're talking about Jo Swinson's money, where she got it from. Warning, don't be tempted to go to BBC or STV. It's the usual posh is on offer. Autocorrect that to change that to posh. I'm glad it did. Once I had this guy trying to tell me that fracking was safe. I said to him, if that's safe, let me stick a high pressure hose up your, then tell me how safe that is. He wasn't happy. Indeed not, Wayne. Indeed not, my friend. Kev, I need your moose. I need to scroll down.
All right, I'll tell you what. You take that. I'll get this out the way.
That's it, yeah.
Right.
get that on that, and another SNP, yes, says Wayne. Top chat, Kev, top chat.
Absolutely. When there's a certain person called Fiona on the chat, I just noticed. Fiona's saying took a while to get ballot boxes in and sorted out, and counting only just started a few.
Well, that's Val Gold.
No, that's Fiona sitting over there drinking a coffee.
McFeefy.
Yeah. It's going to be a long night. Yes, indeed, isn't it, Fiona?
It's going to be a lovely night.
Yes.
Good result for Margaret Ferry and Rutherglen, more than 5,000 majority. Oh, wow. Thanks for that, Val. That is a long wait for the counting to start right enough, she says. For sure.
So if you want to join us in the chat, where you can go to IndyLive.Radio or Independence Live.
Is there anyone in the studio?
Yeah, we should go and check the. Tell you what, let's check out the radio chat. See if there's. Oh, there's stuff happening in the radio chat.
They'll be reading that out there, won't they?
Yeah.
Exit poll has SB at 55.
Pauline.
She says that's a small sample, though. Well, it is actually. You can't take that as read.
Good morning.
Usually these things, Kev, are really spot on. Hi folks, loving this live stream. What a brilliant result. The polls are right. Clags.
That's good. And IndyLive.Radio. Cactus was asking us how's the sound and all that. And Steve, our other man in the clouds. Sounds loud and clear.
Cactus.
And yeah, all good.
Saw that John Curtis said that the exit poll was flawed from the Scottish perspective because there weren't enough sampling points here.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Plus there are so many marginals. Over 40 out of 59 seats are marginals. Nail-biting stuff.
Absolutely.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how that all pans out in Scotland. From that small sample, there's 55 seats. But apparently it's a very small sample.
Yeah.
And the marginals in Scotland are so tight. We did say that earlier.
Yeah, so many, within 10%.
10%.
Yeah.
But we're getting SNP wins by 6,000.
Uh-huh. Well, I spoke to Margaret Ferrier at the IndyRef 2020, and she gave a really good interview for the podcast.
Good.
She was asking for help from English Scots for Yes, to basically because they were getting hit on the doorstep with people saying, "No, I can't vote for the SNP because I'm English."
Oh,
you know, so that's why we were trying to.
Being trotted out?
Yeah. It's this feeling that wanting independence, is anti-English.
I know.
So we're all for fighting against that. So I'm so pleased that she's got over that objection. And
good to hear.
Well, English Scots for Yes are a real good weapon for the SNP to counter those claims. They're easy claims because they're false. That SNP hate the English. I think Nicola Sturgeon's grandparents were English.
That's right. Yeah.
I think Mike Russell was born in London or something. There's a whole...
Angus Robertson was born in
Germany.
No, Wimbledon.
Was he?
Oh, yeah.
Then he
Sorry,
to Germany.
John was just saying there.
Just this conception that somehow if you're SNP you're Scottish, there's actually no evidence of that, because Angus Robertson is not Scottish by birth.
I know.
That's a fact. There's several others, but actually quite bizarrely, the pro-Scottish independence Twitter feed that comes through is actually from people who don't even live in Scotland, who are saying things like, "I wish I could live in Scotland so I could vote for independence and get away from Brexit mess." So this is the interesting thing as well, is there was two London businesses saying that they would have to relocate to a country that could trade well with the EU to prevent a position where they would have a collapse in profit. And the point the guy made, and I'll maybe find the link at some point, is that to actually orchestrate a business in London, you need to have high prices, because you've got high rent, you've got high commuting costs, you've got high salaries. And the point he was making was that, having spoken to his 13 or 14 staff, they would actually be willing to move to Scotland to retain their jobs with this employer that they love. The only slight moan that they had on the article I read was that there was a weather differential. I don't think so. It's quite nice up here.
It is.
It must have been -1 on the way in, which is kind of normal for us. But that was the only thing we were worried about.
Alan Brown's tweeted, he says, I'm thrilled and honoured to be re-elected as MP for Kilmarnock and Loudon.
Brilliant.
I have lived in my entire life, hopefully.
Never saw that.
Phenomenal.
No, it's just
the best Twitter. Kirsten hair going is just amazing. I wonder how the soft fruit farmers will cope now, without her standing up for them.
Yeah.
Probably better.
Patrick Joyce is saying, Alan Johnson claiming the only way to regain Labour ascendancy is to move to the right. He's obviously not noticed that much of Labour's current manifesto is SNP policy. So adieu, Scotland. Well said, Patrick. They just don't get it. 50.8% was the SNP share in Kilmarnock. That is colossal. That is a walkover.
What was that again?
50.8% of the SNP share.
Wow.
In Kilmarnock and Loudon.
Wow.
And that is a stunning result for the candidate there. I can't remember his name. I hate when Twitter just flies up when you read some tweet.
Well, Kevin, am I not allowed to make a comment about something going on elsewhere?
You can't talk about what you see and the counts. If you see anything over there.
No. What about outside?
Well, if
it doesn't affect. Well, try it.
Not live.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll not mention it just now.
I've been through it down this path before.
Yeah,
I'm not supposed to mention what you see.
No, it's not see here. It's see on the phone. No, I'll not mention it.
I don't know.
The Eastern Bartonshire results expected at 2:30 anyway.
All right. John Swinney's on Twitter. He says that he's absolutely thrilled for Dave Duggan SNP, a former member of his own staff who has represented people with determination and energy. He will serve Angus well. So that was Dave Duggan that beat Kirsten Hare.
Yep, super
duper. Who else is coming on?
Any sign of Nicola arriving yet?
Oh yeah.
Do you think there'll be a big applause when she walks in?
Casper saying, Joe Swinson's seat, she's out. SNP are doing a lot of cuddling. It looks like she did it. Amy.
Really?
We don't know. We don't know yet. Don't know. The Tories are sticking to the line now that this will be all about the percentage share of the vote the SNP get via the mandate for independence. Dean Lockhart, MSP, says it would need to be more than 50%, but who's he kidding? Who's he kidding?
Well, what happened in 2015, at Eastern Bartonshire, at the Count of Bishopbriggs, Jo Swinson stayed out in her car and didn't come in. And wasn't coming in, and then the recording officer, returning officer, was going to proceed with the announcement without her, and she literally just walked in at the last minute and went on the stage to hear, because obviously they get the result
before
they're on stage, so they already know. And but she then came in and quite tearful as well. You could see she'd been crying.
It's not often I look at footballers and go, look for their political content. But Gary Neville is. He says. David Cameron says, I want to wish all Conservative candidates the best of luck tomorrow after a hard-fought general election. He goes, you absolutely joke, you started this mess and you ran. Absolutely bang on, Gary Neville.
Yeah.
Absolutely bang on.
He's manager of the English women's football team?
No, that's Phil Neville.
That's Phil Neville.
Yeah. His brother.
Right.
I'm just waiting for my own one coming in. I'm very selfish. This is Hamilton West and Lark Hall. I hope Angela Crawley gets it. I really do. Fantastic constituency, MP. Started up. Wearing my glasses again. Started up jobs fairs in Carluke and in Hamilton. Got lots of people back to work. Of our own volition. Hired the hall. Got the people in. Got the companies involved and advertised it. And they've been such a success. And she's met every single person that came in to try and get them a job. That's what an MP should do. Not hiding away.
It was the same with John Nicholson. I remember when one of his constituents came.
Ladies and gentlemen, verification in the Glasgow South constituency is now complete.
Glasgow
South. For Glasgow South.
Glasgow South.
67.04%. Candidates and agents can collect a copy from the left-hand side of the stage.
So 67% turnout in Glasgow South. This is Alison Thulis, isn't it?
No.
She's
Glasgow. She's Glasgow Central.
Verification for Glasgow North constituency is also complete. The turnout for Glasgow North is 63.5%. Candidates and agents can collect a copy of the verification statement from the left-hand side of the stage.
Glasgow South is Stuart MacDonald.
Oh, right, he should get that comfortably.
Without knowing what, because it's winter, it's difficult to do a comparison. When you think it's the winter, people will be.
Well, people are more interested in their Christmas shopping than they are.
Yeah, and I wondered if tonight the people would be more interested in either going to Ibrox or watching the football on the TV than going out voting as well.
That's a very good point. There's been other distractions apart from this general election today, mainly the football.
Don't even know what the score was.
I don't care.
Or scores.
Scores. It's a good point though.
Well, because Celtic were on the TV anyway.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, Celtic get beat 2-0 and Rangers got a draw.
Yeah.
They're through then.
But
that's good for the
draw.
That's good for the
good for Scottish football.
It is
good for Scottish football anyway.
It is. What was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to talk about.
Sorry.
Get more coffee. Glasgow South. Is that
Stuart MacDonald?
Stuart MacDonald. And the other one was Glasgow
North. Patrick Grady.
Yep. I think Patrick Grady should hold that. He's been a good. He's been the chief whip for the SNP. But you never can tell. We'll have to wait and see. Yet again, Lucas in the telly. It's Nigel Farage. The amount of airtime that guy gets is
a shocker, isn't it?
Turnout for Glasgow North, 63.5% verification.
The only going back to what I do is with the PA system. It's a 60 watt system, 2 speakers, 1 forward, 1 back. I record an MP3 file, put it on a memory stick, plug it in, and that, in this case it was a message from Amy Callaghan and also a message from Nicholas Urgin. And the only time I have never used that PA system, we lost. Every time I've used it to help get the vote out,
could this be an omen for today? Could this be an omen?
Well, I would like to be able to turn around and say it's 100% record.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Well, do you know what I seen, Ray, for the first time in a long time, was during the 2014 referendum. A guy on his bike with a tannoy started playing the Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah. Well,
and I saw it today and I thought, brilliant. And it reminded me of you. But did you get your inspiration from him? Or were you doing it as well?
No, I got my inspiration from that, but JJ sent me a copy of that.
Oh, do you have
so I've got a version of so what I've got is I've got that on a separate file, a separate memory stick. So whenever I'm coming up to Force for Good, I swap over the memory sticks and put on that.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. But,
I remember at the time the Labour politicians were thinking, that's not a bad effort, but you've got to take that one. the guys on his bike, bow down to your Imperial Masters, and they were all laughing.
Yeah. Well, not all of them. There was
there were some older ones.
A few miserable sinners in that, but there we go. But anyway, I've got two. I've interviewed Patrick Harvey for a podcast, and I've interviewed Carol Monahan. How it's going to be getting more content for next week.
Who's your top target? Who would you love to do?
Well, I've already spoken to Nicola Sturgeon. I suppose it'd be quite nice to get a post-result reaction from her. To be honest, every one of them, because what I was discussing with Carol Monahan was we were talking about Parliament TV. She was saying how she gets, she maybe gives a speech, and or even if she doesn't give a speech, she'll get a message from a constituent saying, "Oh, I like the dress you were wearing today."
Yeah.
You know, and we were talking about the fact that since 2014, so many people now in Scotland, in particular in the Yes movement, watch Parliament TV, whereas in the past that was just unheard of.
Yes, indeed.
And I said to myself, I says, well, obviously with John Nicholson being MP, friend.
David's here. He's Glasgow, Bearliston, up that way.
Glasgow,
northwest.
Northeast. Yeah.
Just going to say, comment from Sander Patterson. I think there's been another seat called Western Bartonshire SNP.
Oh, that'd be Martin Doherty Hughes.
Oh, Mary Black's won hers. Yeah.
Mary Black's.
Really?
Oh,
good.
Kev, what do you do with my glass? I've got them. Oh, there's Colin Mackay talking to the SNP people. Let's see.
There's Patrick Grady there. So must be the camera behind us.
Check my Twitter feed.
Scanning around.
Twitter's great for getting the results in, isn't it?
Oh, what was that?
Ladies and gentlemen, verification for the Glasgow North West constituency is now complete. The turnout for Glasgow North West is 62.96%. Candidates and agents can collect a copy of the verification statement from the area to the left of the stage. Thank you.
John Robertson's tweeted, Murdo Fraser has just pointed out that the exit poll figure of 55 for the SNP is one down in 2015. What a comedian. What a laugh. Is that all he's got to say? All SNP gains according to exit polls: Stirling, Rutherglen, Hamilton, Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. There's loads if it pans out this way. Murray will be an interesting one as well.
Yep.
That's Douglas Ross, the linesman, who's absolutely without leave.
Yeah, I see.
Richard Tice, has he got it? How did Richard Tice get on? It just flew up.
I see Jackson Carlaw has come back on. You know the two photographs. The one.
Oh yeah.
It turns out it was two proxy votes he was putting in.
We'll let him off. I tell you, we're getting live pictures from here, and it's there's a lot of glum faces. There's Anne McLaughlin getting interviewed.
Yeah.
And just over there to the right of us. And there's the wee cabal of there's Tories. They're still hanging about.
It's interesting when you're here and you can look around.
I know, then let's look up and see them.
Oh, there they are. There, I can see it now. Yeah.
Let's just look up at them and get them.
Yeah.
That was
next thing.
Good.
Where of us? Oh, there's camera going to come on us now. No. I swing it round here onto Independence Live. You should have an Independence Live banner.
And there's the rubbish, the purple bags. We can see them right across. And there's a wee guy with a tie. Just walking. He'll come through in a minute. He's got papers in his pocket. We've missed them. And
those are his postal votes. He's only got like 200 of them. He's got to post them.
But no, Kevin, you should have had a banner, an Independence Live banner up in, do you? Oh.
Yeah. We could block all the cameras and stuff. I know.
That would have been good. Yeah.
There's a guy with a yellow hat. That's a fancy yellow hat. Kev, do you see that one? Just go back a bit. It's a yellow cap, actually. Go back left. Don't follow that. That go. I've got it wrong.
Keep going left, go.
Yellow hat.
Zoom out.
Beautiful yellow hat. Yeah, look at this. Look at this guy. He's not missing anything, is he?
Well, it must be getting closer to the Eastern Bartonshire.
It must be. What's the time now, Ray? What would
20 past 2.
20 past 2. Said half 2. That was coming in.
Yeah.
Is it permissible to cheer loudly for, I won't mention names, but for certain people to lose their seat?
Anyone in particular?
I would.
I would too. Sandra's saying, Carlo, 2 proxy votes in the zone was a postal. Nah, that doesn't make sense. But now it does for a Tory. Absolutely right, Sandra. Trust him as far as a good spit. How do you feel, Ray, when you walk past these Labour people? Do you feel like a ha-ha-ha? Or do you think, oh, they're just ordinary people doing their job, trying to get on in life?
I can't understand. I just can't, and it's the same with the Tory. That some folk can be so blinded, so ignorant, that it just defies logic.
It does,
and it's only because, and if you'd asked me this 6 years ago, I wouldn't have had a clue. Because before the referendum, I wouldn't have had a clue because I wasn't interested in politics. But when you start taking it more on board and listening to what folk have to say, look at what they promise and what they deliver and don't deliver, and lie, and do to dirty an opponent or dirty a party or what have you. And I'm always one for looking for the good in people rather than the bad.
Yeah.
So
of course.
it's a case of why can people be so gullible? And in particular, I would say it's in England.
Well, Wales as well.
And Wales. But here, it's so great to see that Scots are awakening. They're still, and I had it today. People putting their thumbs down. With the messages blasting out, and I had one guy in Milngavie, driving around Milngavie, and it was in the middle of an estate, and he jumps out to the road with his
Union Jack.
With his leaflets. He was obviously delivering leaflets. He gets to one door every so many minutes. I'm getting to hundreds and hundreds of people in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, I know.
With the
Very
PA,
effective.
but. He jumped out, and all you could see was "Say no to independence" or something.
Pathetic.
I thought that's all your policy. That's all your campaign is built on.
I know.
I know.
What does it mean?
The best one yet was
because what if England turned around and say, "Well, we'd like to be independent," and we said no.
The problem is they can't afford it. But one of the things that's interesting to me, some years ago, 2015. When the SNP won the seats in Westminster, there's a chap from Malta.
Whoa,
there must be another one. Oh, it's been called here, is it? We don't know what's that say. We just had an announcement here.
What's on something on the screen?
Is Angela Crawley's got her? Anyone? Any ideas who just got a seat?
Who's
there?
just won?
Lanark and Hamilton SNP, superb. That's Angela.
Great.
Angela Crawley. Oh, I'm chuffed. Oh, that's excellent news. Oh, I've got an SNP candidate.
A guy in 2015 from Malta. He argued with me that independence was ridiculous. And I'm like,
your country.
Thought this through? Spoiled.
For goodness sake.
I was going to ask you, Ray, because we've had the independence referendum in Scotland and Wales haven't, do you think that's why they've still haven't really awoken yet. If Wales was to have a referendum, Plaid might then take on, as the SNP have done in Scotland.
Aha.
Do you reckon that's what it takes?
Yeah, it takes. That's what it'll take, because the more that people in Wales see what is capable and what has been achieved in Scotland, and realise, wait a minute, we can throw that monkey off our back as well.
Aye.
And when it's starting, it is, because Plaid was exactly, even when I lived in Wales, Plaid was a tiny party, and exactly the same when I moved to Scotland. I thought, SNP, I didn't need to be honest, I never even looked at what they were standing for.
Yeah.
They were so insignificant, and it was exactly the same in Wales.
Yes.
It was, that you can shout and scream, and that's why, now, I think, well, I originally voted for the Liberal Party, which then the Social Democrats and Liberal joined forces. So
Tories.
And it was, and I've said this so many times, it was a protest vote, because there was no way I was voting Tory, there was no way I was voting Labour, and I never even looked at Lib Dem policies. I thought, well, I'm not voting those two, I'll just vote.
Aye.
And it wasn't until, well, it was a personal experience for myself with Joe Swinson, because I was treasurer for a charity.
I heard the story, it's a great story. A lot of people might not know about this, but carry on.
Basically, Eastern Bartonshire Council wanted to divert money for the upgrade of a play area via a charity.
Yes.
So they got the local residents to come together, which we did, and we formed a committee. I was treasurer over it, and we organised a five-a-side, a football park, a crikey, Sandra keeps on forgetting the name, and I always use Flying Fox. I'm normally the one who remembers it, but Flying Fox, new swings, seesaws, planting of trees, etc. So the committee did all this, put it to the council, they agreed on the funding, put it in. But Jo Swinson turned up on one of her regular focus papers, comes out, and she's sitting there, proud as punch of what they've achieved. I thought, you didn't even get involved at all. And that's when I realised, wait a minute, you're doing this as a photo. This is a photo opportunity.
Absolutely.
And she would go to different places in the constituency and do exactly the same thing. Have we got news coming in?
No, it's just interesting how people think. I'm just being messaged by someone to say, hey, why did Japan leave the EU?
Why did Japan leave the EU?
I'm frightened. I'm really
It's too late in the night. Another thing, of course, since 2014, social media's gone leaps and bounds. So the people in Wales, going back to Plaid, can easily catch up. And Adam Price has been a revelation. And the one before that wasn't too bad. Leanne Wood, but this guy seems to have a bit more personality about him. He's got a bit more stature about him. And he's proved his worth whenever he got the chance on the TV debates. So that, coupled with social media, coupled with the football teams in Wales now supporting independence, Cardiff City and Swansea. How they've done that is amazing. So you got, and I was asking when I was with IndyLive.Radio, I had hooked up with Cymru Wales radio station. And Sharon was telling me that rugby isn't, it's a rich man's game. Football is the game of the people.
When I lived in Cwmbran, it was rugby. I went to went to the rugby club. It was very much working men, to be honest. Maybe some of the more elite teams. And that
because it's gone professional and that kind of thing. I think it's they're paying a lot of money to see a lot of these the Ospreys and Scarlets don't get very much of a crowd.
No,
but the
Cwmbran versus
Ebbw or
Ystrad Mynach.
I know. That's a game of rugby. But who knows? Wales. I hope Wales don't get independence for Scotland.
Listen, I've been thinking the same thing about Ireland. I've been thinking the way things are pushing, they're going to push for independence before we get a chance. And I thought, no, we started, let us finish. Anyway,
Somebody says their mics are too loud.
really? Mine's down here.
That's why you've got to stick your headphones on now and again,
I was
guys.
getting reverb back in my headphones.
Right, but you put them on just for a wee bit.
Yeah,
Aye.
And then
just
you
to double
pick
check.
up the distortion as user.
Speaking.
Right. Headphones on. I can't hear
No,
anything
you don't
on
need to
mine.
keep them on. It's just, you can pick them up now and again, check. Because yours were well distorting.
I was distorted.
Well
I'm always
distorting.
distorting,
sorry
Kev.
about Is that better now?
When I'm not here,
that
I'm
better
doing
now?
the camera work. Leave used to it.
Is
What do
that
you do? Start your distorting talks.
The mouse is away.
As long as it's not
disgusting. The
disgusting.
mouse will play. Sorry about the distortion, folks.
I won't leave them alone again.
Well,
Anyway, John's going to take over here for a minute, aren't you, John? Good stuff.
I'm going for a walk unless you want to go for a walk.
I was going to go for a walk, stretch my legs.
2 years go for a walk. I'll
Right.
keep it with Kev.
I think I'm going to need your spectacles again.
He's been looking at mine, you're not having.
I know.
He prefers mine. Well, the guys are away for a wee wander, see what they can see. Ray's going to stretch his legs. Big guy that he is.
Old age doesn't come on it too.
Kev, that's a bad graphic. I can't read that either. It says Conservatives are in the leads.
What's that?
The projected poll forecasts, they are. Yeah, the polls are looking bad for Labour in England. But we can't see those results coming in. We can't even pan the cameras around, Kev, to see how empty the place is getting.
Yeah, it's quite good.
I've seen it a lot busier than this at counts. You know, when there's. But I think it's been reduced to two-party in most of these competitions. It's Labour and SNP. Because the Tories aren't hanging about, but there's a lot of Labour people hanging about, and a lot of SNP people hanging about. So we'll have to wait and see what that brings.
So when are we going to get a Glasgow shout?
I know. Usually they're quite quick, but in this occasion we're
That's
struggling.
in the morning.
2:30.
Still going strong.
Just about hanging on there. I don't think anyone's. Oh, there might be a few people listening. If you are listening, give us a wee message at IndyLive.Radio. Yep, we've got that one. Wayne Angus Parliamentary Constituency SNP gain from Con. That was Dave Dugan. Aye. Wayne says it's too loud. He's gone deaf.
Is it? Too
No,
loud?
that was before. Hope it's all right now.
Yeah, they were
Yeah, that seems to be okay.
him and Indy Ray left him alone for a minute. And started shouting into the mic.
Remember, we picked up his breathing.
Yeah, that's right.
He does tend to,
That.
but he does go loud when he's trying to get a point across. But I don't think he can help it, Kev. It's just his natural way.
These need to turn down. No, mixing thing. No biggie.
Salutations, annotations. Who's that? Sound. Inverclyde. Oh, there's Ronnie Cowan. Look, Ronnie Cowan's seat's coming up.
Just over 40,000 votes.
So here's the vote coming in. The ballot papers rejected were rejected for the following. He's just telling us why they've been rejected. Doesn't matter.
12 rejected for giving more than one candidate.
Yeah, you can't mark down two people you want to win. It's very difficult to tell by their faces. You can't read much into this, can you, Kev? You don't know who's won this. The total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Here we go. Cowan's first. 19,000. That's a whopping.
Oh,
That's a big total.
That's a winner.
He's got to beat 19. He's got to beat 6,000 for the Tory. Scottish Labour. Looks like Ronnie Cowan's got it. Martin McCluskey came in second, 11,000 for Labour. Look at that. Conservative vote dropped like a stone, and Liberal Democrats, 2,560 people voted for them.
That was really...
That's a 7,000 majority. That's a big turnout and a big percentage win. Ronnie Cowan. Let's go back to East Kilbride. Total number of votes for what was that? Lisa. Is that Lisa Cameron?
Let's see.
Erica Bradley Young's gone just over 1,000. Quick. We'll see if that's damaged SNP, Kev. Lisa Cameron, here we go. Scottish National Party.
Verification for the Glasgow South West constituency is now complete. The turnout for
26,000! Oh, that's a thumping majority! That is massive! 26,000 for Lisa Cameron of the SNP. Go, gal! Gilmer Gigger, 11,600, 961 for the Conservatives.
The turnout for Glasgow East.
David Mackay, UKIP. What did he get? Oh, he got 559. Unbelievable.
Verification for the Glasgow North East constituency.
And Monique McAdams, Scottish Labour, no such thing, of course.
Is 55.7%. Candidates and agents can collect
12,000.
From the left-hand side of the stage.
I don't know what they're cheering for 12,000 votes for. Well, that's a stonking win for Lisa Cameron, Kev. Look at that, 26,000.
Over 50%.
That's over 50% indeed. Liberal Democrats, 3,000 odd. That is massive. South Lanarkshire, we've got another one coming in.
50%.
There she goes.
East Kilbride well up in the last time. SNP with 46.
46, not shy of 50%. But it looks like the Tory vote is actually
gone down.
It's gone down again. The swing from Labour to the SNP was 8.3% East Kilbride. Let's confirm. There's another one coming through. Angela Crawley. Oh, thumping. That's who I voted for, Kev. 22,243 against Shona Haslam on a ticket of Let's Stop Independence. She got 17,000 votes. Unbelievable that people in Hamilton could vote like that. But it's all leafy and golden and lovely around there, but they should be ashamed of themselves.
Absolutely.
And the Labour chap, 10,000. Look at the Liberal Democrats, almost losing their deposit care of 3,000 seats. It's not votes, rather.
Ladies and gentlemen, the doubtful ballots in the Glasgow East constituency.
Here we go.
For adjudication.
Oh, this one's here.
As candidates and agents, please make their way to the briefing area. That's Glasgow East.
Okay, so we're going to get a result.
We're going to get a result, Kev, right in front of our eyes. This is Glasgow East.
can see Fiona is live.
Look at the Labour vote in Lanark and Hamilton went down of 23%. That's extraordinary. Did you try to get an interview?
Yeah, we can see John and Fiona. Shall we listen to them? Let's see.
Still nothing.
That's a shame.
Let's just pan around the room for a second and see what's going on generally. Lots of different candidates wandering about. Party activists. Much thinner numbers now than there were earlier. How might I get out? Certainly very few Lib Dems, if any. Almost none. I'll maybe go and find out if somebody's won his seat. 1 second.
Norris, keep an eye on it, and we'll keep an eye on John and Fiona, and if they get an interview, they can shoot over the team.
Oh, there's Richard Leonard.
Oh, let's
Perth and Kinross. Who's this, Kev?
Could the candidate or agent for Scottish Labour in Glasgow East please make their way to the briefing area? Thank you.
We've got Pete Wishart's
soon for Glasgow.
2047, Angus Mackenzie for the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party. Oh, we got 19,000. Oh,
that's hefty.
Pete's got a lot to do to get that one. Stuart Pearl's got 600, so he's got to go over 19,000. So Pete Wishart, we're waiting for Pete Wishart.
Oh, he's done it.
Oh, he's done it! He's done it!
Pete Wishart has done it.
Oh, unbelievable!
Wow.
That is a huge vote. 27,000 SNP voters certainly got out. But my goodness, the Conservatives took, what, 22%?
Wow.
This is Clackmannanshire. Scottish National Party, 26,000. That's monstrous. This is another one in the bag.
Labour down 8.5.
Labour down.
SNP up.
Tories down as well.
Down.
SNP are up 8.4%. 4,000 to the Labour candidate. So that must make it a stonking win in Clackmannanshire. The Clacks, the indie girls from Clacks.
Well done. Yeah.
Yeah, they've been working hard to get that secured. Scottish Liberal Democrats 3,204. Therefore, John Mackenzie, Nicholson. You can maybe hear that in the background. That's cheering for the next SNP victor. This is great, Kev, isn't it? I love this.
It's great fun.
I just like looking at the faces of the Labour people. Local and South Person. So there he is. That's Luke Graham gone, and John Nicholson's the victor.
Is that right?
Yep.
Luke Graham.
But he was the SNP have taken it. John Nicholson is back. And we also heard from Perthshire North, the SNP consolidating its hold there. Oh, Richard Leonard. Oh, I don't want to hear him. I just don't want to hear him.
Sure.
Aye.
Oh, do you know what he's got to say? Alright, here we go. Got to.
Right.
There's no doubt that we said we wanted to get through the din of Brexit, and missed it.
I just don't think we did that sufficiently and effectively enough. We need to reflect on that, but we need to learn the lessons from that. I think we had our own constitutional offer.
Oh, exciting. Ideas around abolition of the House of Lords. Oh my, how stale is that?
I know.
You know, it'll never happen.
This is back to the 70s.
Vested interest in the House of Lords.
This is back to the 1970s, Kev.
Oh, dear.
This is just playground politics.
That's as exciting as it gets from Scottish
Labour.
Double quotes.
I know.
Labour.
The Labour Party in Scotland. The branch manager is speaking.
And he wants to abandon the House of Lords.
Whoopie do.
How long have they been saying that?
I know.
Decades.
Look at him, he's going on about what... You've just lost me. We wanted to talk about things, but we just couldn't get them out. Well, there's another hold for the SNP. Where's that one, Kev?
Yeah.
Owen Thompson of Midlothian. Daniela Rowley, that's Alex Rowley's daughter.
Yeah.
Alex Rowley, the MSP. That Labour cabal has been...
20,000.
20,000. I mean, what percentage is that? Daniela Rowley. She was in there, so she's lost her seat. Haven't you let her down big and clear? Always getting the blame for all these seats. Richard Leonard is getting it in the neck.
Can I first of all say that I am deeply, very
Ladies and gentlemen, the
deeply
doubtful ballots in the Glasgow North constituency ready for adjudication. Would candidates and agents please make their way to the briefing area, which is next to the postal vote area.
So that's down this end, they're coming down here.
The doubtful ballots in the Glasgow North East constituency are also ready for adjudication. Would candidates and agents for Glasgow North and Glasgow North East please make their way to the briefing area?
So they're going to be told who's the winners, and then they'll go on the stage and it'll be announced to us. So they're going to be adjudicated. But we're laughing at Richard Leonard here, aren't we, Kev?
So.
He's deeply and very personally disappointed for all those people that have lost their seats.
Oops, go on. And John and Fiona are down the front.
Yeah, just try and follow them, shall we?
Tell you what, let me do a little change here. Go into multi-view and
as all the counters and the those that work at the counting all the ballot papers are getting ready to leave, taking their seats away, leaving a big vacuum.
Ladies and gentlemen, verification for the Glasgow Central constituency is now complete. The turnout for Glasgow Central is 58.15%.
That's a drop.
Candidates and agents can collect a copy of the verification statements from the left-hand side of the stage.
58% for Glasgow East.
there's John hunting somebody there who's in front of the camera.
There's a guy with the hat, Kev, look. See him? He's just walking down. I think it's the
Will the candidates and agents for both Glasgow North and Glasgow North East please make their way to the briefing area where adjudication is about to begin?
There's Graham Thingway.
Graham Campbell.
Aye.
I was talking to him earlier. Said he'd never come and see us for a chat. And Ivan McKay. And
how many times has he said that?
I know. Where is he? Come on. I'll zoom in on him.
Aye, get him. There he is down the back, see him?
Aye.
With the big dreads. Is he still going out with Anna McLaughlin? Is he?
I don't know what I'm doing this for.
Are they? I mean, are they an item? Because they're always hanging about together.
Is this live stream gossip, is it?
Yeah, it is. We've got very little to talk about till this count happens.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, another one's come through.
Would candidates and agents for Glasgow North and North East please make their way to the briefing area, which is...
We are sitting here, well, now standing here, I suppose, really excited about these results.
Would candidates and agents for Glasgow North and North East please make their way to the briefing area, which is to the rear of the hall towards the media area.
So
Thank you.
crossed. Give you a shout soon.
Cheers.
Cheers, Alison. Let's hope for a win, folks. It's literally probably down to the wire.
I'm not recording. I just want it open so that I can... I'll
Kevin Pringle being interviewed there, of course, on BBC News. If you're still awake and watching the BBC News, Kevin Pringle, former director of what was the Yes campaign in the media side. And apologies, we've been told not to film a cameraman. Doesn't like cameras. We'll normally stand in front of this, but I think the screen's about to change in a few seconds because all the candidates for Glasgow areas, constituencies that have just been called in the last few minutes are, I think, are about to be called up. And it might well be that we catch it live. A lot of photographers taking pictures of Alison Fullis, possibly in the hope, we hope, that the results are good for Alison and others. We are very hopeful of a win here. It's looking quite positive. The SNP folk are smiling very optimistically, quite excited, grinning ear to ear. So we cannot be more than 30 seconds from the announcement, so let's just hold fire. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the doubtful ballots in the Glasgow South West constituency are ready for adjudication. The North West constituency are also ready for adjudication. The briefing area, candidates and agents for Glasgow North West, please make your way to the briefing area. The doubtful ballots in the Glasgow North West constituency are also ready for adjudication. Candidates and agents for Glasgow North West, please make your way to the briefing area.
That could be Patrick Grady, actually. We'll see in a minute. As the candidates scurry towards the back of the stage, they'll be told before, of course, and once they're told, they'll be back up again.
Thank you.
Oh, aye. We're just getting the full verification constituency. The Glasgow total, verified total, is 2,703, 522. The electorate, 453,684. So it's a 60.29% turnout in the Glasgow total. So that's the whole of the Glasgow South East. That is pretty massive. Because usually you get 30s and 40s for these kind of things, but to get up to the 60s, pretty impressive. And the SNP have done really well to get their vote out. Superb campaign, you must say, on reflection, Kev.
So that's Glasgow total.
Total Glasgow.
Still 60%.
That's good.
Is it?
Remember, Kev, there's football on tonight. 2 teams in Glasgow are playing. There's people that couldn't be bothered because they're Christmas shopping. That is not bad.
Alright.
That's not bad. Of course, there's kids and stuff, and they can't vote, and people in wheelchairs and all the rest of it. That's damn decent.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'll take that any day of the week. Well, Richard Leonard's still bumping his gums on the telly.
Shall we tune in?
I think we should. There's not a mandate in the Scottish Parliament.
You're kidding
What's
me.
it, for a second referendum?
What planet is
What? I know. Come on, mate.
Labour burying it. Look at the direction of travel for independence.
I know.
It's going forward.
Kev, there's
leaving
marches, there's
this-
demos, there's thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, and he's saying there's no appetite for it. And there's no mandate. There's no mandate. How can you say that? He's got to go, hasn't he? Labour can't be happy with him.
I say
they
he needs
cannot
to
be happy
stay.
with that.
I say he needs to stay.
Just stay,
get my
Richard.
backing.
You're a boost to the independence campaign.
I think Nicola is due soon.
Is she?
Is she?
Security.
Oh.
The security guy.
Oh, right.
He recognised me.
Well,
he was helping me when I was doing the podcast.
Well,
and through to record.
Are you going to try and get another interview with him?
I've already done it once. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the doubtful ballots in the Glasgow Central constituency are now ready for adjudication.
Okay.
Adjudication for Glasgow Central.
Candidates and agents for Glasgow Central, please make their way to the briefing area towards the back of the hall and the media area. Thank you.
It's quite funny.
How many seats have we got so far?
14. 14.
SNP.
Aye.
Oh, what's been this one? Was it tonight?
John Nicholson got his.
Really?
Yeah, he did.
Super.
Pete Wisher got. The Tory got 19,000. We thought, oh, he's lost it. 22,000.
Wow.
Yeah. Where's the other one? Clickmannon? It was Owen Thompson, Midlothian, and they're huge majorities.
Yeah.
Apart from Pete Wisher's, which is 3,000, but both of them.
That's better than 21.
I know.
What he had last time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But the SNP, you've got to say, I've got their vote out.
Yeah.
They've got their message out.
Yeah.
They've done, this is amazing.
But have a seat.
I'll take a seat, mate. Come on, join in.
I was going to.
Are you off?
Go and get a picture at all.
Oh, okay. There's a groupie.
Another picture.
There's a groupie. That's where you are.
Well, we're watching Richard Leonard swimming
back
against
to
the tide here in this interview. It's absolute car crash stuff. He's still going on about no mandate for independence.
Really?
Aye. And he says the Scottish Parliament, even though we're passing through the referendum bill, he says the fulcrum of power still lies at Westminster. He just hasn't got a clue.
No. I don't have my specs.
Oh, Kev, you got the specs?
Yeah, I know.
Wait a minute, hold on, under here? No.
We've lost the specs again. I bet you he's got them.
Mine's
I've got them.
Yes.
Mine's in his pocket. Brilliant.
Oh, he's been asked, will you reflect on your
But they
position?
thought that was a way to stop Brexit. What's he on about, Kev? So this election was not simply fought by the SNP and the question of a second independence referendum. Well, what was it then? It was a... Yeah, what was inside this? He is struggling here to get a message across.
Will you reflect on your position?
He's got to. Because of Brexit. He's saying that their jobs will be on the line because of Brexit. Deflecting.
Yeah.
I mean, how bad is that? Come on.
So,
This is pissing into the wind.
Conservatives
This
around
is just
86 seats.
I can't believe I'm watching this.
Yeah, he's going to be more brutal. Are you going to resign?
No, I'm not going to resign, he says. We'll see about that tomorrow morning, mate.
I keep forgetting, you're watching the stream in that laptop, which is
Well, there's a guy here.
20 seconds away from mine. This is
20?
live, and
Oh, right.
because it's the stream.
Here we go.
So we're out of sync here.
Aye, we are. I can't swim 7 seats in Glasgow. He has just arrived. We've got a lot of applause from... Ta-da.
one that camera could scan around.
He's over there, isn't he?
There he is, there, behind us.
Oh, so it is. He's just up there. Look, Colin Mackay.
So it is. That's weird, isn't it?
It's weird because we're seeing pictures of Colin Mackay and he's pointing his thumb behind us, and we're behind him, just behind him, along the side a wee bit.
We're on the telly.
We're on the telly. A clean sweep of 7 seats in Glasgow. Ray, this would be amazing. I thought when you were talking about the count there and the piles equaling.
Yeah.
But look, he knows something.
No, I don't say that.
The SNP reckon they will take the seat. The cons, that's Clywyd, that's Wales.
Clywyd West.
There are crowds gathering, waiting for Nicola Sturgeon. She'll get a big cheer.
Ooh, I seen the security guy as well.
I forgot to switch your mic on. Try again.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, lovely.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what? It's a lot clearer.
Oh, look, he's,
is it?
He says probably the flattest count he's experienced as well. The exit poll deflated
yeah.
And the results are fitting with that exit poll. I mean, we took it with a caveat, didn't we, the exit poll, but it appears to have been absolutely true, and they're up on the stage now.
So they are.
Really?
Although that's not straight. No, that's somewhere else.
Wait, if you look in this screen.
Helen McFarlane, Scottish Labour. Where is that? That's Rosamund McGowan, Scottish Greens. I don't know where this area is, Kev. It must be Motherwell.
It's at Ravenscraig.
He's got it. Another one. And let's see what the total share was. We're not getting a clear indication yet. Adrian Shots has gone to... we're not getting the figures. Neil Gray, very comfortable victory, it says. But we're not getting... Labour hold Wallasey. Adrian Shots, there we go. SNP holds. So there's another one down for the SNP. This is monumental. We don't know what the figures are on this one, Ray, but
it's hidden behind the light.
It's up the top, but we can't see it.
Yeah.
Suffice to say, it's another SNP victory.
Yep.
In a Labour heartland, Ravenscraig, North Lanarkshire.
Oh, North Ayrshire, 48.5%.
So Patricia Gibson, is it? North Ayrshire's come through as well. It's up the top. Okay.
Yep.
Wow. Suffice to say, it's another SNP victory.
The lights are in the way of this. That's good.
That's actually, look at here it comes. Can't see for the lights.
48.5%.
Wow! What did the Labour get in that one? 6,000.
Labour 13.9%.
So who's the second?
Tories. Just gone away. There it is.
So that's another one come through from SNP. Kenny McCaskill has come good.
Oh, gosh.
We don't know what that is because we can't see because of the lights.
I'm going to turn up the audio for the feed. The audio feed, right?
What's it saying on the... I can't see it.
I can't even see the percent.
It's huge. Oh, that's North Ayrshire, sorry. But the Labour Party's vote absolutely crumbled in Ayrshire.
Yeah.
Ken McCaskill, we don't know what that is. Martin Whitfield for Labour came second, 17,000. But he got a majority of 3,886, so 20,000 he got.
SNP votes up by 9.6%.
That's incredible. Liberal Democrats taking a bashing on that one as well, way down. Robert O'Riordan, no luck there, I'm afraid. Renfrewshire East, SNP gain. Is that coming?
Oh, crikey! That's Kirsten Oswald.
Kirsten Oswald, yeah. She's got through.
Yeah, beauty.
Wow. East Lothian, that's the same one. They're coming through
yeah,
thick and fast. This is exciting stuff. This is amazing stuff. This is history in the making.
Yeah. That's that. What's his name? Was it Patterson?
Gilpart?
No. Weedy guy.
I know.
God, I forgot his name now. Oh, that's just super.
This is exciting.
Right, come on, Eastern Bartonshire, where are you?
That's
Neil Gray, 45.1%.
So majority of 5,000, so he must have got about 18,000. We can't see for the lights, so we have to guess.
It's unfortunate.
Adrian Shots, Neil Gray. It's 17,000 he got.
It's not our camera, by the way. It's the setting of the lights in the SECC.
It's their fault.
Yeah. Everyone will.
Oh, it must be another SNP victory. We don't know which one that is though. What is coming through? I think it's the Kirsten Oswald one that's coming through.
There's a lot.
They just picked up on it in the hall.
Yeah.
6.3%. Bernard Ponsonby's calling it as it is on STV. East Renfrewshire as an STV.
Ladies and gentlemen,
here we go.
Would candidates and agents go North constituency, please go to the briefing area to meet with the county supervisor for a provisional result. Please go to the briefing area.
They're coming in too fast
for the end, back of the count.
The team down there, the SNP group are going mad. Paul Masterton he got 19,000. Andrew James Glynn. Scottish Liberal Democrats stop Brexit, 4,000. Not resonating with the people in the doorsteps, I'm afraid, not in Scotland. Kirsten Francis, a whopping 24,000, wow. Kev. 24,800. That is an increase of, I don't know. If I could just repeat the full number, 24,877. Whatever it's just got better.
SNP in 46.2%.
Is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for East Renfrewshire constituency. 55,000 votes. She got the vast majority of them. SNP hold Western Isles.
Oh, that would be expected with Angus Brendan McNeill.
Yep. Racking up the seats as Ronnie Cowan holds Inverclyde. Yep. We've got some disturbance. Trolleys going past us. Hope you can still hear us. I think that was a popular victory in the hall here, Kev. Kirsten Oswald.
Absolutely.
There's a big cheer for her. But the SNP hierarchy must be licking their lips at this.
Alliance Party have won the seat in Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
Why is that significant?
Why?
Yeah.
Because that's a party that is set up. It's never had a seat. I don't think it's ever had a seat. It's because that was should we say, across the divide party. That's why it's called the Alliance. So it's the first time, a party since the Troubles.
Do you get audio on your mobile?
Do you want it up?
No, I can hear it. Is it?
No.
Oh, no.
I can't hear it.
No.
No, you're fine, Ray.
Yeah. So basically, it's a cross-party.
Yeah.
Should we say cross-party or cross-religion
Yes, that's
party,
obviously
and
good.
that's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because a lot of people from both Sinn Féin and Union side have gone that way as a more centralist.
Yeah, they
that's
have.
not interested in the religious side of things. They're just standing for what's good for Northern Ireland.
So it looks, is that Nicola Sturgeon coming? Is she coming in? Oh, Jo Swinson's going to her count. Look. There she is. Now this is going to be interesting.
This is going to be very.
Cameras are following her.
Look, I can zoom in.
Well, that's not ours, Kev.
Yeah, no, you can. Switch my mic off.
She's got a few cameras with her, a bit of an entourage for her seats. I'm not sure how this is going to be looking. I know you're being Tenterhooks, Ray, because it's your constituency. But Amy Callaghan, even if she loses on this one, she's fought a great campaign, hasn't she?
Yep. I think she's looking.
She looks pensive.
Yeah. Does she know yet?
I think she does. But she's got her camera face on, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If she goes, this is going to be massive.
Oh, I know that. This would be.
How you doing, Phil? Oh, there's John McDonald who's doing a speech. Looking at live footage. This is the Eastern Berkshire Counts. Live footage from in the west of our country. Got highest turnouts ever.
Sandra's about sick. Waiting for the results.
Yeah, this is a biggie.
This is the biggie.
91.5%.
91.5.
That is huge.
Wow.
She's looking very happy and relaxed. And of course we're expecting, on the basis of what we've been seeing, that this seat which is going to go to SNP. No. Whoa. She said, potential Prime Minister. They're going to, it may well be at the end of this election, she'll be a potential MP again.
Wow.
Oh, look at them. This guy must be sick to the back teeth. Because this is Jamie Green of the Tories is on our screen with Keith Brown. And I don't know who the other guy is. For this, we're on
this is Tenterhooks.
Tenterhooks waiting for this one. There'll be a huge cheer if this one goes to Amy Callaghan.
Yeah.
It's a bad one.
Oh dear me. Because it's great the new ones that I've got in so far, but we always said, imagine knocking the leader of a UK party off their perch, and that's the expression they used when I interviewed Amy for
this guy Jamie Green saying it's sad to see your friends and colleagues lose their jobs. Well, wait a minute, I've got a story for you, Mr. Tory man. It's sad to see people in the streets begging with cups because they can't get any help from your universal credit shambles, and people can't pay their mortgages because of your austerity programme. I couldn't care less if you lose your seats, to be honest.
Absolutely. Totally back down.
Thanks, Kev.
You're welcome. You don't like to get angry, don't you?
Well, I do get angry at that, We lost our seats.
Yeah.
And they weren't good people, but it's interesting times, says Keith Brown. It's bittersweet. Why?
Why is it bittersweet?
Well, if you wanted to demand a second independence referendum, count us out.
Wow.
On the first point, the general, I remember we are now seeing the Labour vote collapse, and we're taking the votes from the Conservatives now.
It's some racket.
It's a right racket here.
Jackson Carlow from East Renfrewshire said the union was on every ballot paper. So Scotland are telling the Tories to come out to your point about Richard Leonard. It's perhaps difficult on the date of an election. We've all been there in the past to get an instant response. So he's been quite fair to the Labour Party.
Yeah.
He says, look, he's in a state of shock. He's saying things that are he might regret in the morning, but he better revise them. There's another one for the. It's Nicola Sturgeon's just come in. She's jubilant.
Zooming in here.
You can zoom in. There she goes. She's quite a small person actually, and all the kids are running down to see her. And of course the entourage of cameras, etc. But we're really hanging on to see Joe Swinson, see what happens in Dumbarton. Somebody's got, Kirsty Wart's got her for an interview. Come on, Nicola, get past her. I know. So chocker down the bottom of this hall when Nicola Sturgeon walks in. And all the cameras are out, but there's a wide Cheshire cat smile on her face. She knows it's been a good night, Ray.
Ballots in the Glasgow South constituency are ready for notification.
Right.
With candidates and agents of Glasgow South constituency, please make their way to the briefing area, which is to the rear of the
Kev, this is us.
Thank you.
This is what? Nearly 2:45 or whatever, and we're getting the first one for Glasgow. I wonder how they portray it on the news.
Okay.
I should have brought binoculars.
I know.
Yeah.
We're all down the front for the count.
Yeah. It's all been deserted up here.
Colin Mackay's still there.
Colin Mackay's still there, yeah. Because we're right at the back of the hall here.
I've just seen John Lamont with a big red rosette.
Really?
She doesn't look happy.
So that's
she's in
Fiona and John's live stream.
Oh, good. If you can see, look at the crowd round her. It's impossible to get in.
Let's get a bit of audio.
There she is. There's Alison Thulis as well.
Wow, great shot.
Neil Findlay's point was that yes, it may be the Labour Party is more instinctively comfortable, but has to get a line on the Constitution.
Some shot. You see it, you're live streaming in 2 seconds.
Yeah. It's chaos down there, isn't it, just now?
Yeah. I was going to go down and speak to her, but I don't think I'll bother.
No. You'll get knocked over.
David Linden.
He looks happy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That doesn't look like a man who's lost his seat.
Correct, yeah.
It's Anne McLaughlin and I reckon Glasgow's 7 seats are going to go to SNP. This is a yes city, of course, right?
Yep. Very much so.
Even since 2014.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how Edinburgh goes. Especially Ian Murray's seat.
That's another. Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when they were saying that things are close, and yet we had a 15,000 majority.
Yeah.
That is.
Things are changing.
Yep. To such an extent that.
So this is Stirling.
Stirling
coming up.
Alan Smith. Let's see.
Stephen Kerr out.
Is he? I hope so. The votes are as follows. So here we go.
There's Nicola. That's a tough one.
I'm watching Alan Smith.
Right there. What are we going to do? 121.
942.
We need to stop people at this, Nicola.
2,867. Dundee East.
Are you ready?
SNP hold. I'm not sure who that is. Alan Smith must have got it.
What the heck? That's SMP as well. 17,000.
Yeah.
42. Oh, they're saying that's Corbin, isn't it?
We've got something, right? We better give him a cheer, eh?
What is it?
That's Fiona.
That's
Fiona and John.
He's getting our colour.
That's their live streams.
Very good. Super. Got right in there.
Classic.
Do you?
Thank you.
Good to see you. Right, will we go over this way? Yeah.
There's a guy over there standing next to us with a hat.
Yeah, Jack.
Jack the hat.
Jack's coming to see us down in the office.
I tell you, there's Jeremy Corbyn's secret called Islington. Let's have a look.
So many streams of information coming through.
Well, we've got Jeremy Corbyn. He's obviously going to get seats. I really want to get to Eastern Barracks.
Yeah. Oh, that's the chap who just come up and had a bladder with you, wasn't it?
He's talking about some newspaper, right? He wanted us to help him out. So, good enough.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with candidates and agents in the Glasgow East constituency, please go to the briefing area to meet the
Alan Smith when Stirling, we can get the...
Alan Smith is on Stirling?
Yeah, it's just come through.
Glasgow East, to the briefing area to the
Thanks for that, Sandra.
Thank you.
We have no idea what the percentage of the vote was, but it doesn't matter. Stephen Kerr. Oh yes, that's right, Stephen Kerr's gone. Yeah.
It's probably the best news that Robin's had today.
It's Aberdeen. Oh gosh, I hope. Douglas Ross has got to go, surely.
Oh, I hope so. Of course, Ross Thompson stood down before.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly declare the result of the Glasgow constituency. With the candidates, please now go to the right-hand side of the stage. That's the candidates for Glasgow North.
At last.
So we're just waiting for Patrick O'Grady and the other candidates to get on the stage.
Sometimes if it's tight like this, they'll have a recount, but no calls for that so far, but they are taking their time. People are getting their coats on and are leaving. It's just the media that are left.
Well, of course, all the staff who've been counting, doing the count, some of them, there's still a lot of them here, but...
Did you see how long it took us to put all this equipment out?
Yeah.
Reverse it. Could be here for a while. I could.
Oh.
Is that the missus?
Let's see. Let's see.
Just a minute.
No. It's up to.
Or maybe it's a recheck. Someone's asking for a ripple check. Maybe it's a
recount.
And it ain't us.
Oh, is that Swinson's? Oh, Swinson's. That's for recount. It's tight. It's going to be tight, mate.
No. Yeah.
What's it saying there? That's Boris Johnson. Oh, come on. What's Corbyn saying?
don't know. I have no idea what a ripple check is, but I'm just asking. But it's not us. It's not SNP. Sorry, asking for it.
What's that one? There's another one come through, Kev. Don't know what it is. Where's the BBC one?
That's the BBC. That one. That's the BBC.
What they all clap. Must have like Sky on their phone. Just like,
It's apparently the ripple through the papers. There's a ripple check. The ripple through the papers. I haven't got that.
No, he's got that one. So he's got here, look.
As returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in the Glasgow North constituency, I hereby give the total number of votes before the Brexit Party, 320. Tony Curtis, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,806. Pam Duncan Glancy, Scottish Labour Party, 11,300. Patrick John Grady, Scottish National Party, 16,982. Cass McGregor, Scottish Green Party, 1,308. And I declare that Patrick John Grady is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member for the Glasgow North constituency.
It is an incredible privilege to have been elected again in Glasgow North, the constituency which had the highest share of the remaining votes in the European referendum of any seat in Scotland. And that message has been reinforced tonight. Scotland is a European country. We want no part of Brexit, and I will work to protect Scotland's right to determine its future membership of the European Union. Let me thank the returning officer and her staff, the police who have ensured a safe and efficient poll and count. Let me also pay tribute to the other candidates, particularly Pam and Cass, once again for the most glamorous and best attired campaign in the city. And no doubt both of them have more to give to politics in Scotland. My thanks too to the people in Glasgow North who have once again placed their faith in me and in the SNP. And no matter how you voted, I will continue to work for each and every constituent in Glasgow North to the best of my ability. And of course I want to thank all of my campaign team and all the campaign teams from all the parties who have turned out in record numbers, in freezing temperatures, in the darkest of nights, but have delivered the brightest of results. I'm hugely indebted to my election agent Kenny McLean, who has done this more times than anyone expected, to my exceptional campaign manager Malcolm McConnell and the rest of the Firhill Young team who know who they are. And as I've done before, I want to promise to the constituents of Glasgow North that I will work as if we live in the early days of a better nation. Because we do. Thank you.
Calm down. Let's just wait and see. You know, that's just an exit poll. It'd be fantastic if it did occur. It'd be fantastic if it was wrong and it was higher. Especially now that they're talking about losing the Lib Dems. Every Tory so far has lost their seat. They've been decimated. You know, I think.
If pushes away, is she gone? No, she's away.
Is she?
Oh no, they're just following him back. Sorry, it's Patrick Bailey. He's got hands on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, would candidates and agents in Glasgow North
Ever wanted to be Conservative Prime Minister? No, certainly not. Boris Johnson with the majority, so Labour are going to have a really hard look at themselves. Why did they fail in England? I could give them a few ideas why. They're also facing an existential Labour here, obviously in Scotland as well. So,
you've seen an awful lot of stuff on Twitter saying that Corbyn has to go, Richard Taylor has to go. An awful lot of people asking why Keir Starmer isn't being pushed forward as a leader of Labour, which kind of makes sense to me.
I mean, I'll let Labour deal with their internal wranglings. I suspect on tonight's result, if there's anything like the pattern we've seen emerging, Jeremy Corbyn will be gone by tomorrow. I think that's probably inevitable. What that means for the Corbynista project, I don't know, but what I could say for Scotland is if this does not let the penny drop to Scottish Labour, that they really have to reconsider their opposition to independence, then I'm not sure the penny will ever drop.
It's virtually a 50% vote on SNP. It's looking like 47-ish%. I think that's a pretty stark, obvious message to any pro-unionist party to get to the scene. Even as a combined unionist vote, they can't compete.
No, absolutely. And it's not just about votes. It's about the message. The message is a very clear one. They should reconsider their position. But if they're not going to, I'm happy enough for the SNP to sweep up their votes.
Correct. Same here. Thanks for that.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you. Two thumbs up. Well, folks, still here live with Independence Live, videoing everybody that can be videoed. We're just going to keep an eye on people. What are we doing now? Cheering. Why are you videoing me when there's all these lovely people about? Let's get the camera pointed at people who are happy and celebrating.
Just inside. Just inside.
But maybe take a break from the film for a second or two. There's probably a good few minutes to go before we're going to hear about a result. 46.9% win for SNP so far in Scotland. So that's a virtual 50% win for a political party. One political party versus, frankly, I think 6 others if you count them properly. I think I might have seen David Linden a second ago to see if he can find him. Seems to have disappeared. Well, if we find David again, we shall interview him immediately.
Yeah, we're just, Nicola Sturgeon's up to our right hand side, being interviewed by STV just now, and the cameras and entourage that follow her is amazing. Big shouts going through. I don't know, there's another SNP gain somewhere, must be. This has been a bad night for Labour, this really has. They must pick up the pieces and look to themselves and sort themselves out. They either go with independence or they will go. But this is phenomenal. The exit polls were, we thought, quite extravagant, 55 seats, but this has become reasonably accurate. Incredibly accurate, actually. This is amazing.
I'm pretty shocked, Nori.
I'm delighted. This has been well worth it.
Shocked.
To record, to be here, to be covering this event live, superb.
It's going to make packing this up a bit easier, Nori.
Aye, indeed.
Yeah. Can you help me?
Aye, I'll try. Aye. Well,
God bless you.
We'll just do boxes.
There's tons and tons of
there's
stuff.
LBC walking past. I don't know what they're making of this.
Who's it?
LBC, London Broadcast Company. They're up here doing this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we candidates and agents in Glasgow South West.
So it's the South West.
Should we interview them? LBC. We should. What's your thoughts on Scottish independence?
Oh, Kieran's going to do a bit to camera now, look.
Oh, there's Nicola. Hey.
I took a picture.
Hey there.
was on standing seat at the camera was on me as well.
All right, no, that was.
Will candidates and agents in Glasgow South West please vote away to meet the Vicar Supervisor for the provisional result?
What one's Glasgow South, is it?
I think so, but just to let you know, Fiona's moving into hijack that interview Nicola's doing at the moment, which is right behind us.
Indeed.
Okay.
She's talking to Colin Mackay of STV. And there's a group of broadcasters waiting for this interview with her, Kev.
Well, oh jeez, what we're missing.
Well, there's another one come through. I don't know what that is, Kev. It must be the Aberdeen ones coming through, is it?
Fiona's hijacked it. Is it? I need to point my camera at the screen up there to see it. There we are. Fiona's hijacking that interview. Give me a sec. Let's get audio on it.
Would candidates for Glasgow East please make their way to the right-hand side of the stage? Thank you.
Okay, you can just barely hear that Nicola interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, Glasgow
microphone.
Would candidates for Glasgow East please make their way to the right-hand side of the stage? Thank you.
Okay, the mic's live.
Indeed, there was a bit of shout down the bottom here, Kev. I'm not sure what that was for.
Yeah, we can.
Maybe they've got another result coming through.
I'll tell you what, I'll retrain the camera. Excuse me, John. Just go back up. Like that.
Which one? Well, this place is emptying fast. This is we've only got one affirmation, one count declared. Still got a few to go, but yet the place has been emptied. Everyone's gathered round the front to the stage to watch the candidates.
Ladies and gentlemen, could candidates and agents for Glasgow Central please make their way to the briefing area to meet with the supervisor for a provisional result. That is Glasgow Central candidates and agents to the briefing area. Thank you.
Glasgow Central, Kev. Get our earphones on for this.
Okay.
We couldn't see. I think the.
As returning officer for the UK
they must have something on their phones or something that we haven't got.
I hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. James Wallace Harrison, Scottish Liberal Democrats to stop Brexit, 1,626. Thomas Jordan Kerr, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 5,709. David Melvin Linden, Scottish National Party, 18,307. Kate Watson, Scottish Labour Party, 12,791. And I declare that David Melvin Linden is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member for the Glasgow East constituency.
Wow.
Never have your middle name read out at a public count. Can I, on behalf of all the candidates, thank the returning officer and her staff, both here at the count tonight and in the polling stations, for the efficient way in which today's count has been conducted. I think we would also wish to pay tribute as well to Police Scotland for ensuring the safety not just of candidates but most importantly of campaign staff throughout the course of the election campaign. It's certainly been a very feeble atmosphere, so we're very grateful to Police Scotland. And I think when referring to my fellow candidates, I want to pay tribute to particularly the two that are on stage with me tonight. This is the second time around that the three of us have contested this seat. We've had 3 public debates in hustings during the course of the campaign, and they have been very good-humoured, very fair, very respectful, and I think we owe them an enormous debt of gratitude for what's been a very fair campaign. So thank you very much. Throughout the course of the last 6 weeks, I've tallied up that 160 different individuals have helped with the campaign in Glasgow East, which is clearly too many to mention individually, but I'm enormously grateful to everybody for the support, not just in the last 6 weeks, but since we won this seat by a very small majority in 2017. But there's one person in particular that I do want to highlight, and that is my outstanding election agent, Jen Leyden. Jen has fulfilled the invidious task of being an election agent to a former election agent who meddles far too much in campaigns, but she's done so with considerable patience and support, and for that I am so grateful, so thank you very much, Jen. I think it would also just be remiss of me not to thank my family who, quite honest, have not had a dad or a husband for the last 6 weeks. Rosalind did not marry an MP, Isaac and Jessica did not ask for an MP as a dad, but they have been nothing but supportive to me, and I am so deeply grateful to them for that. And I also just want to thank my constituents in Glasgow East for re-electing me tonight. Being elected in 2017 with a tiny majority of 75 was an incredibly special moment. But being re-elected with an increased majority, an increased share of the vote and an increased number of votes is a deeply humbling experience, and one that I will not take lightly. It is, of course, for the commentators to speculate as to why the SNP appears to be having a good night tonight. But the one thing that I would say is that over the course of this election campaign, the Conservative Party put out leaflets saying that a vote for Nicola Sturgeon's SNP candidate, which I will always be proud to be, was a vote for a second independence referendum. And ladies and gentlemen, the results in Scotland are very, very clear. The people of Scotland have spoken. Scotland's future must be in Scotland's hands, and that is the message. And that is the message that I will amplify at Westminster, and let's make sure this is the last Westminster election we ever have to take part in. Thank you very much.
There you go. The first bit of what's going on?
Can I go and do something else? Yeah, come back to it. Can I go and... I will, if you can tell me when you're coming to me, but I'm not standing here for you because I've got loads of other things to do. No, I will come back. I'll come back as soon as I can.
Sorry about this. It's okay. The guys going to uni, I said, look, if you're not coming to me, we can go do something else and come back. Well, will you really come back?
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually going to pop off the science museum number 1.
So I will come back.
And maybe before after, please.
Is this the Berkshire?
No, I think it will be something like that.
Okay, good news, folks. You can actually see Nicola in one of the bottom cameras as well. So she's directly behind us. Fiona's to the left, doing another live stream of Nicola. It's all getting a bit bizarre here. Very bizarre. Oh no. I should really turn my camera around.
Are you doing it?
First two declarations, both of them have been holds for the SNP. First of all, the fact that ready for Glasgow North who extended essentially the gap he had over Labour, and then Glasgow East, David Linden, which was only a 75 majority in 2017. It took around 6,000 this time to
I mean, I'll take you, but yeah, which I'm quite happy to wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Glasgow South. Please make your voting area that's the candidates stations for Glasgow South.
Okay. So Fiona is doing the bottom right live stream. We've got a camera pointing at Nicola, and as you can see bottom left, that's just the webcam pointing at us. Hello. Nicola behind us. Oh, what's going on? Jeez, they're too busy with Nicola. This is ridiculous. What the hell? Right, okay, I'm going to have to take the camera off Nicola. No. Don't know what happened there, but there's a lot of happy people in here. So, oh, Eastern Bartonshire, Jo Swinson, 90. She's lost.
Oh, Jo Swinson's gone. It's Jo Swinson.
She's gone. Oh, majority of 149. Jo Swinson is gone. So Lib Dem leader Jo Swinson loses seat. So John, what happens next to Jo Swinson?
You couldn't say she's been successful as a Lib Dem leader, whether it's a UK vote or a Scottish vote, and she's not even kept her own seat. I think realistically she's in my mind, you could say she's Marmite. In other people's minds, she's toxic because of the austerity cuts she voted for, the bedroom tax, taking money from a fracking developer despite the denials. I think she has to go. Her history is caught up. Her current persona has been caught up by her history, and that's it.
What about you, Norrie?
I think she's a busted flush. It's the end of the road for her. I think she had a lame duck. Name it what you want. After this result tonight, a leader with all the exposure she's had on hustings and meetings, and she's now lost her seat. This is a nightmare for the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah.
They've got to reappraise who their leader's going to be. Absolute nightmare for them. The share of the vote's gone right down, it's plummeted. In Scotland, they never really had a chance at any seat. And that, apart from that one, maybe Shetland to Orkney, that one's gone. And we wait for Shetland and Orkney.
Yay!
You never know. You never know the way things are going tonight. It could well happen. But that is a shock. That is a shock to the system.
Do you know what? I've never seen you so happy, Norrie. You look extra sprightly.
I've never liked the girl. But I don't like her policies. I don't like what she stands for. But Amy Callaghan, you've got to say, Kev, ran a superb campaign, especially on social media.
She was phenomenal. Everything she did, it was live. She even put pictures of Nicola Sturgeon with her, meeting ordinary people in the streets. It was amazing. That's how you use social media, and that's how she won it, I think.
Do you know what? Angela Leach, who does a lot of interaction with us. Angela. Remember they phoned her up?
Yes, that's
phoned
right.
Her up as well. She was out.
She's done a lot of work there.
What a hero.
I know.
You know, pounding the streets.
I know.
Leafleting, everything. Oh, what's going on?
Here's one coming up. More calm on him.
Scottish National Party.
11 to beat.
19,000. James Douglas Spears, Scottish Liberal Democrats to stop Brexit. 2,716. And I declare that Carol Floyd Francis Monaghan is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member for the Glasgow North West constituency. Matin ba Huladunya. Thank you first of all to the returning officer and her staff, and to Police Scotland for the safe and smooth running of this evening's event. I'd like to say a massive thank you to my incredible team of activists, and also I'd like to apologise to them for being such a slave driver in the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, she's just giving a valedictory speech. But right behind us is Nicola Sturgeon getting interviewed. We're beside all the where it's happening, where it should be happening, right across the country in Scotland. The SNP are wiping the floor. It's phenomenal. This
is insane.
It's insane. It is.
You know, again, it's the direction of travel for Scottish independence. It cannot be ignored anymore.
No, it can't.
You know, this is the future.
Yes.
You know,
you cannot put your head in the sand and say we don't want it. There's no appetite for it. It's once in a generation. Those arguments are gone. This election has sorted that.
Yeah.
This election has done that. You're right. The distance of travel, the direction of travel, has now been carved out by the Scottish people.
It's just going to increase.
I know.
So,
but you've got to say, people have been warmed with the policies from the SNP, the baby box, no bridge tolls, best performing NHS in the country, despite what the Tories say about it. Best schools, I know, you know, our daughters are at the schools, get excellent education. You know, and we've got so much lowest tax threshold in the whole of the UK, and we get more for our tax. And we're anti-Trident, we're anti-austerity, we're anti-poverty.
Should we listen to...
Yeah, we'll listen in.
In an independent Scotland, we all have a choice. So join us as we look for a better future for our nation. Tapali.
One thing that strikes me is the amount of talent in this SNP party. I remember, you know, even when you listen to their speeches, they're full of content. I remember when you used to watch the Labour Party come up, it was all glib statements about how good they were and how they would change the world, and they never done anything. This is a much more positive and straightforward message from the candidates.
Do you know what? I was struck by what Richard Leonard said.
Yeah, me
he was
too.
Trying to give the big idea, and his big idea was, you know, get rid of the House of Lords, and it was like laughable. You know, it's ridiculous how often that gets wheeled out by the Labour Party.
Yeah.
And it never happens. It never happens. You
but
know?
that was, to be fair to him, he's had a bit of a shock to his system.
Yeah.
A real shock. Maybe in the morning when he gets a bit of sleep over this and he dwells on it a bit, he might change his mind. He might not even be there to change his mind. He might have been chased out of the party. He's been a flop as a leader, to be perfectly frank. He's tried to take on subjects too big for him in the Scottish Parliament. He's been beaten down every time. He can wave his hands about, bob his head up and down, but seriously, there's no substance comes from the man. He's struggling as a branch manager, and he deserves what he gets, to be honest, Kev.
Yeah, I would have to totally agree with you there. You know, and plus he was trying to outdo the Conservatives with the unionist thing, and they couldn't do it.
Aye, exactly. I know, and
that was falling between stools.
And I think you said something earlier. What grates on us is that after the 2014 election, when the Labour Party were holding hands with the Tories and giving them hugs and whatnot, that's what made Glasgow a yes city. That's what makes Glasgow still a very much yes city after tonight, and Scotland's following suit.
Yeah, it's great to see.
It really is.
More people are waking up.
I think they are.
Independence is the way forward, and they realise that independence is a normal thing.
Exactly. But I was at to be honest, I was at a party. It was full of Christian people on Wednesday night, and the boy says, he was trying to be funny, he says, is anyone SNP here? And I says, I am. And my wife says, yeah, I am too. But 8 of us. I seen something on Twitter, Nicholas Sturgeon's patting a wee boy in the head, and he goes, I don't want Brexit either. And I thought, what's your point here? What's your point? He's a Rangers supporter, mired in unionism because of a football club, Kev. And I just thought, you're supposed to be a Christian. Where do you not think of austerity? And I asked another one, she's from Northern Ireland, I can't vote for Jeremy Corbyn. I said, why? Because he talks to the IRA. I said, for heaven's sake, I put my head in my hands and I just thought, you're married to the pastor of this. Surely you should be thinking, what can he do for the children of this country who are living in poverty? Yeah. And think of that rather than think about IRA stuff. Come on. And then I just realised I couldn't get through to them. But maybe after tonight in this result, I'm the winner in there. Only 2 of us said we're for SNP out of 8. And the 2 of them were listening intently to what I was telling them about pensions, etc., all that stuff about where we are in the world and how come got their headphones and where we are in the world and what we deserve to have.
Guy in there's trying to tell me this place is going to clear out in about 15 minutes.
Well, it ain't happening.
Well, here's what he's also suggested, I can bring the vehicle right in there.
That's
a plan.
I think we could at least get some stuff in there.
But we still need to pack up.
So by the time I go and get it and come all the way round.
Well, maybe.
So is that as done for Glasgow?
That's done.
Alright, okay.
Wait a minute. No, there's 2 results to go, is there? One?
No, there's Anne
McLaughlin's up.
Oh, so she is.
Let's just see.
Oh, let's see.
Here we go.
As the returning officer for the UK Parliamentary election Glasgow North East constituency, I hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. Lauren Benny, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,558. Elizabeth Ann McLaughlin, Scottish National Party, 15,900. Nicholas Christopher Mouhan, Scottish Liberal Democrats to Stop Brexit, 1,093. Paul John Sweeney, Labour and Cooperative Party, 13,000.
When I lost my seat 2 years ago, I felt that I had unfinished business, and I always had a feeling that I would get the opportunity to come back and finish that business, finish the work that I was doing with the communities across Glasgow North East. And I'm so pleased and so grateful that they've put their faith in me tonight or today, when they were voting, put their faith in me, and I can't tell you how that feels. And just thank you very much to everybody in Glasgow North East. If I'm containing my happiness, it's because I do want to say something about politics and elected politics in general, and it's rough. And tonight, I can't jump up and down for joy because people have lost their jobs, and I can never celebrate that. And it's a hard game when you know that you're campaigning night and day to put somebody and their staff out of a job, and I can only say that I know that feeling, and it's not a nice feeling. So I think we have to accept that whatever party you stand for, whoever you are, you work hard as political activists and you work hard as politicians, and I think everybody needs to acknowledge that. When I saw the exit poll tonight, I was absolutely devastated, because the first thing in my mind was that we are being forced to live under a Tory Britain that we did not vote for in Scotland. I'm devastated for the rest of the UK, and I'm delighted that the SNP has done so well and is predicted to do even better tonight. And I'm delighted because it means the people have put their faith across Scotland, have put their faith in the SNP, and we put independence to the forefront of our campaign. So that, to me, tells me they've put their faith in independence. And I want to finish by saying one thing. I didn't stand in this election because I want to be a politician, because I want to be a Westminster MP. I don't. I want to do the best job I possibly can when I'm down there. But I want to get down there to settle up and get the hell out of here and get back and create a better, independent Scotland. Thank you.
We're back on.
That's another one bites the dust.
So, one left from Glasgow?
I think so.
We're losing track here, and our minds.
It's a clean sweep, isn't it?
Absolutely is.
It's phenomenal. I don't know, if you were a headline writer, what would you write, Kev? What would you put?
IndyLive.Radio is coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, a short meeting clearing Glasgow South West.
Okay.
Candidates for the Glasgow South West, please make your way to the right hand side of the stage.
Alison Phillips.
Thank you.
No, that's true.
Glasgow Central. She must get that, surely. Right on the deck. As Nicola Sturgeon walks away from the Sky channel behind us.
Oh, was she behind us?
Yeah, right. And
I dismissed her. I'd love to know what her reaction was when the Eastern Bartonshire result came out.
Oh, I know.
Because I went down to the front.
What was the result? We don't know what the
majority is probably about less than 200.
Is it?
It was, yeah.
Kev?
It was 19,600 odd. No, it was less than 100.
Less than 100 votes.
It was
lost our seat.
600 odd.
Just Swinson.
For Amy Callaghan.
A majority of 143 or something.
Yeah, 19,500.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's your live stream going out. That's your blaring it out on the speakers.
Yeah. The PA works. Oh, was that the reaction?
Yes. This is over there now. She's waiting.
Oh, Swinson.
Oh, come on, sure.
So, that is, when you've worked on a campaign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
I know.
I saw her today twice. The first time was in the actual hub, and I was on about, I needed I was needing someone who knew Kirkintilloch and Lindsay, because Kirkintilloch is split in half.
I know, yeah.
Part of it is for Stuart MacDonald for Cumbernauld.
That's right.
And the other half is for Amy. And then there's Lindsay. but I didn't know all the prime areas to go and drive around.
I know.
Because I'm often on Thursday and I'm right. And I said, could somebody come? And she said, no. The lady said, I'm sorry.
As returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in the Glasgow South West constituency, I hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. Peter Brown, the Brexit Party, 802. Ben Denton Cardew, Scottish Liberal Democrats to Stop Brexit, 1,435. Thomas Haddle, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 4,224. Matt Kerr, Labour and Cooperative Party, 12,743. Scottish National Party, 17,000.
Yes!
And I declare Chris Stevens is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member for the Glasgow South West constituency.
Well, thank you, returning officer, on behalf of all the candidates, and thank you to the staff at the station today and those here tonight. I want to thank the voters of Glasgow South West who stood by the courage and conviction, who believe we need to change society and believe that Scotland needs to take a decision about its future. But that's thanks to those voters. And while I may be personally delighted, it is somewhat tempered by the fact that we will be going down facing a majority Conservative government. But I want to thank the wonderful activists of the Glasgow South West constituency who know on each and every single occasion that we have to earn the trust of the electorate every single time. And that was led by my election agent Alistair Shaw and my campaign manager Scott McFarlane and Joe Murray, and they led that team superbly. We are also, those activists are co-joined with the best constituency office staff in these islands, and I want to pay particular tribute to Dominic Utbas, to Tony McHugh, Keith Gibb, Scott McFarlane, and led superbly office manager the great Rosa Sally. It is equally every single day they look after some of the most vulnerable and needy in our society. As we go back down to Westminster, we need to ensure that we will work with others to ensure that those who need that help the most receive that help, that workers get the rights that they deserve, that we reject Brexit, that we reject austerity, that we fix the broken social security system and the broken immigration system. That is our job, and it starts on Saturday at the Hillington Park Parish Church, at their community kitchen, where once again I will be there to help those in need, and that is something I will continue to do in my term of office. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Okay, we are back on. Taking on there, Norrie. Tell you what,
I'm just eating a bit of an apple, but I just cannot believe this night how it's turned out, Kev.
Yeah.
We've not just seen SNP candidates being returned again. Excuse me too. But with thumping majorities, bigger share of the vote, and with higher turnout. You better take over for a sec, Kev.
Yeah, I'm just about to sneeze. Struggling here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh, here's Alison.
Or rather, candidates for Glasgow Central.
The right hand side of the stage. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just Waiting. Is this the last one?
Yep.
Got it. Yeah. So it's Glasgow Central.
Bit of skin. Well, one to go, Kev, and we're packing up. But I don't know which is how many we've missed around the country. I don't know what the SNP total is at this point.
I'll check.
What toll it says, you then survived by Josephines, and well done to all of you. Yes, indeed. Indeed, Ray. Oh, Sandra. We're not on, are we?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, yes. Okay.
Shall I switch the mics off?
We've got this.
Central constituency, I hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. Elaine Michelle Gallagher, Scottish Green Party, 1,429. Fatin Hamid, Scottish Labour Party, 13,276. Ewan Hoyle, Scottish Liberal Democrats to Stop Brexit, 1,952. Flora Minerva Scarabello, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,698. Alison Emily Thulis, Scottish National Party, 19,000. And I declare Alison Emily Thulis is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as the member for the Glasgow Central constituency.
First of all, I would like to thank all of the people of Glasgow Central for giving me the great honour to be re-elected as their Member of Parliament. I want to thank all of those communities because each and every one of them is precious, and I thank them all for the support that they have given me over the past four and a half years. I'd like to thank the returning officer. I'd like to thank particularly David Miller and his election team for putting together this election at incredibly short notice and making sure that everything worked as intended. I want to thank the police who endeavoured to keep us safe. I would like to thank my election agent, Alexander Belich, who has been incredibly patient and long-suffering, and he may yet forgive me. I would like to thank my husband, Joe, my children, Alexander and Kirsty, and my mum and dad for the support that they have given me, because nobody gets to stand up here on their own. I want to thank my extraordinary team of activists, the councillors, the MSPs, everybody who came out to support me. I couldn't have done it without you, and I'm incredibly grateful. I would like to thank my incredible office team as well for the work that they have done over the past 4.5 years, because it is through the casework of a constituency MP that you build up that trust. So I want to thank Andy, Lauren, Eleanor and Vary and Alexander again. We've dealt with over 16,000 cases in the past 4.5 years, and all of those constituents, I have a great debt of gratitude for putting their trust in me to help them. I will work hard, as I have always worked hard, to challenge this cruel Tory government on the hostile environment, on their ridiculous attitude to drug reform, and to end for all the two-child policy and the rape clause. Because none of these have been policies that the people of Glasgow Central or the people of Scotland chose. These are policies imposed on Scotland by a government we did not elect. And a change is coming soon, when we will be able to have all of the control over all of the real powers of an independent nation, and we can look after our people with that independence. So I ask everybody to thank all of the people in Glasgow Central, and to thank everybody who has voted SNP tonight in such huge numbers. We are a real step closer to getting our independence, and I look forward to fighting that fight next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be making our final declaration, which will be Glasgow South. Candidates for Glasgow South, please make your way to the right-hand side of the stage.
Okay, we're not too sure if that's it. Is that it?
That's it.
You sure?
Yep, done.
So why everybody hanging about up there? Or
Just
they
because they love celebrating.
All right, party time. Okay, should we have final words?
Yep, we should.
We should have final words. Right, so let's try and find out. Oh, wait a minute, look. You sure that's
final words?
Final words.
Okay, wait there. Amen. Absolutely. I'm just trying to find out if let's refresh this page. There's more.
As returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in the Glasgow South constituency, I hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. Carol Louise Ford, Scottish Liberal Democrats to Stop Brexit, 2,786. Dan Hutchison, Scottish Green Party, 1,251. Joanne McDougall-Lamont, Labour and Cooperative Party, 13,824. Stuart Malcolm MacDonald, Scottish National Party, 22,829. Daniel Ali Raja, the Brexit Party, 516. Kyle Alan Kerr Thornton, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 6,237. And I declare that Stuart Malcolm MacDonald is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member for the Glasgow South constituency.
Well, it's often said that they save the best to last. And I make that 7 out of 7 for the SNP across Scotland's largest city. I want to thank my fellow candidates for the way that we have run this election in a decent, honourable fashion. I want to thank the returning officer, her staff, all the counters and those at polling stations, including the police today. Of course, I want to thank my phenomenal campaign team, who have delivered the biggest majority in Glasgow for the SNP in the South Side. That seemed to only be my lot clapping there when I said that. But above all, I want to thank the voters in Glasgow South for putting their trust in me and in the Scottish National Party once again. This has clearly been a good night for the SNP across Scotland, but it's a bittersweet victory with the return of an extreme government in London. Tonight, England has voted for its Brexit. Scotland has voted for a second independence referendum. And whilst the voters of Scotland are obviously the guarantors of the progress we make as a country, they have elected the SNP as the custodians of our European spirit. And it's with that in mind that we go to Westminster, representing Glasgow, the Remain voting city, the Yes voting city, to ensure that Scotland can and will take its place as an independent country in the European Union. Of that, there can be no doubt. But even with all of that in mind, politics is indeed going through a time of flux. And I say to my fellow SNP campaigners here tonight, keep the heat. The big campaign is coming, and it's that one that really counts. Thank you.
If you pick up, oh, you got it. Okay. Right. So, what a night.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Amazing to see these domino results.
Yeah.
Powerful message.
Absolutely. I'd like to find out what the rest of the results are around Scotland. I'm not too sure. I've got, let's see, I'll try and get another page up. Let's reload this page.
I think it's obviously when you're in I'm going to take this headphones off because of the echo.
Yeah.
When you're in a circumstance like this, you can't. It's impossible with the results coming in left, right, and centre. It's impossible to keep up with everything going on. So the picture at the moment is still unclear. I wasn't even aware that Steve Gethins hadn't got through until I saw the message from Sandra. I hadn't seen that.
Well, if I'm looking at this right with my bad eyesight,
excuse me.
41.
Try my glasses.
Seats. No problem. I'm just going to stop. Do you want to have a final word as well?
Don't mind.
Don't mind. Yeah. But we get the 41 SNP so far.
That's superb.
Thanks for that.
That's six up on where we were before. Still Aberdeenshire and Moray and places. You think so?
Tories have kept it.
Have they? Oh, for goodness sake.
Bloody football referee and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe it.
So we're just winding up and saying cheerio to the
Do you want to
viewers?
say cheerio?
Yeah, I'll say cheerio.
Right, okay folks, you can see bottom right, it's very quiet in here now.
Yep.
And to the past 4, yeah, I'll whack you on. There you go.
Well, what a phenomenal night. The exit polls proved to be correct. I'm not sure what the final total was, Kev, of SNP seats.
Well, at the moment, the SNP have got 41 seats, but I don't know how many other places.
Aberdeen's got to declare, and Inverness haven't had those yet, so we'll have to wait and see what they
find out tomorrow.
Well, I'll be back home and I better get them in the or on my phone. I'll put the radio on when I go home and see if I can get them.
One of the really good news, apart from these SNP wins, the really good news is that Jo Swinson is out of Scottish politics.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No, she's not out. She'll be a commentator for Sky or BBC.
Oh, yeah, true.
Don't worry.
Australian accent.
Aye. Maybe she'll modify her accent now.
Yeah.
New Zealand.
Aye. Well, I hope everyone's enjoyed the
Anyway,
coverage and the chats and the laughter.
Yeah. I know these guys are happy at that. I'm just happy Angela Crowley got back in. Kev, who's your guy? Who are you most delighted with?
I just love everyone, man. Peace, love, and Scottish independence. You know what I'm saying?
Alison Thulis, that was another good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
But shame about Stephen Gethins, but that's the way they go sometimes. He'll come good again, I'm sure.
So,
bye
we're going to say goodbye to the camera.
Yep.
Bye, folks.
Cheers,
Bye. Bye. See you again soon. Bye. Let's go to do this stream.